Crew is ready. All right, Alabama rooting for the Clemson Tigers today. We're a little bit over an hour and a half away before the kickoff, and we are live at Williams-Brice Stadium, and we want to again thank the good people at WOMG for making us feel so welcome. We're outside the entrance to the Farmers Market, right outside the main entrance to Williams-Brice Stadium. Now, Joe Irwin, my compadre, my colleague, I know you've got a couple of great Tiger trivia questions because the winners here are going to win football. Are you ready? All right, they're ready. What do you got, Joe?
All right, tell me who an opponent of Clemson's, and I'll just say it was in this game, had over 100 yards rushing and 100 yards passing.
Ooh, 100 yards rushing and 100 yards passing.
I'm amazed that I didn't see a hand go right up.
Come on over and see us. Come on over and see us. See if she knows. You already won. You're ineligible, young man. You didn't win though. How are you?
No. By an opponent. By an opponent.
By an opponent.
By an opponent in a Clemson, South Carolina game.
Joey,
so it was a Gamecock.
It was a Gamecock.
Over 100 yards passing, 100 yards rushing. Come on up. Jeff Grant. Jeff Grant is the answer. And how could Clemson fans forget that? I guess we tried to forget that because they beat us 56-20 in that game. It was a horrible game. But you know what? They ran the score up on us, if you remember, and it started a series where we beat them 10 out of the next 11 years. So that'll teach them to play with that kind of stuff. Right. Okay, let's when were there three backs that rushed for over 100 yards in the same game? Name the three players. This is a hard one.
All right, he got right there. The guy in the beard. The guy in the beard.
The three Clemson players. Come on up. Yeah, you got to name three guys. This one may be too tough. But I tell you, they were all great backs. I'll even tell you that it was against Virginia.
Okay, we got to give him some hints here. Against Virginia.
And how about if I give you one of them? One of them was Jeff McCall.
Cliff Austin.
Cliff Austin is correct.
Yes.
You got
Cliff Austin. Two more. We got one.
Yeah. And the third one, I'll tell you, was drafted by the Dallas Cowboys.
Chuck McClain.
Chuck McClain.
They got it. All right, let's do it. We helped them through it a little bit. But that's all right. We helped them out a little bit. Here come the Tigers, I believe.
Oh,
I don't know if that's the band. That's the band, I think. Is that the team? It's not the team yet because I didn't hear the siren. All right. There's a lot of excitement going on here at the Tiger Tailgate Show, and we're going to throw out some more prizes. If everybody will back up a little bit, we'll throw out some more prizes, some sunglasses, some footballs. We're going to talk to some more players. We're going to catch up with Stacey Seegers. We got a lot coming up on the Tiger Tailgate Show, live from Columbia on the Clemson Sports Network.
It's so ballistic, it's on the radio. I love this place.
And now for a gentle reminder about the Whopper sandwich from Burger King. You remember the good old flame-broiled Whopper, right? Well, they're still serving them your way right away at Burger King. Have you had one lately? You know, I hear there's a bunch of people down at Burger King just waiting to find out exactly how you like your Whopper. Maybe you should go see it.
Burger King, I love this place. Getting your way right away.
Any company that relies on fast, efficient communication should consider Teledial America for its long-distance service. The Clemson Sports Network switched to Teledial America, and so did this company.
We're in the trucking business. We have trucks running throughout the 48 states. When drivers need to get a hold of us, they don't need an outage or a problem. So reliability is very, very critical.
And reliability is just one of the pluses when you switch to Teledial America. Call 1-800-200-2020.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
In Columbia, you won't find any better bakery and eatery than Tiffany's on Two Notch Road. Their special attention to freshness is the difference. All breads and cakes are baked fresh daily. You just can't butter a better bagel than the one from Tiffany's, Two Notch Road, Northeast Columbia. Tiffany's will wholesale to restaurants.
Bad to the bone. Ben Satcher Ford has over 200 1993 and 1994 Ford F-150 trucks in stock. A price starting at $10,262. That's $10,262 for the best selection of Ford trucks in the Midlands and an excellent price. See Ben Satcher Ford in Lexington on the corner of Highway 1 and 378. All rebates to dealer, plus South Carolina tax and tag.
The excitement and thrills of the season are here. Your favorite football team has returned to the gridiron. The hunting season's back, and the Carolina Carolina's largest Suzuki dealer, Columbia Yamaha Suzuki, is in their new state-of-the-art facility on 2 Notch Road, 7 blocks from Columbia Mall. Come in soon to our new showroom and see the choice of Suzuki ATVs. And remember, whatever the occasion, in the dirt, in the woods, or on the road, you can break away from the pack and head for all these thrills on Suzuki. A Suzuki from Columbia Yamaha Suzuki.
WOMG AM, Columbia's home for talk, sports, and oldies 103.
Welcome back to Williams-Brice Stadium and the Tiger Tailgate Show. What a good-looking group of fans. We've got a bunch of good-looking Tiger fans here getting ready for the kickoff. We're about an hour and a half away, and we're glad to have you here live from Williams-Brice Stadium. We're outside the main entrance in front of the Farmers Market. I'm Mike Gallagher along with Joe Irwin, Dale Gilbert, and Cooter on the Paw Patrol. We're going to go out to the Paw Patrol here in just a moment, but before we do that, Joe, we got to catch up with some of these fans. Let's do it. We got a lot of people who want to say hi to some people back home all throughout the Clemson Sports Network. Let's see who's where.
Well, we got a great little fan here. She's been with us many years now. What's your name is, if I don't know?
Melissa Comar.
That's right. We haven't seen you much lately. Where you been hiding?
I don't know.
Okay, who you want to say hi to?
I want to say hi to my friend in Aiken. She couldn't be here today.
Okay.
And I got to say to Carolina that Teddy Hill's magic will not work today.
Okay, well, listen, I know you know. I want these Minus boys to come over here, and Billy Shirley, some other folks in the meantime. You want to say hi to somebody? What's your name?
Susan Smith from Honey and Pass.
Susan Smith from Honey, but we got a bunch of Honey and Pass fans, right?
I'd like to say hello to my little girl Alexis and my little boy Walt.
Okay, thank you.
Chris Meeks from Spartanburg. I'd like to say hey to my mother, Jean. Go Tigers.
All right, thank you very much. Come on up here. Who's next? Come on, I got a young lady here in a big sweatshirt.
In Edwards, Cross Anchor, South Carolina. I'd like to say hi to my 9-year-old at home and my husband who's at work at Lowe's in Lawrence.
Boy, now there's a smart woman. Let her husband work today and left her kid at home. Don't anybody call Department of Social Services on it. Now, I've got the famous Minus twins from St. George, South Carolina, great Tigers, who taught me a new way of talking because I couldn't understand them when we went to school together. They say things, do the test come from the book or the notes? That's right. That's why I used to kid you guys, right, Bill?
On occasion.
On occasion.
On occasion.
Well, this is Bill Minus from St. George.
Yeah, I'd like to say hello to all the Clemson fans from St. George, South Carolina, and hope we can go home with a victory today.
Okay, my great friend Bob Minus, also from St. George originally, but now Somerville.
Now in Somerville, and I'm going to say hello to all the Somerville fans down there. The Green Wave won last night, and the Tigers go in today.
I think so. I think so, Bob. And also, I see across the way an old friend from Pike AA days, Billy Shirley. Billy, come on over here. Billy from Hartsville, South Carolina. Great Tiger fan. Billy, how you been?
Been doing great, Joe.
Right, who you want to say hi to in Hartsville?
I'll say hello to my family and go Red Foxes, go Tigers.
Okay. There's some great Clemson fans, Mike. And you know, the great thing about this game being centrally located in the state, we get fans from all over South Carolina truly for this game.
We do indeed, and a lot of them are right here on the Tiger Tailgate Show site, right across from the Farmers Market. And we're going to talk a little X's and O's here, Joe.
Let's do it.
The fans are here to support these Tigers, and it's a big day today. And one of the real success stories for the Clemson Tigers has been Stacy Seegers, the offensive guard, Andrew Jackson High School, 6'4", 320 pounds. He's a guy you don't want to make mad in a dark alley. We caught up with Stacy Seegers, number 79, and asked him, even if the Gamecocks are not headed to a bowl this year, and they obviously are not, does that take anything away from this game today between the Tigers and the Gamecocks?
Not really. When you look at the game, you can't really worry about the other team. You know, we don't have no control over them, and they don't have no control over us. We got to worry about our own self, you know, and let things take care of themselves.
Again, lots of fans remember last year's tough loss to the Gamecocks at Death Valley. We asked Stacy Seegers if he sees today's game as a revenge for last year's loss.
You know, it's going to be an important game, you know, as it always has been in the state, you know, a state championship. And, you know, I don't think worrying about last year's game is going to do anything for us, you know.
You and I, Joe, have been talking about this wishbone offense this year. A lot of people are talking about the wishbone and other plays. We asked Stacy what he worries about.
The only thing that's missed from me is we're winning, and, you know, that's our whole objective being out there. You know, we don't worry about what's going on, just winning is the whole objective to our game.
And Stacy, being a lineman, when different plays are called, how much do you have to adjust from one play to another?
Really hadn't changed that much for us. You know, the backs really the one that had to go through the transition, I guess. Those guys had to change up a lot, and a lot of those guys are blocking now where we're running the ball, and, you know, they're the one who really took the transition.
Stacy Seegers joining us on the Tiger Tailgate Show. A big guy and a real big part of the Tigers' success this year, Joe.
He really is. And, last year he was a second-team AP All-American, and I think he's been one of the guys that's really thrived in the wishbone offense. And he says it doesn't make a big difference, but I think what it's allowed Stacy to do and the other guys is in this offense, they only have to hold their block instead of drive blocking quite so much. And I don't know, they just look a lot more effective to me. And certainly last week was probably the best game by the Clemson offensive line all season.
We're about a half hour away from the pregame show with Jim Phillips, the voice of the Tigers, Mike Effley, and the rest of the Clemson Broadcast Network crew. And we've got plenty to go yet on the Tiger Tailgate Show, so stick around. And you fans who are waiting, you're going to get some footballs, some sunglasses. We've got more prizes to give away. We are live outside the main entrance of Williams-Brice Stadium in front of the Farmers Market. If you're driving into Columbia, we're on AM 1320 WOMG. And a good-looking group of fans here on the Tiger Tailgate Show, live on the Clemson Sports Network.
IPTAY proudly presents Tiger Twos, a genuine legal tender Clemson Tiger $2 bill. The Tiger faithful have shown their loyalty and support by taking $2 bills stamped with the Tiger paw at the bowl games and blanketing the visiting city with the spirit of the orange. Today, to commemorate and capture that dynamic spirit and tradition, IPTAY is offering a legal tender $2 Federal Reserve note as official Clemson Tiger memorabilia, encased in a serialized, colorful commemorative presentation card that highlights the bowl-rich past of Clemson football and the glory of winning. Tiger Twos make a very special gift to family and friends. As official one-of-a-kind Tiger memorabilia with lasting value, this limited edition offering is certain to start a new tradition at Clemson, one that hallmarks two great symbols of the Clemson Tigers, courage and commitment. To order, write IPTAY, Post Office Box 1529, Clemson 29633. Make check or money order payable to Clemson University Athletic Department, or pick one up at the IPTAY office today.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
There's a smart place to buy that next car or truck. Irmo Quality Auto Sales, Woodrow Street in Irmo. Irmo Quality Auto Sales, where you can buy in-house or get bank financing. Our full-service center will inspect and pressure check your present car's air conditioning, only $19.95. Irmo Quality Auto Sales, the smart place to buy.
Ladies, now is the time to familiarize yourself with handguns and their proper use with the Shooter's Choice Women's Handgun Class. This is exclusively for women, November the 16th from 6 until 9 p.m. On hand will be an NRA-certified Winchester representative. You'll learn about handguns, how to select one, safe gun storage, and proper usage. Police officers will be there to answer any questions you might have about handgun laws. When you're through, practice what you've learned on the range. Class $20. Call 791-5490. Shooter's Choice.
When it comes to hard work, we get the job done at Ace Glass Company.
If Ace Glass Company could put sound to their billboard, it just might remind you of a video game character. And just like that little guy, Ace Glass Company munches up the competition. Don't chase ghosts. Choose the professionals at Ace Glass for residential, business, and automotive glass.
Doing it right is always job one. Ace Glass Company.
You're listening to AM 1320, WOMG Columbia.
Welcome back to the Tiger Tailgate Show. Look at this good-looking group of fans here. Right outside the Farmers Market, Mike Gallagher along with Joe Irwin, and we're having a great time. And I'll tell you, I think we're going to have a huge turnout of Clemson Tiger fans at this game. A 12:30 kickoff between the Tigers and the Gamecocks here at Williams-Brice Stadium. Before we go back to the fans and throw out some prizes and have some fun, and we've also got a great edition of all kinds of things coming up your way. Before we do all of that, let's go back out to Dale Gilbert and Cooter on the Paw Patrol. They're out and about. Where are you at, Dale?
Mike, once again, we're here in the Farmers Market area, and I guess back here by Rawls Plants and Produce or something, so it's kind of hard to tell. It's concrete everywhere you look. And have you noticed that everybody is looking for tickets today? I mean, that is going to be the toughest thing to find, it looks like. A couple of quick birthdays, then we're going to talk to a great-looking group here that are Tiger fans. Alex McCarthy's having a happy birthday. Beth Bon Giuliano is 40 today, and Alonzo DeBrule, who's a faithful Tiger fan, not feeling up to snuff today, so we're sorry he can't make it. What's your name?
John Landreth.
John, you again proved that everybody
everybody in the world knows Cooter. How did you know this guy?
Oh, well, Cooter and I have some, let's say, shady friends in common. Let's put it that way.
Ain't no more. Cooter's friends sound like the seven dwarfs. You know, there's Whitey and Stinky and Snuffy and all these guys. You know,
Shady and
yeah.
I know all those boys real well.
Where y'all from?
I'm from Paylor, and I got some friends here from down in the lower part of the state.
Mount Pleasant. Mount Pleasant. Wait a minute, let's go around here. Y'all from where?
Mount Pleasant.
All right, y'all all ganged up, ready to go?
Ready to go.
Well, let's hear a big Go Tigers from all over the upstate, lower state, and everywhere else. 1, 2, 3. Go Tigers! All right, Dale, thanks, buddy. We'll check in with you real soon. I didn't know Stinky was a dwarf.
Well, if it's a friend of Cooter's, I mean, you just never know.
You never know. Now, we got a couple of guys back here.
I got some great friends here, Mike.
Andy Lanning, a friend of mine.
Yeah, you know these guys.
I know them.
These are Gamecock guys.
Yeah, they just said we look silly in all this orange.
Well,
can you imagine these guys saying we look silly in all this orange?
All right, first of all, I want to talk to Ken Anderson. Now, Ken's an old buddy from days at Leslie Advertising together. And, Ken, you told me that you were with some SAEs. I know you went to Carolina. And you guys turned in early last night. Y'all went to bed about 10 o'clock, right?
We did. We turned in real early in the morning, about 3 o'clock.
And
I want to say, go Tigers. All the way back up to Clemson.
How did you hear that? I can't believe he said
Okay, and I know he was with about 150, he said, or 170 SAEs from South Carolina. And,
had a great time last night.
That's good to see. And Sandy Lanning also went to school down here at Carolina.
Long time ago.
Not that long ago, Sandy. Now, Sandy, what's going to happen in the game today? What do you think, really?
I'm not in the business of predicting.
Yeah.
Well, but let me add something to this, because Sandy Lanning said, he said, Gallagher, the difference between Clemson and South Carolina is the difference between culture and agriculture.
Yeah.
That was Mr. Lanning's comment.
Well, and as we have to remind Sandy that this is...
I said that off.
Yes.
Was that off the record?
Yeah, well, okay, well, there's nobody listening. And he said that agriculture thing, this is the only football stadium that I know of, not Clemson. This one is located across from the farmer's market.
The farmer's market. I mean, what can you say?
They can give us all the grief they want to, but Sandy, how do you account for that?
How do you account for that, Mr. Lanning?
Be dangerous. The media guys can be dangerous, right?
I have no explanation for that.
I know.
Have a good time today.
Have a good time, guys. You too.
It's a couple of great Gamecock fans.
They are. They're good guys.
Yeah, they really are.
And we got a lot of good-looking fans here. If everybody will take about 10 steps back, because we want to throw out some footballs and throw out some sunglasses. And how are we going to get these sunglasses out here, Joe?
Well, let's just hand them out. These fans have been here all day long, Mike, and they've been the greatest fans here, and we're just going to give them out. And
toss some of these out for you.
Yeah.
Get some in the back there.
There we go. Whoa!
Way in the back. There you go.
Way in the back.
We got one more box. I tell you what, this has been a lot of fun today.
Well, Mike, what do you think the key to the game is going to be? Let's talk X and O.
Let's talk X's and O's. I tell you what, no one can predict what's going to happen today. You said the spread was, what, a point and a half?
Yeah, it's a point to 2.5 points. It's going to be real interesting. I know Steve Tannehill's going to try and throw deep because Virginia had that open all last week. But Dexter McCleon, boy, he really makes it exciting, doesn't he, Mike?
The key to the game today, in my view, is going to be Dexter McCleon and see if he can put it on and turn it on offensively like he did last week. And everybody was amazed and astounded at Dexter McCleon's impressive performance in his first outing as quarterback.
I agree, Mike. I really thought it was the most exciting performance by a Clemson player in many, many years. The way he read the option, and I mean, let's face it, he faked guys out of their shoes last week, and if he can cut down on mistakes, because he made a few, then Clemson could be really, really tough today.
When we come back, we're going to catch up with some of these tailgaters who are live here. We're outside of Williams-Brice Stadium, outside the main entrance in front of the Farmers Market. We're going to talk to Coach Ken Hatfield on the Tailgate Show. We got a lot coming up, so don't go away. It's the Tiger Tailgate Show on the Clemson Sports Network, live from Columbia.
Hey, sports fans, Exxon has a promotion you shouldn't pass up. With every fill-up of Exxon 93 Supreme gasoline, you'll get a great deal on a mini football, complete with Atlantic Coast Conference school logos. And this 8-inch Exxon football is a lot of fun. It's small enough so that anyone can throw a great pass. And with all the ACC school logos, it's a real eye-catcher as well. best of all, a portion of the proceeds will go to the Exxon ACC Kids in College program. It's a program that helps area middle school students set higher goals for education. Football supplies are limited, so be sure to stop by your local participating Exxon station soon. And fill up with Exxon 93 Supreme, the gasoline formulated for quick response and smooth acceleration. For high performance, move up to Exxon 93 Supreme and pick up a great deal on a mini football. Exxon is a proud sponsor of the Atlantic Coast Conference.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
There's nothing more satisfying to a hunter than to shop where gun value and gun quality is the top concern. The Ballistic Center is just such a store, the ideal place to buy your gun and other hunting supplies. The Ballistic Center, near the intersection of Broad River Road and St. Andrews Road.
I've been going to Gold Kiss quite regular these days, thanks to old Melvin sending me to buy this and that. Well, this time I sent him to buy a new doghouse for old Rover. At least he thinks it's for old Rover. What he don't know won't hurt him.
Gold Kist, your in-town year-round lawn, garden, and pet supply store. Wayne Street in the Congaree Vista.
Bird Sports Grill and Bar, West Columbia. With 6 TVs, 3 widescreens, cable, and 2 satellites. We've got the sports and we've got the beer. Coors Light and Bud Light, a 6-pack of 7-ounce bottles, $4. Plus specials on Mick Light and Corona. Goody Bird Sports Grill and Bar.
Bad to the bone. Ben Satcher Ford has over 200 1993 and 1994 Ford F-150 trucks in stock. A price starting at $10,262. That's $10,262 for the best selection of Ford trucks in the Midlands and an excellent price. See Ben Satcher Ford in Lexington on the corner of Highway 1 and 378. All rebates to the dealer, plus South Carolina tax and tags.
WOMG AM, Columbia's home for talk, sports, and oldies 103.
Welcome back to the Tiger Tailgate Show. Look at these fans. We got, ladies and gentlemen, we need to point out we got one lonely Gamecock standing over here. One sad-looking guy. Well, there's two. Yeah. You know, I mean, but this is Tiger territory right here in this corner, Joe Irwin.
Yes.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Mike Gallagher, Joe Irwin, Dale Gilbert, and Cooter on the Paw Patrol. This is definitely Tiger. We're going to rename this. Instead of the Farmers Market, this is Tiger Town in Columbia.
Tiger Town, Columbia.
I like it. I like it.
This is Tiger territory.
It is indeed. Now, we're going to throw out some prizes. We need everybody to back up about 8 feet so we can get them out to you. Just back up a little bit for us because we're going to throw out some of these good-looking Exxon footballs. We visited earlier. Dale Gilbert caught up with Sam Enos, who is in one of the cockabooses over here. Yeah. And Sam said, throw out some of these footballs, and we're going to do that in a couple of minutes.
Well, if Sam is listening, can we just say one thing to Sam down the line here? Sam, make more footballs.
That's right. We need a, because they are a popular prize. People, I mean, they are ready. They are ready for these things. This is a hungry.
This one guy, I got to point out this one guy, now this is radio, and you can't see, his hand is fixed in a gripping position. He says it's been that way all year.
All season.
They're trying to get a football.
All season they wanted to throw one. All right, well, it's coming up, I promise. One of the great highlights of the Tiger Tailgate Show this year, Joe, has been your visits each week with Coach Frank Howard. And he is one of the true legends of Clemson University. And I know it's been a real thrill for you to have the opportunity to visit with Coach Howard week to week, hasn't it?
It really has, Mike. And, you know, he's not just a legend to Clemson fans, but he's a legend in all of college football coaching. And to hear from him about what, you know, this kind of rivalry means to him as a coach and to players and to the entire state of South Carolina was something I was interested in asking him about.
Well, we did just that. It's time for Tiger Tales, where we get to visit with Coach Frank Howard. Joe Irwin and Frank Howard sat down to talk about the big game between our Clemson Tigers and their South Carolina Gamecocks.
Coach, it's the end of the season. Clemson takes on the University of South Carolina, the Gamecocks, the biggest rivalry in the history of Clemson athletics. What did it mean to you when you were a coach to take on the Gamecocks?
Well, frankly, it meant everything. Coach, that game used to be played on Big Thursday. I think that's one of the best things I ever did for Clemson. I got them to change the game, play at the end of the season on a home-and-home basis. But that's one that you better win. Because if you win that game, that winner is a lot shorter. And if you lose, people people always remember it. So the best thing to do is just to go down there and beat them. And frankly, we've been pretty fortunate. I think we're way ahead on the series. But this is a new day. They got a good quarterback. He got long hair. I'd like to see somebody catch him by the hair and bring him down and tackle him by his hair. I think we got two good quarterbacks, too. And we're going to have a real good game, I'm afraid. They get a lot of preseason publicity, and I hope they're not as good as they think they are.
You know, coaches often talk about the emotional state of a team. A team is either flat or they're really charged to play a game. This is the kind of game where emotion can mean a lot. When you were coaching, could you read your team pretty accurately to know if they were emotionally charged to go win a game?
Well, we always told them what it meant to win and things like that. And we had pretty good luck against them. And I hope we will this time, too. That's a game that makes people forget all the losses that you've had during the season. Or if you had all wins and they beat you, they wonder what happened, you know. But it's a good rivalry, no doubt about it. And I'm glad to see us playing them all the time. Frankly, I think they ought to be in the Atlantic Coast Conference instead of Southeastern Conference. And in Sparky Woods, they have a real fine fella as a football coach. I know I've had him in the blue-gray game once. And last year, when he was having a bad start, I wrote him a nice letter. Told him I thought he was a good coach. Stick in there with him. I'm not going to write him in more letters, though. I'm going after he got that letter, he won 5 out of 6, I believe, or something like that.
He sure did. And
you know, he never has thanked me for that letter.
Well, I think you ought to go talk to him today.
Well, I don't know whether I'm going to even speak to him. The heck with him.
Okay. Coach,
he's my enemy now.
Okay. Fair enough. And well, he should be. Over the years, what is the best South Carolina-Clemson game that you ever saw or coached in?
Joe, you asked me a question I can't answer. The best one I ever saw is the ones we won. The sorriest one is the one we lost. I don't know. It'd be hard to pick out any particular one. All of them that we won was good, but I don't. That's been a long time ago.
It's hard to single out. There are a lot of memorable games. I think, I personally remember that game when Jerry Butler caught the pass from Steve Fuller in the end zone down in Columbia to beat South Carolina down there. That was one of the most thrilling moments I've ever seen as a Clemson fan.
Well, I think you're right. Coach, I wasn't coaching Jerry Butler or anything.
You would have liked to have had Jerry Butler to coach, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, I'd like to have had somebody with his ability. But we used to have a boy named Joe Blaylock, was probably just as good. He played in the late 30s and early 40s. He was real good.
I think he's a member of the Clemson Hall of Fame, isn't he?
Well, if he's not, he ought to be.
I'll find out. If he's not, we'll get him nominated.
Good.
Okay, Coach Howard, big game today, South Carolina. Thanks for spending a few moments with us.
Well, I hope we have good luck. It'll sure make the winner a lot shorter if we win. And I think we can.
Okay, Coach. Have a great day.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
Coach Frank Howard visiting with Joe Irwin, Tiger Tails, and I liked what he said about Tannehill. He said, that Tannehill with that long hair, I wish somebody tackled him by that long hair.
I wish so, too, Mike. You know, it's funny. I can't remember which game it was. I think it was Mississippi State this year that a guy sacked Tannehill and came up in the locker room after the game with a clump of hair and said, this is from Steve Tannehill, and I'm saving it to show my kids.
Some locks of his hair.
Yeah.
All right.
So maybe some Tiger defensive linemen will get a little hair today.
Well, we're going to wait and see because we're a little over an hour away from the kickoff, a few minutes away from the pregame show. Now, before we go off and running with more on the Tiger Tailgate Show, we need to check in, and we want to check in with Dale Gilbert and Cooter. They're out and about on the Paw Patrol. They're driving around on the golf cart down here outside Williams-Brice Stadium in Columbia. What kind of trouble and mischief have you guys gotten yourself into now?
Well, we've had a great time, and we want to make this a tradition coming down here in the golf cart, and we'll probably get down here sooner next year if he'll leave his 3-wood. If Cooter
Cooter will just leave his 3-wood at home. Because every time he'd mess with it, that took us longer to get down here. We found Jan Walker and the crew here from, we got Lyman, Gaffney, and how many different groups are we represented here?
Greer, Lyman, Gaffney, even a little Blue Ridge.
Are y'all excited about today's game?
Oh, yes.
Looks like, wait a minute, man. Look hot. Oh, wait a minute. You got the wrong group there, Dale. Wait a minute. It's her party. She put that in. She slipped that in on me. All right, let's get the rest of the Tiger fans here to kind of rid the airwaves of that, okay? 1, 2, 3, go Tigers. Go Tigers! We'll try it again. 1, 2, 3. Go! There you go. Need a little coordination there. Second time's the charm. All right, I love it. Thank you, Dale. Go Tigers when we come back. More on the Tiger Tailgate Show live from right in front of the Farmers Market outside the main entrance of Williams-Brice Stadium. The best fans in America. These Clemson fans joining us live on the Tiger Tailgate Show on the Clemson Sports Network.
It's so ballistic. It's on the radio. I love this place. And now for a gentle reminder about the Whopper sandwich from Burger King. You remember the good old flame-broiled Whopper, right? Well, they're still serving them your way right away at Burger King. Have you had one lately? You know, I hear there's a bunch of people down at Burger King just waiting to find out exactly how you like your Whopper. Maybe you should go see it.
Burger King, I love this place. Getting your way right away.
The Clemson Sports Network recently switched to Teledial America for its long-distance service. We couldn't be happier, and we're in the communications business. Other companies that have switched describe Teledial America this way.
Very professional, very knowledgeable, state-of-the-art, and cost-effective.
Tiger fans, we urge you to consider Teledial America for your long-distance service. Call 1-800-200-2020 for Teledial America.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
Here's a question some folks have been asking lately. Can I buy a home owned by the VA and use their financing if I'm not a veteran? The answer to that question is yes. Homes owned by the VA are available to all buyers. The VA is an equal opportunity seller lender.
It's here, the original West Bullock pre-Christmas waterbed sale featuring complete waterbeds for only $199. Plus, you'll want to shop till you drop with West Bullock's $200 instant cash back offer. $200 cash back for you on selected waterbeds and bedroom groups. Cash back that you can use for Christmas gifts or on yourself. So don't wait. Don't miss the original West Bullock pre-Christmas waterbed sale. Two Notch Road and Bush River Road will be open this Sunday.
West Bullock means sleeping on a waterbed.
Little Mexico, the finest in Mexican gourmet on St. Andrews Road across from Seven Oaks Shopping Center. Treat yourself to Little Mexico's Fiesta Lunch Buffet, only $4.75, and the dinner buffet, just $5.99. Or if you prefer, order from Little Mexico's sensational Mexican menu. Don't miss happy hour with margaritas, only $1.95. Little Mexico, the finest in Mexican gourmet, St. Andrews Road across from Seven Oaks Shopping Center. Little Mexico.
You're listening to Clemson Tiger Football on Oldies 103, your station for the big return sweepstakes. Register at any participating Burger King restaurant and keep listening to find out how you can be this week's super fan and possibly win $50,000 cash.
Here comes some Gamecocks behind us, but we got more Tiger fans than they got Gamecocks over there in that group.
I tell you, I think our fans could whip them.
Well, I don't know.
I think we can whip them if we need to.
Let's not go too far. We don't want to whip anybody other than on the football field.
Yeah, you're right.
Because we got to get out of here, Joe.
You're right. We want to get out of here alive.
Well, one way we're not going to get out of here alive is we got about 1,000 people here at the tailgate show. We got about 20 balls.
No, Mike, we don't have 20. We've got 8.
No, we got more than that.
Mike, we've got 8 footballs.
Okay. All right, let's get some of these footballs out here, shall we?
All right, we got to get them out for a reason now.
Yeah, we can't throw them out because we're really afraid that people are going to get hurt. What's your name, bud? Come on over here. Come on over and say hi to everybody on the microphone.
Come on and say hi.
Come on over and say hi to the microphone.
All right, he already has. But this young man, let's see his name again. That's David Allen, been here with us the whole show.
David's all red, that's right.
I'm giving him out for the hard luck stories. Wait a minute, this one's for this guy right here. Come up here, say hi.
Oh, yeah,
What's your name?
My name's Nita Ball. That's my name. Is that your name? Well, Mr. Nita Ball, can we get you?
Where are you from, Mr. Ball?
Ainer, South Carolina.
Ainer, South Carolina, and his hand is paralyzed.
All right. Does that feel better now?
Okay.
Does that feel better? All right, we are handing out these Exxon footballs, and
we got the cutest little kid here, a little 5-year-old boy.
There you go, buddy. There you go.
Great Tiger fan. I tell you, you know why that little guy gets the ball?
Why does he get a ball?
Because his mama is a Gamecock, and he has the courage at 5 to be a Tiger fan.
Attaboy, stand up to mama. That's good. All right, hang in there, folks.
All right.
You got to see this mob scene we got here, folks. We got Tiger fans desperately wanting a football.
But, Mike, you just looking at me like, go ahead and just die out here.
Joe's the man.
All right.
There we go.
There goes one. See, we promised we would throw some of them in the back.
That's right. Take that plastic off. Now, while we're throwing some more footballs out, we'll throw them all out here in just a moment. Let's check in one final time. Dale Gilbert and Cooter have been out on the Paw Patrol all morning long doing a great job. The Tiger Tailgate golf cart driving all around the perimeter of Williams-Brice Stadium. And let's check in with Dale and Cooter right now. How you doing, guys?
Well, we've had a ball, and it's just great to meet the fans that we've met from not only across North Carolina and South Carolina, but also from Alabama and other states. And this is super. Boy, what a perfect day for a football game. We've got a crowd here. We're going to get them to give us one more good Go Tigers here to kind of wrap it up. And we'll look forward to hopefully bringing the golf cart, the Tiger Paw Patrol machine back to Columbia in a couple of years, maybe, right? All right, all together. 1, 2, 3. Go Tigers! All right, how about that?
All right, great job, Dale and Cooter. Thank you very much. And thank you. Let's get Joe Irwin back here to say goodbye on the Tiger Tailgate Show. It's been a terrific morning, and we want to thank everybody for joining us on the Tiger Tailgate Show. Joe, another great job as usual, buddy, and we'll see you over the holidays.
Look forward to it. Can't wait to go bowling.
We're going to go bowling.
Yeah,
Joe Irwin doing a great job. Thanks so much to the good people at WOMG here in Columbia who helped us out. Thanks to the good people at D's who helped get us some wings, the D's girls in Columbia. Thanks to the Agriculture Department for putting us up here in front of the Farmers Market. It's been a great morning. Stand by now. The pregame show is coming up with the voice of the Tigers, Jim Phillips, Mike Epley, and yours truly, Mike Gallagher, as we count down to the 12:30 kickoff between our Clemson Tigers and their South Carolina Gamecocks. 1, 2, 3, everybody. Go Tigers!
Hey, sports fans, it's not every day that an opportunity like this comes knocking, so listen up. A First Citizens Bank Credit Line Reserve home equity loan can save you some serious money, like no closing cost on loans under $100,000 when you use any of our approved vendors. And that's not all. The lowdown is the low variable annual percentage rate. 1% over the prime rate is quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Like, how low can you go? Now, as you know, the interest on most home equity loans is tax deductible, so you've also got tax savings. You can't knock, right? Just consult your tax advisor. Finally, our Credit Line Reserve home equity loan can save you some prime time. To get your money, all you have to do is write a special check. Now, if you'd like the sound of a home equity loan with no closing cost, hurry on down. This offer is good only at First Citizens Bank and only through November 30th of this year. So come on in, because you're going to love banking with First Citizens Bank, an equal housing lender.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
Oldies 93.7.
You're listening to AM 1320, WOMG Columbia. Station, Oldies 103, WOMG FM and AM Columbia.
Oldies 103.
You're listening to Oldies 103, WOMG FM and AM 1320. Your Columbia connection for Clemson Tiger football. It's time now for Clemson football action, brought to you in part by Shooter's Choice, Ben Thatcher Ford, Shealy Satellite Systems, Irmo Quality Used Cars, Tiffany's Bakery, the VA Department of Affairs, Columbia Yamaha Suzuki, Gold Kissed, Goonie Birds, Little Mexico, and the Ballistic Center. Now it's time for Clemson Tiger football.
The following is a Clemson Sports Network presentation.
game. It has finally arrived. Adults around these parts have grown up listening to stories about the Clemson, South Carolina game. The Tigers and the Gamecocks, one of the truly great college football rivalries in the country. It doesn't matter what kind of year each team has had. For the record, Clemson is bowl-bound. Carolina will stay home for the holidays. And that gives these Gamecocks a chance to play for pride, a chance to beat the team in the game that everyone talks about. Last year, it was Steve Tannehill and his Gamecocks who handed the Tigers an embarrassing defeat. This year, here at Williams-Brice Stadium in Columbia, well, the outcome could be anyone's guess. The game is next on the Clemson Sports Network.
Howard's Rock, a sea of orange. It's 1993 Clemson Tiger football.
And now, the song that shakes the Southland, Tiger Rag!
It's 1993 Clemson Tiger football. Brought to you by Smooth, Busch Beer, and easy drinking Busch Light. Head for the mountains of Busch. Carolina First, the bank that puts South Carolina first. Philo, the name fits. Carolina Pride, the official hot dog of the Clemson Tigers. Coca-Cola Classic, the official soft drink of the Clemson Tigers. And by the Carolina Ford dealers, #1 in sales and #1 in service. See for yourself at your local Carolina Ford dealer. Stand by for the pregame show with Mike Gallagher, Jim Phillips, and Mike Epley next.
Take it from the truck authority.
Capacity crowd will be on hand, and a brilliant sunshiny day. Temperatures will reach up near 60 degrees. There is a strong wind, however, blowing at this particular time out of the north, and that will affect the football game, especially in the kicking area, I would think. Watching the teams warm up out here, when kicking into that wind, we saw some funny things happen to the football. Again, it's Jim Phillips along with Mike Epley. We're here to bring you all the action in this series. They announced just moments ago that there is a fan here of South Carolina who is attending his 73rd Clemson-Carolina game. That means he's only missed 18 of all those that have been played, Mike Epley. Another is celebrating his 70th appearance at a Carolina-Clemson game. We certainly are proud to have fans who have hung around that long to watch these two teams go at it. I don't care which side they're rooting for. You got to give them a lot of credit. Stick-to-itivity, I guess you would say they have.
That's right. You need to get that gentleman speaking one of those touchdown subs with you. He could probably go back and give you some highlights.
I also need to find out what his secret is for long life, because I like that side. But it's going to be a lot of fun here again today, as it usually is. The storied rivalry began back in 1896. In that year, South Carolina came away victorious over the Tigers by a score of 12-6. But over the years, the Tigers have accumulated 53 wins, South Carolina 33, and there have been 4 ties in this series. So we look forward to it. I know the players are looking forward to it from both sides, and the fans, as you can hear in the background, enthusiastically looking forward to this afternoon's game. For the Tigers, it's just a final game of the regular season, then on to a bowl site for the Gamecocks. It will be their final participation in a football game here in 1993. Some of the players from both of these teams may be picked for other postseason appearances in all-star games, but outside of that, the Gamecocks will pack it up. The Tigers will have one more game to go following this one. That to be determined at a later date as to just where they will appear. Well, Mike Epley, let's talk a little bit about this great series. Not necessarily the facts and figures of past years, but I will ask you if you had a favorite moment in your competition against South Carolina.
Well, Jim, I think it's special in this rivalry. Certainly, if you can come down, if you're a Tiger, if you can come down to Williams-Brice Stadium and win, which we did when I was playing, and I think it's the same. It's just as special if you're a Gamecock and you can go into Death Valley and win, which they did last year. So I think certainly if you can do that in an opposing team's play, especially knowing that the fans are as energetic in both places, either here or up in Death Valley, that if you can accomplish that, I think that's certainly a big accomplishment for you, and I think that sticks out in my mind as one of the accomplishments in this rivalry that we partook on and that we succeeded on, and it stands out in my mind as that. And when we came down here, I think it was my junior year, and really laid it to the Gamecocks, and it was a good feeling knowing that we silenced this crowd in a hurry, and they never were a factor.
I think the biggest change I've seen over the 26 years that I've been attending this game is the change in the two schools' facilities. When I first arrived on the scene in South Carolina back in 1968, both South Carolina and Clemson had stadiums with no upper decks, seating capacity somewhere between 35 and 40,000. Then came the addition to Williams-Brice Stadium, the two upper decks, and Clemson, of course, added its two decks. And now this game is played before never fewer than 76, 77,000 when it's here in Columbia, and always 80,000 plus when it's in Clemson. The numbers of persons getting involved in an enthusiastic manner is the biggest change I've seen in the series.
Well, I think this is a beautiful stadium. I'm certainly more partial toward Death Valley, but this is a beautiful place for college football, and we could not have asked for a better afternoon to play this ball game on. Sunny skies, cold, a little windy, a little more windy than I would like if I was playing quarterback or kicking, but it's still just an awesome afternoon for college football.
What do you look for in this game today? Both teams have played some pretty good defense on occasion this year. On occasion, both have struggled offensively.
Well, you're right, Jim, and I think there's a lot of factors that come to play in this football game as far as who could win, who could lose. But the key, it seems always in this ball game, is turnovers. If you can control the football and not make those mistakes in turning the ball over to the opposing team and giving them the ball in good field position, you usually come out pretty good because it's so emotional. The intensity is so high, and there's going to be some hard hitting that the ball is going to be coughed up some. So I think the team that can come away with the best turnover ratio in the plus category, it will win the ball game. I think there are some great players, some great talent on both teams. I think Brandon Bennett is certainly an underrated player. Of course, Steve Tannehill gets the most of the publicity for that Gamecock offense, but I think Bennett is a fabulous player, and I think he can burn the Tigers if they key too much on trying to stop Tannehill.
You know, I don't know whether it's the perspective of watching the game from the angle we do here, where we are at mid-stands, not all the way up like we are at Clemson, but every time I come down here, it seems as though players suddenly develop new speed. Is that just the angle we see on the game here? Do we see them from a different perspective?
Well, it could be that, or it could be the adrenaline flowing so high. I think a lot of times you see teams come into a big game, and we've seen Clemson do that this year and throughout the years, and the adrenaline rushes through them for maybe the first quarter, maybe up until halftime at the most. But in this ball game, Jim, I think as the game progresses, the players get more intense. The emotion runs higher, and if the game stays close, I think the adrenaline keeps pumping throughout the ball game, and I think that the players can get better as the game progresses rather than getting tired and slowing down some. So that may be a portion or a factor in the way you're viewing the players as the speed increasing as the game goes along.
I've touched upon the win today. Do you think it'll be as big a factor as I made it out to be?
There's no question. In watching the warm-ups, the kicking game, a lot of the punts were mishandled. They were muffed by both sides. And both of these teams probably have not played in this gusty of a windy day. And I think that certainly the kicking will be an advantage for one team, of course, going with the wind if they're kicking a field goal, kicking punt, or throwing the football. Yeah, the throwing game also is affected by the wind when it's this strong. And I think if it's a close ball game, whoever has that wind to their back in the fourth quarter will certainly be at an advantage going into the end of the ball game.
South Carolina has struggled defensively against teams this year that run the option. On the other hand, the Tigers did not run a true option on a regular basis until perhaps the last couple or 3 weeks. Miles Aldridge coaches the defense here at South Carolina, was around Clemson. They had those successful offensive teams that ran the option well. Even though he wasn't there under Ken Hatfield, there were enough similarities that he may come up with a few little new looks today?
I think so, Jim. I think the key there, the Gamecocks, I think they'll try to definitely stop the run. The Tigers, of course, will try to establish the running game. The Gamecocks will, I would not go past the saying that they will line up 8 men on the line of scrimmage and make Clemson show that they can throw the football. McCleon, we have seen that he can run the option, and he can make the good read, but he can also burn you by running the football himself. So I would imagine that the Gamecocks might assign one man to McCleon throughout the afternoon to trail him and to face guard him the entire game. And I think they will make him throw the football, and they will make the Tigers, if they're going to move football offensively, they're going to make them be successful by doing it through the air.
So in essence, they're going to try and make him make the best possible read if he's going to make any yardage.
There's no question. And I think McCleon can do that on the Tigers side. He certainly proved last week that stepping in there in such a new environment in a game-type situation that he can make the good reads, and that I think he'll be a little bit less pressurized in this ball game because he'll have that one-game experience under his belt.
All right, fans, stand by. Our pregame show will continue right after this.
A few pointers for my fellow Tiger fans. From me, Jefferson Upshaw, world-class tailgater. When indulging in the fine art of parking lot cuisine, it's best to remember two things. First is the choice in edibles. Now, after my better half spends an hour over a smoky grill, she starts acting a little funny. So I prefer tailgating with the savory fried chicken from Hardee's. It's always fresh, never frozen, and it's hand-breaded twice with the perfect blend of seasonings. I also load up on the coleslaw, mashed potatoes, potato salad, and Hardee's famous made-from-scratch biscuits. Well, on to the second rule. Always emit random screams so as to confirm your authenticity as a true pigskin enthusiast. Now, a quick recap. First, go with Hardee's for fresh fried chicken and all the fixings. Second, the hootin' and hollerin' part. So be sure to stop by Hardee's for some real food, and I'll catch you in the parking lot. Available at participating Hardee's restaurants.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
When it comes to hard work, we get the job done at Ace Glass Company.
If Ace Glass Company could put sound to their billboard, it just might remind you of a video game character. And just like that little guy, Ace Glass Company munches out the competition. Don't chase ghosts. Choose the professionals at Ace Glass for residential, business, and automotive glass.
Doing it right is always job one. Ace Glass Company.
Some people are always comparing themselves to others, striving to be as good or as smart as the others. But in some cases, it's to no avail. And at Mercedes-Benz, there's a name for these people, the competition. Because the automotive industry has been scrambling to keep up with the advances Mercedes has been making since day one. So why should 1994 be any different? Introducing the new Mercedes-Benz E-Class, what the competition is hoping to introduce next year. With the elegant exterior, powerful multi-valve engines, and state-of-the-art safety features. Actually, the only area where the competition compares is price. The 1994 Mercedes-Benz E-Class, the E420 sedan, and the E320 sedan, station wagon coupe, and cabriolet. It'll send the competition back to our drawing board.
See Dick Dyer and Associates at 5825 Two Notch Road.
Columbia's connection for Clemson Tiger football, Oldies 103.
Back again, Williams-Brice Stadium. The Tigers and the Gamecocks will be doing battle here in a very few minutes. The 91st time that they take to the field against each other. And a full house here at Williams-Brice Stadium to welcome these two teams this afternoon. Let's go to the field now for the pregame ceremonies that occur there. can tell by the noise level here that it's going to be an enthusiastic afternoon as the two schools prepare for their 91st renewal of this great battle. The officials making their way out now, and the South Carolina Marching Band having performed our national anthem here this afternoon, and certainly by the time they hit the 2001 theme and the Gamecocks take the field, we'll have a lot of folks going bananas out here, I think, Mike.
Oh, there's no question. It always is in the entrance, and I think that's a grand entrance, much like the Tigers running down the hill. They got the 2001 theme, and I think at night it certainly adds something to it because all the smoke out there. But it's certainly an interest of college football that people anticipate this afternoon, and we'll see very shortly.
Well, that wind continues to blow, and it blows out of the north, and that means that the team that wins the coin toss here this afternoon, in all likelihood, unless I am totally misguided on the way things have gone, will defer and have an opportunity to take a look at that wind out here today. They want to have it in their favor as much as they possibly can. It's only going to be for 2 quarters regardless, but when you get that wind, can be very advantageous. Get it the first period of the ball game, and if you make something happen with it there, then it can be to your advantage in a big way. Take it to your advantage and not make something happen, though. And then
is to be able to do that because you've got to figure the next quarter is going to be just the reverse happening, and you certainly don't want to be in a deficit going into that situation.
We have experienced, I think, a few difficulties with Mike Gallagher on the sidelines. We're going to attempt to bring him in and see what's occurring down there. Mike?
How's it going up there, Jim?
Oh, you're sounding a lot better, guys. You're breaking up on me now. All right, a little problem still with Mike Gallagher, and we'll correct that before too terribly long and see if we can't get some reports from him throughout the course of the afternoon. Fully expect that he's going to have a mouthful of information for us, as he usually does. I heard him up early this morning, and I believe that every business in town that sells food that is a fan of Clemson was headed Mike's direction. And in fact, I can see that he can't even button that jacket around him down there. So he has partaken of much food. I don't think there's much question about that here today. But this is Mike's first trip to Columbia. I certainly hope we can hook up with him before too terribly long here this afternoon, because these are impressions he is seeing for the first time, and they'll be lasting impressions. I remember the first time I came into this stadium to broadcast the game, and the Tigers lost the football game, unfortunately, but I've seen a lot of very big wins since then. And I think that's true of fans of both teams. Maybe the first time you come, you don't get your wish, but sooner or later along the line, South Carolina has owned as many as 4 victories in a row over Clemson. The Tigers have owned as many as 7 victories in a row over South Carolina. Today, South Carolina will go for 2 in a row in this game. We'll be back with more right after this.
When it comes to great food for every Clemson football game, nobody tailgates with the Tigers better than Bilo. Because Bilo has just what you need for those game day parties. Delicious fried chicken and fresh salads from the deli. Fresh bread, cakes, pies, and cookies from the bakery. Plenty of soft drinks, beer, and snacks. And best of all, when it comes to low prices, Bilo is the only game in town. So for game day and every day, shop Bilo, your Tiger tailgating headquarters. Bilo. The name fits.
Your local Carolina Dodge dealer proudly presents the Dodge Dakotas for '94. America's only true midsize, Dakota features a choice of powerful Magnum engines, including a V8 that enables a Dodge Dakota 4x2 regular cab to out-tow and out-haul, just plain out-work, any Ford, Chevy, or import compact. But whether you pick a Dakota Sport, Club, 4x4, or 4x2, each includes a standard driver's airbag. Remember to always wear your seatbelt. Dodge Dakota at your nearest Carolina Dodge dealer.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
I couldn't help but cry the other night when my husband Melvin started complaining about my bird legs, because I remembered I hadn't bought no bird seed to feed them poor little cold birds outside. Wonder where I can find some.
Gold Kist, your in-town year-round lawn, garden, and pet supply store. Wayne Street in the Congaree Vista.
Keep your cool. Get help for your car's air conditioner from Irmo Quality Auto Sales. Now with the new ozone-safe refrigerant, OZ12, which replaces the Freon in your car with no retrofit requirements. Irmo Quality Auto Sales and Service, Woodrow Street, Irmo.
The excitement and thrills of the season are here. Your favorite football team has returned to the gridiron. The hunting season's back, and the Carolina's largest Suzuki dealer, Columbia Yamaha Suzuki, is in their new state-of-the-art facility on 2 Notch Road, 7 blocks from Columbia Mall. Come in soon to our new showroom and see the choice of Suzuki ATVs. And remember, whatever the occasion, in the dirt, in the woods, or on the road, you can break away from the pack and head for all these thrills on Suzuki. A Suzuki from Columbia Yamaha Suzuki. Clemson Tiger football, heard every Saturday on Oldies 103.
Oldies 103, WOMG, FM and AM, Columbia.
...2001, we're getting it now, a big dose of it. The Gamecocks will soon take to the field. And interesting, I think, to note that the Tigers are laying back. They're not going to come out while this is going on, Mike.
No, they can't see them peeking out of the locker room yet. Of course, they're back tucked in the corner where our view is not that great. The cheerleaders are out there waiting for them. The Tiger is holding the big Tiger Paw flag waiting for them, but they may wait this one out until the Gamecocks are on the field and this 2001 theme is over with.
Well, you can't do much to back over this 2001 theme. They were warming this thing up about 10:30 this morning and about drove those of us who were in the press box at that time deaf. I mean, they were firing this thing up to the point you could hear it in Charleston and Greenville. And here come the Gamecocks. So out of the smoke at the south end of Williams-Brice Stadium, and onto the field come the South Carolina Gamecocks as they ready themselves to do battle against the Tigers here this afternoon. And shortly, we'll have the arrival of the Clemson team coming now. Fair to say that perhaps there are more Gamecock fans than Clemson fans here, because I hear a lot of boos as Clemson takes to the field here this afternoon for this game. Sounds that way. I think, Mike, we can write it down in the books that perhaps Clemson has adopted the orange pants on the road. This is, what, 3 straight road games now, or 2 straight road games where they have worn the orange. And they did, of course, wear the entire orange uniform last week in their game against Virginia. But this is the uniform that you and I and everyone else associated with those of us in the press box have pointed to and said, we think they ought to stick with it. It's a great-looking uniform with the white jerseys and the orange pants and the orange numerals.
It sure is. It's a classy road uniform, and I think the Tigers may save the orange pants at home for special occasions, but yeah, I agree with you. I think this road uniform with the orange pants certainly is a classy look that the Tigers can play in.
Well, the captains meeting out at midfield now, and very shortly will be underway. The captains for South Carolina, Rob DeBoer, Ernest Dixon. For Clemson, Darren Calhoun, Tyrone Simpson, Derek Witherspoon, and Terry Smith. And shortly, the toss of the coin, and we'll know who does what first in this game. Clemson's won the toss. They have deferred. So the Tigers deferring here as we're about to get underway with the first quarter.
These fans are really excited at the ball game. They've got standing room only crowds, as you see in the concrete turnstiles coming around on each corner of the stadium. That those places are just packed, and people are just pushing their way forward to the front to try to get a view of the ball game.
Yeah, you're right. And I hope we don't have something like they had in Wisconsin a few weeks ago in that regard, because that was quite a delicate situation.
Well, there's one way to cure that, and that's for the Tigers to win.
You got a point there. Of course, if you look down here at the north end, you see a lot of Tiger fans there, so I don't know if that's the answer or not, Mike. But
it's a good feeling as a Tiger to come toward this end zone where all the orange is, and you see all your fans cheering for you, and hopefully you can score some points toward that way for them to do some cheering.
So the Gamecocks head to the south end to receive. The Tigers will be kicking off as we're just about ready to get underway with the action here this afternoon.
A big thank you to Captain Dean Seafood for the spirit contract.
And now the Tigers headed out. Nelson Welch with the kicking tee in hand. And very shortly we'll be underway. Back deep, Frank Adams and Brandon Bennett for the Gamecocks. Bennett will be to our near side, or the right side as the Tigers look downfield, and Adams will be to the far side, the left side of that Tiger front, which will come down in pursuit of the ball carrier here this afternoon. So ready we are for football once again. As Welch has it placed on the tee, awaits now the official whistle that will get this game started. And the opening kickoff brought to you by your local Carolina Dodge dealer. Welch approaches the football. High end-over-end kick. Short one, though. Bennett grabs it off at the 10, 15, 20, up to the 25. Breaks out of the pack, out over the 40, and finally brought down as he gets out near the 45-yard line. So Bennett had a good head of steam and finally brought down by the kicker, Nelson Welch. And Carolina has the football with some excellent field position from which to operate as they will take over 1st and 10 at their 43-yard line.
Well, you feel like Brandon Bennett was getting to go into full stride, and Nelson Welch had to stick his head in there to bring him down. If he had not, he may have gone all the way on that opening kickoff.
Tannehill has Bennett and DeBoer in the backfield. Means goes wide to the right side now as they operate for the first time offensively. This time they run the reverse with the football. Cates, right side, he's all alone. Midfield, 45, 40, down to the 30, and finally hauled down at the 26-yard line. Pulling him down was Peter Ford. Brandon Bennett took it, gave to Cates on the reverse. They caught the defense napping, and they are in at the 27-yard line of the Tigers' 1st and 10 Gamecocks.
Oh, there was just no white jerseys on that side where Cates was running to. He lined up on the left side, took the ball from Bennett, went back to the right side, and had nothing but green grass in front of him.
Cates goes right, Means comes left. They line up in the I. Bennett and DeBoer in front of him. And off play action, Tannehill to throw over the middle. It is deflected and incomplete. It was batted away by Tim Jones. Toby Cates, the intended receiver, on the play.
Well, thank goodness for the Tiger fans that Tim Jones did bat that ball away, because Toby Cates was breaking wide open on a curl route past the first down marker. Tannehill saw him and threw the ball to him, and like it was on target there until Tim Jones just knocked it away, and the ball fell incomplete.
Means and Cates both come to the left side. Now they'll be in the I once again as Tannehill brings them up. Football at the 27-yard line of the Tigers, 2nd down and 10. This time they ride it off, and straight ahead goes Brandon Bennett. Carries into about the 25, and Brenton Buckner knocks him down there, so a pickup of 2.5, we'll say, on the play. Mark it just inside the 25 at the 24.5-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and long for the Gamecocks. 3rd and about a long 7 would best describe it here.
Well, Buckner really wreaked havoc last week in that Virginia running game, and he's starting it out right today by clogging up that middle as Bennett tried to go by him.
DeBoer now the lone running back as Cates and Harris both go to the right side, and they bring Means to the left. Back to throw, Tannehill. Pressure on him, fires to the right side. It is completed over there, but not enough for a first down. Good defensive play that time by Tim Jones once again, who would not be out-juked over there as Harris made the catch, and he throws him down back at the 22-yard line.
Well, what a hit by Tim Jones. Harris caught the football about 2 yards shy of the first down marker, but he felt someone coming on his back, so he cut back to the inside to try to pick up that first down yardage. But Tim Jones was standing there waiting for him and brought him down right on the spot.
They mark it at the 20, and Reed Morton now on to attempt a field goal. This will be a 36-yard effort from the hash mark right. Awaiting the snap back. He's kicking into that good, strong breeze right now. The spot and the kick up, and the kick is good. So Morton hits a field goal from 36 yards out, and the Gamecocks break on top after an outstanding return on the opening kickoff by Bennett, and then the Tiger defense fouling them. The Gamecocks get 3 points on the board. We have a timeout. We will return after this.
Well, I live in a little town, not a lot to do. So my family took some music lessons, and we learned to play some tunes. Daddy played bass, brother played guitar, mama played pots and pans. And before we knew it, our friends took to it, and we formed a neighborhood band. Hit it, y'all! Walk off the street, dance to the beat, we're jamming on Saturday night. Good times, good friends, and I'm cool, that's all right. For good times with good friends, it's only natural. Crisp, cold, natural life here. Walk off the street, dance to the beat, we're jamming on Saturday.
you're shopping for a minivan, you need to see a specialist. The specialist at the minivan store, your nearest Carolina Dodge dealer. That's where you'll find Caravan, America's best seller. And because they've sold so many, Carolina Dodge dealers are experts at matching the right minivan to the right family. From the budget-pleasing base Caravan to the incredible all-wheel drive Grand Caravan. Which one is right for you? The specialist knows, and there's only one place to find a minivan specialist. The Minivan Store at your local Carolina Dodge dealer.
Back here again at Williams-Brice Stadium. Morton, a 32-yard field goal after 5 plays, 37 yards, 2:05 off the clock. Gamecocks 3, Tigers nothing. Travis Harrison to kick off now. High, end over end boot. That's going to be grabbed by Andre Humphrey at the 8, to the 10, the 15, the 20. Cuts to the near sidelines, out over the 25 to the 30, and down he goes around the 32 or 3-yard line. Hit there by DeAndre James. So the Tigers got some pretty good field position from which to start.
And we see both teams starting with their first offensive series in great field position. Brandon Bennett making a good run back on the opening kickoff for the Gamecocks. And now Andre Humphreys doing the same for the Tigers as they get the football.
Wide to the left side, they send Terry Smith. They'll be in the wishbone. McLeon at quarterback as Witherspoon, Blunt, and Smith. He gives it off this time to Rodney Blunt. Drives the left side, gets a couple, moves out near the 35-yard line, is knocked down by Chris Rump, an outside linebacker for the Gamecocks.
The Tigers start out
at the 34-yard line.
They start out, Jim, in that misdirected play. We've seen so much out of that wishbone formation. Going this time to the left side, but the Gamecocks standing tall defensively, stopping him for a short 2-yard gain.
Jason Davis to the right side as Terry Smith goes to the left, and again they're in the wishbone. Dexter McLeon at quarterback. 3-0 Gamecocks on top here in the first quarter. This time, keeps it on the option and is knocked down for a loss on the play. There is a flag, however.
Looked like Mike Landry, the inside linebacker, snuck through there and brought down McLeon in the backfield. But he may have been offsides because we got an offsides penalty against the Gamecocks.
Yep, that is the call, and that certainly is a break for the Tigers. That's going to move it out now near the 39-yard line.
Yeah, the Tigers would have been faced with a 3rd and long situation, but now it's going to be 2nd down all over again. And I guess about 3 to go.
Greg Hood gets into the lineup now for the Tigers. Terry Smith and Jason Davis go to the left side. Marcus Hinton comes to the right. They'll be in the I. It will be Emery Smith and Greg Hood lined up behind McLeon. Dexter moves up under center now. 2nd down and about 4. Gives to Hood. Comes over the top and gets out to the 41. As he went over left tackle that time, was knocked off his feet, however, by Pettiford and Brown of the Gamecock defense. And it will be 3rd down and a yard now for Clemson from the 41-yard line. Their own 41, with South Carolina leading this game 3-0.
You can see in the first 3 running plays that the Tigers have run against that Gamecock defense, that the Gamecocks have had a lot of penetration on the interior line. That's caused the short gains for the Tigers.
Witherspoon now will wing to the right side, and they give it off to Emery Smith. First down. Fights his way forward to the 43-yard line. Dixon, the outside linebacker, Ernest Dixon, making the tackle, but Emery running straight up that time, just stepped over players and got the first down for the Tigers.
He's right. He had to step over a couple of players who were in the backfield again for the Gamecocks. They were getting good penetration up front, but Emery Smith, with his head up, he just stepped over them and got just enough yardage for the first down.
Jason Davis checks back in. He'll go wide to the left side as Terry Smith will come to the right. They're back to the wishbone now. Blunt, Witherspoon, along with Emery Smith, lined up behind Dexter McLeon. 1st and down at their own 43. McLeon this time handing off to Smith, the fullback straight ahead. Maybe got penetration to the 45. Stacey Evans, the defensive end, however, really stood Emery up and drove him back. So we'll see where they give him forward progress to. Out to the 45-yard line. Pickup of 2 on the play. 2nd down and 8 now for the Tigers. Marcus Hinton getting back in as a wide out. Smith will go left. Hinton will come to the right side, and again they'll be in the bone. McLeon up under center. 2nd down and 8. Back to throw. First time throwing today. Fires over the middle. Incomplete. That was intended for Hinton. He was bumped out there by Jerry Inman, but I think they ruled that the pass was thrown far enough away that it would not have been catchable.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the ball was overthrown that time. Hinton was running a curl route, and it looked like McLeon threw the ball a little bit high and a little bit inside, too much for Hinton to get to. But again, McLeon being pressured very heavily by that Gamecock interior line.
All right. Smith goes wide to the left side. Antoine Wyatt, a slot over there on the left side. Now they're in the eye. False start out there. McLeon never got the snap. Did not get the snap. He called the proper signal, apparently, but Bryce didn't snap it, and so that's going to cost Clemson 5. Set them back now to the 40-yard line. That must be a bad feeling when you step back to start a play. There's no football to work with.
That's right. It looked like McLeon was ready to run the play, but the ball was still sitting on the ground in the center's hands.
Clock shows 10:13 remaining in the first quarter. 3-0 Gamecocks. Tigers now with a 3rd down and long. Terry Smith will go left. Jason Davis will come right. They'll be back in the wishbone. 3rd and 13. Football at the 40-yard line of Clemson. Well, we got a timeout here or what? I think the Carolina players have gone over to the sidelines, so South Carolina has asked for a timeout here. And so, here in this first drive, the Tigers, with the football, have run into a bit of a problem. That problem being the fact that South Carolina has really keyed on the running game up to now.
Well, I think that's the factor or the game plan of that Gamecock defense coming into the ball game. And we've seen a lot of penetration on the interior line, and that penetration has disrupted the backfield for the Tigers, and they have really not been able to generate anything on that running game. I think the Tigers are going to have to resort to some play-action passes, probably on 1st or 2nd down, to try to catch those linebackers coming and maybe hit a quick pass right over their heads to loosen that defense up some. But until the Tigers prove they can throw the football, I honestly believe that the Gamecocks will still submarine people on the interior line and bring those linebackers and stop that running game.
What's your feeling here now? 3rd and long, it would appear to be an obvious passing down. Or do you attempt to run it here and kick the ball and hope you can pin them back?
Well, I think with McLeon in there quarterback, I think you have to run something very safe. I'd like to see a screen right here. I don't want to see McLeon throw the ball over the middle of the field and possibly get an interception because of his inexperience. But I think a safe screen would be a good play at this point.
Out they come. Terry Smith will go to the left side. Jason Davis comes out right. They'll be in the wishbone. It's 3rd down and 13 from the Clemson 40-yard line. And they give McClinton bad pitch. McLeon made a bad pitch. And it's going to be down back around the 32-yard line. And I'm not certain who fell on it there.
McLeon got back to the ball.
Did he get to it? Okay. They were right in front of the Clemson bench. I thought Dexter had a crease to run to that time. And just about then he tried to pinch the blunt. Toby Cates will go back to receive. The punt by McAnally now. As the Tigers, who had reached the 45, end up back on their 31-yard line. And now must punt the football. So McAnally awaiting the snap. Cates awaiting the kick. That 10-man front looks like they'll come with a hard rush here. Snap back, a high snap, and he just got it out of there and kicks it high and short. It will hit at midfield and take a Clemson bounce and roll into South Carolina territory to the 44. And that's a punt of only 25 yards by McAnally. And he felt the pressure of that hard rush. We've got a timeout. 3-0 Carolina here in the first quarter.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
Ladies, now is the time to familiarize yourself with handguns and their proper use with the Shooter's Choice Women's Handgun Class. This is exclusively for women, November the 16th from 6 until 9 p.m. On hand will be an NRA-certified Winchester representative. You'll learn about handguns, how to select one, safe gun storage, and proper usage. Police officers will be there to answer any questions you might have about handgun laws. When you're through, practice what you've learned on the range. Class $20. Call 791-5490. Shooter's Choice.
Did you know the Department of Veterans Affairs has homes available throughout South Carolina for sale with low down payments, no closing costs, and current interest rates? Say you're not a veteran? These homes are available to veterans, no vets, and investors. The VA is an equal opportunity seller lender.
Gooney Bird Sports Grill and Bar, Westland Shopping Center, Highway 378, West Columbia. We boggle the mind and gratify the senses and are truly a fun and fascinating place for lunch, dinner, or evening rendezvous. Gooney Bird Sports Grill and Bar, Highway 378, West Columbia.
The excitement and thrills of the season are here. Your favorite football team has returned to the gridiron. The hunting season's back, and the Carolina's largest Suzuki dealer, Columbia Yamaha Suzuki, is in their new state-of-the-art facility on 2 Notch Road, 7 blocks from Columbia Mall. Come in soon to our new showroom and see the choice of Suzuki ATVs. And remember, whatever the occasion, in the dirt, in the woods, or on the road, you can break away from the pack and head for all these thrills on Suzuki. A Suzuki from Columbia Yamaha Suzuki.
Bad to the bone. Ben Satcher Ford has over 200 1993 and 1994 Ford F-150 trucks in stock. A price starting at $10,262. That's $10,262 for the best selection of Ford trucks in the Midlands and an excellent price. See Ben Satcher Ford in Lexington on the corner of Highway 1 and 378. All rebates to dealer, plus South Carolina tax and tags.
This is Clemson Tiger football on WOMG FM and AM Columbia.
Back here again, not much question, Mike Epley, but what South Carolina's established the early momentum in this game. They have scored 3, they have stopped the Tigers, and they have the football now as they take over at their own 44-yard line, 45-yard line. Tannehill has Bennett and DeBoer as he's backed. Pitches back to Brandon Bennett, trying to get outside left. Comes up across the 45 and is knocked down as he gets out to the 47-yard line. He was hit there by Brenson Buckner with help from Andre Humphrey. So it's going to be second down and about 8 now as it's marked at the 47-yard line.
Well, it looked for a second like Bennett would be brought down in the backfield by a couple of the Tigers who were back there on him, but somehow he squeezed right between them and got some positive yards on the play.
Corey Bridges comes to the left side. Cates goes out right now. DeBoer, the lone setback, in behind Tannehill. They'll slot on the right side as well. And this time they give to Rob DeBoer. He's going to run, but not much there. He may have lost a little yardage that time. He tried a little misdirection, but he was met by Pringle and Buckner, and together they wrestled him down. It's spotted again at the 47, so no gain on the play. Perhaps a yard. They move it out nearer the 48. And it'll be third down and 7 yards to go now. So again, they send Bridges wide to the right side. They'll slot on the right side with Reddick. And now the tight end Foster goes to the right side as Tannehill's back to throw. Forced out of the pocket, rolling to his right, looks upfield. Intercepted. Picked off at the 43. Down the sidelines across the 50 is Wardell Rouse with his second interception of the year. And the Tigers have it in Gamecock territory. And now we have a little extracurricular activity, and a flag is thrown over there.
Well, the Tigers were sitting back in zone coverage. Tannehill took off to the right side on a sprint out. He had a little bit of pressure, but not enough really to cause that bad of a throw. He threw the ball right to Rouse. He may have not seen him. And Rouse returned the ball upfield, and we had a penalty at the end of that play.
It's going to go against the Gamecocks.
Like a personal foul against the Gamecocks to move the ball further downfield into their territory for that Tiger offense.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I didn't see anything but orange and white out there in the area that Tannehill threw to.
I thought for a second that Tannehill might tuck the ball in and run the ball because he had a wide open running lane, but he threw the football and it went right into the chest of Wardell Rouse.
So now the football at the 28-yard line of the Gamecocks. The Tigers have the possession. They're trailing 3-0 in this game. Dexter McLeon and company with some excellent operating position here now. Out they come. Jason Davis goes to the left side. Terry Smith comes right. Smith has Blunt and Witherspoon behind him as Emery lines up at fullback on the wishbone. McLeon up under center. First and 10 Tigers. Dexter takes it out. On the option, he'll keep. Turns it upfield. He's across the 20, down to the 10, 5, and knocked out of bounds in the vicinity of the 1-yard line. To bring it back out to the 7. One official standing there at the 1 was merely indicating the end of the play. It's going to be the 7 where he stepped out of bounds. But there's Dexter running the option. And that's one way to destroy that rush on your Baxton there on that option.
That's right. It shows you the quickness of McLeon. There was no fake that time to the fullback. It was just a lead option with him going straight to operate off the defensive end. The defensive end went upfield, and McLeon just tucked the ball in and ran down the left sidelines.
Now they line up in a full house. This time it is Emery Smith trying to get outside right, looking to the corner, and going to be thrown down right around the line of scrimmage. Emery just could not evade all of those black-shirted defenders led by Norman Green and Jerry Hinman of the Gamecocks that time. And so it'll be second down and goal for Clemson now. They're trailing 3-0 in the game. But the interception by Rouse gave them excellent field position, and they operate now deep in Gamecock territory. Hinton will go left. Smith will come right. They'll be in the bone. McLeon up under center. Takes it out. Keeps on the option. Looks to pitch. Turns it upfield. Pitches badly again. Intended for Witherspoon, and I believe that may be a rule of forward pass. Looked like it was, but what are they going to call it?
Yep. They just threw the flag.
Yep.
Threw the ball past the line of scrimmage.
He was past the line of scrimmage when he threw the pitch that was in front of him. So now Dexter doing some things you would expect from a young quarterback early in this game, making mistakes, especially in this position, in an area where you can't afford to make mistakes.
You're right. That shows his inexperience. As he was trying to cut the ball upfield, running it, he saw Witherspoon, I guess, out the corner of his eye, and tried to, at the last minute, pitch to him, but the ball went in front of Witherspoon, and actually it was a forward pass downfield, and the Tigers are going to lose it down here.
Yeah, they sure will. They'll lose it down, and it will move to third down, and the ball will come out now to the 11-yard line. So now the Tigers have 11 yards to cover on third down if they are to get into the end zone. They line up in the wishbone. Jason Davis goes to the left side. McLeon moving up under center. Dexter takes it out, goes back to throw. Pump fake, little screen out on the left side for Witherspoon, nothing there. He's going to be knocked down back around the 14-yard line by Tony Watkins, coming up from his safety spot. And so Clemson will have to attempt a field goal here as Nelson Welch and company come out.
Well, nice play by Lopkins. As he got by the blockers there. They were setting up the screen to the left side. There were two blockers out in front for the Tigers. And Lopkins somehow snuck right by them, got into the backfield to bring Witherspoon down.
32-yard effort from the hash mark left. Harvey to hold, Welch to kick. Awaiting the snap. This could tie it. Spot, kick up. And the kick is good. So Nelson Welch hits a 32-yard field goal. And now with 6:04 remaining in the first quarter, we have a timeout with the score, Clemson 3, South Carolina 3.
When it comes to great food for every Clemson football game, nobody tailgates with the Tigers better than Bilo. Because Bilo has just what you need for those game day parties. Delicious fried chicken and fresh salads from the deli. Fresh bread, cakes, pies, and cookies from the bakery. Plenty of soft drinks, beer, and snacks. And best of all, when it comes to low prices, Bilo is the only game in town. So for game day and every day, shop Bilo, your Tiger tailgating headquarters. Bilo. The name fits.
I'd never been to a college campus. It was great.
We met some football players.
Yeah, we went to a class.
The Exxon ACC Kids in College program is part of Exxon's continuing commitment to education. Designed to reduce dropout rates, it brings selected at-risk middle school students onto ACC campuses where they attend a class, visit the student center, watch a football practice, and get a real taste of college life.
You know, it got me thinking seriously about college. It really did.
Making it to the pros means giving them your best.
And being a professionally trained auto technician means installing only the best. Like top-quality CarQuest auto parts. So when you want the best, look for a pro who knows the score. A pro who installs top-quality auto parts from CarQuest.
This one's out of here.
CarQuest. Welcome to the pros.
Would a mega bank take time to custom tailor a loan for a two-store women's wear chain? Fortunately, Barbara Rax didn't have to find out.
Charles Chamberlain came in here and really got to know our business. I haven't had a relationship like that with a bank for years.
Now Rax is a three-store chain. Next time you need a business loan, call Carolina First. We'll help you slip into something more comfortable. Carolina First, the bank that puts South Carolina first. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
All right, Tigers will be kicking off. It's tied now 3-3. Welch a 32-yard field goal. Tigers 5 plays, 14 yards, 1:45 off the clock. Before the kickoff, let's pause briefly for station identification. This is the Clemson Football Network.
Oldies 103, WOMG, FM and AM, Columbia.
Bennett, along with Adams, back deep to receive the kickoff. Nelson Welch has it on the tee at the 35. And now approaches the football. Here's his boot, a flat kick. Going to bounce in front of Bennett. He'll pick it up at the 6, to the 10. Cuts to his left at the 15. Swings outside behind a blocker at the 20. Up over the 30. And finally pulled out of bounds as he gets up to about the 37-yard line along the near sideline. So South Carolina will have excellent field position. Lewis Usher was the man who knocked him out of bounds there.
We've seen both Gamecock returns off those kickoffs to that left sideline. Brandon Bennett, of course, for the Gamecocks, returning both of them and getting great field position on both of the returns.
Tannehill brings them out. He'll send Toby Case to the left side. Alford goes out right. He'll work out of the I formation with Bennett and DeBoer in there now. This time, giving it off. That's Brandon Bennett getting outside to the right. Knocked down as he gets up to the 40-yard line. Good job by Brian Dawkins, who came from his rover position and just cut the legs out from under Brandon Bennett.
Well, it was a nice play because Dawkins had to go through a blocker who Bennett was actually running right behind the blocker with his hand on his hip, kind of guiding the blocker along and was going to cut off of his block. But Dawkins came and submarined both of them and took them both out of the play.
Gain 2 up to the 39. It's 2nd down and 8. They'll bring Alford wide to the left side with Cates out to the right. Split the backs out now. And Tannehill back to throw off play action. Look to the middle. Wide open and now intercepted and then dropped. And a fumbled ball will be picked up by the Gamecocks. Humphrey had the deflected pass, started to run with it, took about 3 steps, lost possession, and then Boomer Foster of South Carolina fell on it. They had originally thrown it in the direction of Alford, but it was tipped away from him. And the Tigers miss an excellent opportunity to have possession of the football again, and the Gamecocks get a first down in Tiger territory at the 46.
Well, Alford was actually open on the play. The ball was thrown high. Alford did all he could just to get one hand on it. Of course, that tipped the ball up in the air, and Andre Humphrey was coming up behind him, snagged the ball in, but then fumbled it on the return.
Cates left, Alford right, I formation. Bennett slants off right tackle. Up over the 45, into the 40, and down to the 39-yard line of the Tigers. Knocked off his feet there by Wardell Rouse. On the Dixie Crystal scoreboard, Florida leads Vanderbilt 7-0. That's in the first. Michigan 7, Ohio State 0. That in the first. Virginia Tech and Virginia tied 3-3. They're in the second quarter. Wide right, they send Alford. They bring Cates to the left, and again they're in the I with DeBoer and Bennett. Tannehill at quarterback. Gives to Rob DeBoer. Straight ahead. Gets into about the 37, but that's it as he is knocked down. And Tim Jones was there defensively for the Tigers. DeBoer had a good head of steam and cracked the big hole at the line of scrimmage, but Jones stepped right up in there that time.
Well, Jones just stopped him cold. It looked like just picked him up and then threw him back on his back to bring him down short of the first down marker.
3rd and a long yard now. Tannehill has them in the eye once again. And gives to DeBoer once more. Looks like he's got the first down as he cracks in near the 35-yard line. Hit that time by Marvin Cross and Tyrone Simpson. Let's wait on the spot of the football here now and see whether or not, I'll tell you what, I thought he had reached the 35 without question. That football's marked out close to the 36-yard line, and the chains will be brought in to measure here. It's a 3-3 ball game in the first quarter with 4 minutes remaining. And the sticks coming in from across the way.
It looked like that second effort by DeBoer got him close to the 35-yard line.
I still think he's got the first down.
But the spot pushed it back close to the 36.
Yeah, he got it.
Got it by the length of the football.
So the Gamecocks again threatening here as they are deep in Tiger territory. The football at the 36-yard line. Out they come again now. Tannehill has them in the I formation, brings Alford to the left side. This time gives it to Bennett, trying to get outside left, and being pursued, and finally driven down back around the 35 by Andre Humphrey. Humphrey saw that he was in trouble. He was being strung out on the right side that time. I think Buckner was stringing him out over there, and that allowed Humphrey to come up and make the tackle. And in fact, Brenson and Brandon had a few words as they walked side by side back towards the middle of the field again.
Well, Buckner, to be as big as he is truly amazing that he can run that well. Andre Humphrey had run support that time, so he came up in a hurry and stopped Bennett right there at the line of scrimmage.
Gates comes left, Means goes to the right. And they will slot on the right side now, and back to throw Tannehill. Now on the draw play, gives it off to DeBoer. Robb is only going to get back to about the 34, and Mike Barber wraps him up there, and there is a flag on the play.
Michael Barber on the stop.
So we'll see what the flag is all about.
It looked like Barber was tackling the football with DeBoer running it and almost stripped it away from him.
It's going to go against the Gamecocks holding. Looks like Vincent Dinkins, the center, was guilty of the hold on the play. So that will cost them 10 yards, and it will move it out to the 45-yard line of Clemson, and they'll run second down over again. 3-3 ball game here in the first quarter with 3:03 remaining. South Carolina on the opening kickoff got a long return from Brandon Bennett, and then their drive stalled, and they kicked a field goal as Morton hit one from 36. Tigers, after a Rouse interception, drove it deep into Gamecock territory, then stalled. And Nelson Welch kicked a 32-yard field goal, and that's the way it stands at 3-3. With the football now out to the 44-yard line of Clemson, second down, and 19 yards to go for the Gamecocks. Wide to the right is Means. Cates comes to the left side. Bennett now comes out as a slot on the left side, and DeBoer remains in behind Tannehill. Tannehill fumbled the snap, picks it up, however. Buckner had him, let him get away, throws upfield. It is going to be caught. That is Cates down inside the 20 and into the 17-yard line. He came back to the football nicely and beat Leamont Evans that time.
And the Tigers back in zone coverage once again on third and long. Second and long. They were expecting the pass. Tannehill fumbled the snap coming out from center exchange.
Well, Lamarick Simpson had a bead on Tannehill, but he just couldn't get the job done.
He went right underneath Simpson as he was trying to take him down by the headgear.
At the 17-yard line, first and 10 Gamecocks. Tannehill brings them out now. This time pitches to Bennett. They fake the reverse. Bennett keeps. Gets to the 15. Fights his way to the 14-yard line and is wrapped up there by Wardell Rouse. So early on in this game, they ran that reverse successfully. This time they faked it. And Rouse stayed home on his side and was able to make the tackle as Bennett to pick up a 3 on the play. It'll be second down and 7 with the football at the 14-yard line of the Tigers and 2:02 showing on the clock here in the first quarter. Cates goes wide to the right. They'll bring Bridges to the left side. Line up in the I formation with DeBoer and Bennett behind Tannehill. Steve Tannehill gives to Bennett again. Finds a little running room, but not much. He got to the 13, and Mike Barber stepped up in there nicely to knife him down from his linebacker position.
Tigers closed that hole up in a hurry as Bennett came from the right side, lined up in the backfield, and then took the ball in the misdirection to the left side, and Barber was sitting there waiting on him. It's going to be a 3rd and 6 situation.
Big third down play here. Cates goes wide to the right. They'll bring Means to the left. Put DeBoer in behind now. And back to throw Tannehill. Looking over the middle. Firing over the middle. Incomplete. Intended that time for Monty Means, covered by Brian Dawkins. And so now it will be 4th down, and the kicking unit comes on again for South Carolina. That means that Reed Morton will be on to attempt another field goal here.
A lot of the Gamecock fans wanted pass interference that time as Means was breaking open, but the pass was again well overthrown, and the official signaled that it was not a catchable football.
This will be a 31-yard effort by Morton, almost directly in front of the goalpost. Snap back to spot the kick up, and the kick will be good. No good. Missed it wide to the right. Morton's kick drifted off to the right and wide, and so the Tigers have held defensively, and they will take over the football with 1 minute and 6 seconds left here in the quarter. And they will have possession of the football with Witherspoon, Blunt, Smith in that wishbone. Dexter McLeon coming on. Football will be at the 20-yard line of the Tigers.
Hey, Jim, if you look at the flags blowing in the stadium, they're blowing in to that kick and to the right. It may have had somewhat of an effect on pushing that ball wide right on those goalposts.
Now they line up with Witherspoon out as a wing on the left side, inside of Terry Smith. Jason Davis comes to the right. They give it off to Emery Smith, who pounds straight ahead and gets about 2, maybe 3 yards, fighting his way out near the 23-yard line before he's pulled down. It was Mike Washington, the nose guard for South Carolina, making the tackle. Only 50 seconds remaining in this first quarter of play in a 3-3 ball game. And the football out to the 23-yard line. Now they're warning the Tiger players to get back into that box area down along the sidelines. They had drifted out near the sidelines. Terry Smith's going to line up wide to the left side, and Marcus Hinton will come to the right. They'll be in the bone once again. Only 43 seconds left here in the first quarter with the clock now stopped. The officials getting that timeout in an effort to move the Tiger sideline back. One of those games when you sit here, Mike, and you just feel like sooner or later somebody's going to bust a big play.
It seems that way. Everything has been played right in the middle of the field, or right into the middle of the center of the field, right in the interior line. I feel like somebody's going to bust a big one anytime.
Wishbone. Smith left, Hinton right. And this time the pitch, a bad pitch again. Witherspoon had to go back for it, and now how he made positive yardage I'll never know, but he did as he got out to the 26-yard line. Mike Landry and Chris Rump. All right, what's going on here with McLeon? Are they disrupting his rhythm, or is he just panicking a little bit out there? What do you see, Mike?
I think a little bit of both, Jim. The penetration is such that it's disrupting the option, and his pitches have been behind the running backs. The first one he was trying to get, I think, back to Blunt. This one here going back to Witherspoon. Both were behind the intended pitch men, and this time Witherspoon had to reach back and get the ball and try to get some positive yards on the play.
Well, we've reached the end of the first quarter, and here at Williams-Brice Stadium in Columbia, after 1 quarter of play, it's the Tigers 3, the Gamecocks 3.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
Little Mexico, the finest in Mexican gourmet on St. Andrews Road across from Seven Oaks Shopping Center. Treat yourself to Little Mexico's Fiesta Lunch Buffet, only $4.75, and the dinner buffet, just $5.99. Or if you prefer, order from Little Mexico's sensational Mexican menu. Don't miss happy hour with margaritas, only $1.95. Little Mexico, the finest in Mexican gourmet. St. Andrews Road across from Seven Oaks Shopping Center. Little Mexico.
Don't run all around the countryside in search of quality TVs, VCRs, and state-of-the-art satellite systems. You can find them all, including the brand new line of Toshiba televisions at Sheely Satellite Systems. Complete home theater systems, Toshiba televisions, and VCRs. Sheely's can sell, install, and service all of your home entertainment needs. Check out Sheely Satellite Systems for sales, service, installation, and the new televisions from Toshiba. Augusta Highway in Lexington, 3 miles past Ben Satcher Motors, near Lexington High. Call 359-8737.
When it comes to hard work, we get the job done at Ace Glass Company. We install glass that's plain to see. Ace Glass Company. Ace Glass Company. It's crystal clear. Doing it right is always job one. Ace
There's nothing more satisfying to a hunter than to shop where gun value and gun quality is the top concern. The Ballistic Center is just such a store, the ideal place to buy your gun and other hunting supplies. The Ballistic Center, near the intersection of Broad River Road and St. Andrews Road.
There's a smart place to buy that next car or truck. Irmo Quality Auto Sales, Woodrow Street in Irmo. Irmo Quality Auto Sales, where you can buy in-house or get bank financing. Our full-service center will inspect and pressure check your pressing car's air conditioning, only $19.95. Irmo Quality Auto Sales, the smart place to buy. You're listening to Clemson Tiger football action on Oldies 103.
It will be 3rd down and 4 for the Tigers. And out they come. Terry Smith comes to the near side. Jason Davis goes to the far side. Antoine Wyatt lines up as a slot left. High formation now behind Dexter McLeon. Rolling to his left, looking to throw. Fires to the sidelines for Smith. Terry's got it up around the 33, and that'll be enough for a first down as Frank Adams was there to make the tackle.
Well, the Tigers could not have picked a better coverage or a better defense to run that play against. The Gamecocks brought everybody with the blitz and had man-to-man coverage on Terry Smith. He ran a simple out cut and was wide open. McLeon bought himself some time by sprinting to the left, pulled up, hit him for the first down.
Now Stephon Wynn comes in at tight end, and Smith goes out wide to the right side. Smith, Blunt, and Witherspoon in the backfield, and this time they hand it off, and coming to the left side with it for the Tigers was Rodney Blunt, who was knocked down by Jerry Inman. And that got him up around the 35-yard line. Let's see where they mark the football. They're all on the near sideline, and with all the Clemson players down there, and when they tackle them near the sideline, we have to wait for the spot. It's at the 34. So a gain of 1 on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 9. 3-3 ball game here early in the second quarter. Less than a minute has been played in this quarter as Terry Smith goes wide to the right and Jason Davis comes left. And again, they're in the bone. McLeon up under center. Dexter this time giving it off to... No, he keeps it. Took it out of the gut of Emory Smith, and he's sacked back there by Jamal Pettiford. Pettiford wrapped him up for a loss back around the 30-yard line. Misread that time, I think, Mike.
He sure did.
A hole there for Emory Smith.
He did. Pettiford folded that time. Pettiford stepped inside, and as soon as he saw the exchange between the fullback Emory Smith and McLeon release, he stepped outside and stopped McLeon in the backfield.
So it's back to the 30-yard line where it's 3rd and 13. Hinton goes wide right. Terry Smith comes left. Dexter takes out, drops the throw. Straight drop, fires right side. Wide open up around the 43-yard line is Hinton, and he is pulled down at that point. But a good step back and throw by McLeon, and Hinton hit by Inman and Brown, but I think has a first down for the Tigers.
It looks like it is. As Hinton was running a bend route across the middle, McLeon did not have that much time to look downfield. He saw Hinton the whole way. He was his primary receiver and threw the strike to him. Hinton actually had 2 people on his back, but brought the ball down, and I think they're going to measure here, but I think he got just enough yardage for that first down.
Yardage after the first quarter was 86 yards. South Carolina 24 for the Tigers. South Carolina had rushed for 55, Clemson 27. The Tigers were -3 in passing. South Carolina plus 31. First down and 10 for Clemson. The football at their 43-yard line. Dixie Crystal scoreboard. It's now Florida 14, Vanderbilt nothing in the second quarter of play. Wyatt coming wide to the left side. Hinton goes right. They'll be in the bone. 3-3 ball game here in the second quarter as McLeon moves up under center. Dexter now takes out. Looking to pitch. Does so on the corner. Blunt carries up to about the 47. Knocked down there by Frank Adams, the cornerback. Let's see where they spot the football again. They came to this near sideline. It's going to be a little closer to the 48-yard line on the play.
Whatever your car or...
So it'll be 2nd down and 5 yards to go.
Nice play by Adams, the cornerback for the Gamecocks that time. He followed off a block by Wyatt, the wide receiver for the Tigers, and got back to make that a short game instead of a long game for the Tigers.
This time they give it off to the second man through, and with it is Blunt, and he'll counter right across the left side, carry into the 45, and that'll be enough for another Tiger first down. Hit there by Ernest Dixon, the outside linebacker. Now to stop that rush off the middle, they're running that misdirection a little bit there, and they're finding a few creases, Mike.
They are, and what you're seeing on this particular offensive series for the Tigers is the penetration from the Gamecocks interior is not there. the previous offensive series, they were really disrupting plays in the backfield, but you don't see that this time. It looks like the assignments are being met by the offensive line for the Tigers.
All right, again, the wishbone. First and 10 at the 45 of South Carolina. This time they give it to Emery Smith. He'll get a few as he moves straight ahead. Knocked down by Mike Landry as he gets in near the 47-yard line of the Gamecocks. Again, reflecting on the Dixie Crystal scoreboard. Michigan still leads Ohio State 7-0. That's in the second. Virginia Tech now on top of Virginia, 17-3 in the second quarter of play.
With convenient connections to over 70 cities. U.S. Air.
Football at the 42-yard line of the Gamecocks. Second down and 6 for the Tigers. Wyatt goes wide to the right side. Emery Smith once again plowing straight ahead down near the 40-yard line, but that'll be it as he is stacked up there. Almost looks as if they reverted to what they did to get their offense going last week, starting to give to that fullback more frequently here.
Well, I think probably McLeon has got a couple instructions from the coaches up in the booth here to telling him to hand the ball off to get that defensive end or his read man, his first read man, going inside with the fullback some. You have to set him up. You can't just take it out and operate outside all the time. You got to set him up by giving the ball to the fullback a little bit.
Down the wishbone. And this time flags down. Looked like South Carolina may have been offside on the play. Like somebody on the left side jumped. However, was there movement by Clemson prior to it? The way the Gamecocks were applauding, there may well have been.
I believe the way the officials stopped the play dead, it had to be on the offense.
It's going to cost them 5 yards, and that'll move it out to the 47-yard line now. Now we're going to move it out to the 45-yard line.
It certainly throws a different perspective on this third down play for the Tigers. They have to run a longer route now and also get McLeon back in the pocket on maybe a 5 or 7 step drop.
Third down and 10. Now they'll send Smith and Davis to the right side, bring Hinton to the left side. Greg Hood's in at tailback as they line up in the I. McLeon up under center. Third and 10. Gives it off to Hood. Greg gets across the 45 to the 43, but that's all. Mike Landry, a linebacker, Jamal Pettiford, the defensive end, are there defensively for the Gamecocks. And so now it becomes fourth down for the Tigers.
We've talked so much, Jim, about the adrenaline in this football game early. We have already seen 6 penalties, 3 by both sides of the football, 15 yards assessed against Clemson, and double that for the Gamecocks, 30 yards in penalties against the Gamecocks.
McAnally to kick to Cates and Harris, who are backed up deep. First time he punted, McAnally just got one out of there, and it was only a 25-yarder, and he's putting into a stiff breeze this time. Awaiting the snap, he'll get the kick off as they set up the return, and he hits it pretty good. It's a little wobbly, and a fair catch called for by Cates. Dropped it, but falls on it back at the 16-yard line. So the Gamecocks will take over the football, first and 10 at their 16-yard line now. We have a timeout, 9:37 remaining in the first half. Here at Williams-Brice Stadium, it's the Tigers and the Gamecocks tied 3-3.
Power, BC Power. When your job gives you a powerful headache, you need the power of BC. Power, BC Power.
As a newspaper layout artist, I'm always fighting the clock.
BC Power in the powder, the power of BC.
I've got deadlines and everything has to fit. The pressure's always on and headaches are just part of the job.
BC Power in the powder, the power of BC.
My head hurts like it's been run through the press just like a newspaper. Thank goodness for BC.
You need something to see you through, something strong so you'll feel like new.
There's nothing like BC for stopping a headache fast. For me, pills don't hold a candle to it.
BC Power in the powder, the power of BC. For strong pain relief, BC powder stops pain fast. The power of BC. Use as directed.
There may well be a break in the action for the Tigers, but there's plenty of action going on down at your Carolina Ford dealer. After all, he's got 5 of the top 10 selling vehicles in the Carolinas. That's some record. From Ford Escort, the #1 selling small car, to Taurus, the #1 selling car, period. And Ford Ranger, the #1 selling compact pickup. To F-Series, the #1 selling full-size pickup. Plus Ford Explorers, the #1 selling sport utility. So no matter what your transportation needs are, your Carolina Ford dealer's got you covered.
Carolina Pride is proud to support the Clemson Tigers. It takes pride and determination to build a great team, just as it does to make great Carolina Pride meat products. Clemson fans love Carolina Pride hot dogs so much, we serve them at the Clemson home games. We've put over 70 years into making great-tasting hot dogs, luncheon meat, bacon, and sausage. When you serve Carolina Pride in your home, you know that your family's getting the highest quality. We make them with pride so you can serve them with pride. Carolina Pride.
Back here at Williams-Brice Stadium. Strange things happen, Mike. During that timeout, Steve Tannehill's over in front of the defensive line of Clemson. He and Brenson Buckner just having a big conversation, patting each other on the shoulder out here. All right, the Gamecocks ready to go now. Tannehill will set them down. He'll have Bennett immediately behind him. Pritchett in there as well. And now back to throw. Bennett goes over the middle. That is incomplete, intended for Joe Troop, who was lined up on the left side in a slot. James Hemphill in on the tackle for the Tigers.
Well, you can really tell thus far in the football game, Tannehill is just not on the mark yet. He hasn't settled in, gotten his rhythm throwing the football. He's had some open receivers, but he's missed just about every time.
Bennett now lines up behind the quarterback, Tannehill. They put wideouts left and right. Steve Tannehill back to throw. Has time, looks over the middle, fires incomplete. He threw behind Pritchett, the intended receiver. That'll draw a few boos from the Gamecock partisans here. Earlier in the game, Wardell Rouse picked off a pass for the Tigers on our CarQuest close-up. We asked Wardell, with USC putting up those 17 pick points against Florida last week, does that worry the Tigers?
Well, I know we're going to be ready to play. And if they score 17 quick on us, our offense is going to put up more. So that's the way I feel.
Gamecocks come out now. They will bring Means wide to the right side. Cates will line up on the right side as well. Back to throw again, Tannehill on third down. Looks to the sidelines, fires to Means. Means being pursued, knocked out of bounds as he gets up to the 26, maybe the 27. He'll be awfully close to a first down as he's belted out of bounds along this near sidelines. Peter Ford was in there for the Tigers defensively. And this will be a very big spot here for both teams. So he missed on a couple of passes prior to this, but hits a big one here that...
It looks like that's the first pass I've seen Tannehill today throw that he has stepped into and really followed through. He threw that ball with confidence. Of course, he had his receiver, Means, wide open, but he threw the ball very nicely right into Means, and they're going to have to measure again for a first down. But that's the first pass, I think, today that Tannehill's really thrown with confidence.
So the sticks coming all the way from the other side of the field to the near side. And even when they stretch them out, we'll have to wait on the indication from the official because it's right on the sidelines in front of those Clemson players. It's going to be short by inches. Tannehill indicating that as he looked over to the far sidelines to the Carolina bench, indicating it was just inches away from a first down. Well, now he's saying it's a first down. He must be awful close out there. Credit card time, huh, Mike?
I believe it is.
It is a first down. Well, Tannehill first waved it off, said it wasn't going to stretch far enough, but he got his nose down in there and took a longer look and saw that it did.
Now we got a personal foul against the Tigers. Unsportsmanlike conduct.
A little taunting going on there with the officials likely. And I wonder if that came from the players on the field or along the bench because the officials continued to tell them move back here. And may have had something to do with it.
Yeah, he threw that flag with authority also.
Yeah, he did.
You could tell he was upset at a remark toward him or toward his officiating crew.
It's out to the 42-yard line now. First and 10 Gamecocks. Ball game tied 3-3 here in the second quarter with 9:19 remaining.
We talked about Tannehill throwing the football today, Jim. He is 3 for 9 thus far in the game, 41 yards, but he also has those 2 interceptions.
Pritchett and Reddick now are the running backs. They send Means out to the left side. And they give it this time to the deep back, Reddick, trying to get outside wide right, does, and out of bounds he goes up near the 50. Chased out there by Mike Barber. So Reddick coming in at tailback and picking up some good yardage on that first down play. That moves the football out to the 49-yard line. Make it the 50-yard line. They're going to spot it.
And Reddick saw things clogged up in the middle as he was trying to go off tackle. He bounced it outside and got on the corner, and Reddick made a nice run on that play for the Gamecocks.
2nd down and 2. Again, it will be Pritchett and Reddick lined up in the I behind Tanny Hill. This time he gives it to Pritchett, the first back through. Big hole, 45, down to the 40-yard line. Finally wrapped up and pulled down there. Mike Barber once again in on the tackle. So now Sparky Woods going away from Bennett and DeBoer on this drive with Pritchett and Reddick in there, and they are eating up some big chunks of yardage. It's at the 40-yard line of the Tigers.
Well, that was a nice run by Pritchett. He's listed at 6'3", 235 pounds, but he runs very hard. And he just had a huge hole open up for him in the interior for that defensive front for Clemson.
Pritchett will be the only running back. Reddick will come out as a slot on the right side now. Tanny Hill once again ready to go. Takes it out. This time is handing it off to Pritchett. Tries the left side and gets about 3 yards before he comes down in near the 37, maybe the 38-yard line. Lenaric Simpson was there defensively, along with Mike Barber for the Tigers. They have marked it at the 38, a gain of 2 on the play. 8:20 remaining in the first half. Low-scoring game here. It's 3-3. Now wide to the left side, Kirk Frederick. To the near side, they bring Monty Means. Again, they're in the I with Pritchett and Reddick. And this time, back to throw off play action. Tannehill goes over the middle, completes this one upfield, grabbed by James Cummings, the tight end. And he is hauled down just shy of a first down, I believe, down around the 31-yard line. Cedar Ford was there to make the tackle for the Tigers.
That was a nice catch and throw by the Gamecocks. Tannehill to Cummings, the tight end, who was going across the middle out to that left sidelines. Tannehill had play-action pass in the backfield. He threw the ball on the money, and Cummings came up just shy, 1 yard shy of the first down.
Frederick again goes to the left side, and Means will come to the right. They'll be in the I once more. Pritchett and Reddick in behind Tannehill. 3rd down on the yard. This time they give it off to the second man, Reddick, and he's got the first down. Mike Barber made the tackle, but not before Reddick gets inside the 30-yard line. First down, Gamecocks.
And the fullback, Pritchett, threw a nice block on the Clemson defender there to allow that first down yardage.
Football placed in at the 28-yard line of the Tigers. Biggest play in this drive had to be the penalty called against the Clemson bench after that first down. It cost them 15 more yards. Now they'll line Pritchett up in behind, bring Reddick out as a wing on the right side inside of Means. And again, Tannehill up under center. Takes it out, looks to throw, right side, fires. He has Reddick wide open. He's got it inside the 20 at the 18-yard line. Leamont Evans, the free safety, made the tackle. And that's going to be close to a first down for the Gamecocks. In fact, it is a first down. They'll spot it at the 16-yard line.
So the Gamecocks are using Reddick in the backfield, running the football, and also lining him up in the slots and the wideouts and catching the football. That time he ran a slant route, 6-7 yards downfield. Tannehill threw another strike to him.
And this time Reddick goes out as a slot on the left side inside of Means. And to the right side, they bring Kurt Frederick. Football at the 16-yard line of the Tigers. 1st and 10. They give it off to Pritchett. Swinging wide left. This time he's cornered, however. Hiram Pringle was the first to get out there and wrap him up. Had a little bit of help from his teammates. And I believe they may have lost a little yardage. Lost a yard on the play back to the 17-yard line, where it is 2nd down and 11 now for South Carolina with 6:15 remaining in the first half of play. Williams-Brice Stadium on a perfect autumn afternoon. Frederick to the left, Means to the right, and now they bring Foster out as a slot on the right side as they line up in the I. Tannehill once again up under center, takes it out, gives it off to Reddick again. Reddick bouncing back left. He is at the 10 and knocked down as he gets into the 8-yard line by Brian Dawkins. Boy, Reddick that time found the hole plugged up and stepped outside left and slanted towards the sidelines and got big yardage.
Well, he did a nice move by Reddick as he was feeling his way through the line of scrimmage and everything was clogged up to the right side. That's the way the play was designed to go. He saw that hole open up on the left side, bounced out there, used his speed, get down inside the 10-yard line.
It's at the 7. It is 3rd down on the yard for the Gamecocks. They are driving deep in Tiger territory. Frederick again goes to the left side. Means comes right. They'll work with double tight ends now. I formation. Tannehill up under center. Takes it out. Gives it off again to Reddick. He's got the first down as he's across the 5 to the 4-yard line. Preston Buckner finally bringing him down, but it's 1st and goal for the Gamecocks.
Reddick made a nice move in the backfield as Tim Jones was blitzing from his linebacker position. Almost got to Reddick as he was going off that left tackle, but Reddick somehow avoided him and got the first down yardage.
Now the Clemson defense wants to talk things over. They've asked for a timeout, stopping the clock here. And with timeout at Williams-Brice Stadium, 5:04 remains, first half. Tigers and the Gamecocks tied 3-3.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
Ladies, now is the time to familiarize yourself with handguns and their proper use with the Shooter's Choice Women's Handgun Class. This is exclusively for women, November the 16th from 6 until 9 p.m. On hand will be an NRA-certified Winchester representative. You'll learn about handguns, how to select one, safe gun storage, and proper usage. Police officers will be there to answer any questions you might have about handgun laws. When you're through, practice what you've learned on the range. Class $20. Call 791-5490. Shooter's Choice.
The excitement and thrills of the season are here. Your favorite football team has returned to the gridiron. The hunting season's back, and the Carolina's largest Suzuki dealer, Columbia Yamaha Suzuki, is in their new state-of-the-art facility on 2 Notch Road, 7 blocks from Columbia Mall. Come in soon to our new showroom and see the choice of Suzuki ATVs. And remember, whatever the occasion, in the dirt, in the woods, or on the road, you can break away from the pack and head for all these thrills on Suzuki. A Suzuki from Columbia Yamaha Suzuki.
To the bone. Ben Satcher Ford has over 200 1993 and 1994 Ford F-150 trucks in stock. A price starting at $10,262. That's $10,262 for the best selection of Ford trucks in the Midlands and an excellent price. See Ben Satcher Ford in Lexington on the corner of Highway 1 and 378. All rebates to dealer, plus South Carolina tax and tag.
Now, I've been going to Gold Kiss quite regular these days, thanks to old Melvin sending me to buy this and that. Well, this time I sent him to buy a new doghouse for old Rover. At least he thinks it's for old Rover. What he don't know won't hurt him.
Gold Kist, your in-town year-round lawn, garden, and pet supply store. Wayne Street in the Congaree Vista.
In Columbia, you won't find any better bakery and eatery than Tiffany's on 2 Notch Road. Their special attention to freshness is the difference. All breads and cakes are baked fresh daily. You just can't butter a better bagel than the one from Tiffany's, 2 Notch Road, Northeast Columbia. Tiffany's will wholesale to restaurants. Columbia's connection for Clemson Tiger football. Oldies 103.
The football rests at the 4-yard line of Clemson. It is 1st and goal for the Gamecocks. Gates will go wide to the left side. They'll line up now with Pritchard in behind. Reddick will come out as a slot inside of Bridges on the right side, and Tannehill ready to direct his offense. Up under center he goes. Takes out, gives it off. Pritchett dives over right tackle and is knocked down around the 3-yard line after a pickup of a yard. Defensively, Lamarick Simpson was there for the Tigers.
The Gamecocks tried to line Pritchett up in the single setback to really spread out that defense for Clemson and then run the ball up the middle. But Clemson did not give much up that middle as they stopped him on just a short gain.
I'm not so sure he gained anything. It looks like it's still around the 4, maybe the 3.5. Anyhow, out they come again in the eye. Once more, they'll bring Bridges to the right side. And they'll ride it off this time for Reddick over the right side, and he's in for a touchdown. That might be about the 3rd time Reddick has gone to a plugged-up hole and stepped away and got the yardage, and that time he got 6.
You're right, Jim. As the play started out to the left side, and Reddick saw things plugged up there at about the 3 or 4 yard line. He saw things opening back up to the right side and just felt his way through there, and then got to the 1 and dove in to the end zone for the 6 points.
And Reed Morton on to try and tack on the extra point, which would give the Gamecocks a 7-point lead. Here's his kick. It is up, and it is good. So 4:27 remains in the first half of play. And now timeout at Williams-Brice Stadium with the score. South Carolina 10 and the Tigers 3.
Making it to the pros means giving them your best. And being a professionally trained auto technician means installing only the best. Like top-quality CarQuest auto parts. So when you want the best, look for a pro who knows the score. A pro who installs top-quality auto parts from CarQuest.
Everyone's out of here.
CarQuest. Welcome to the pros.
Hey, sports fans, Exxon has a promotion you shouldn't pass up. With every fill-up of Exxon 93 Supreme gasoline, you'll get a great deal on a mini football, complete with Atlantic Coast Conference school logos. And this 8-inch Exxon football is a lot of fun. It's small enough so that anyone can throw a great pass. And with all the ACC school logos, it's a real eye-catcher as well. Best of all, a portion of the proceeds will go to the Exxon ACC Kids in College program. It's a program that helps area middle school students set higher goals for education. Football supplies are limited, so be sure to stop by your local participating Exxon station soon. And fill up with Exxon 93 Supreme, a gasoline formulated for quick response and smooth acceleration. For high performance, move up to Exxon 93 Supreme and pick up a great deal on a mini football. Exxon is a proud sponsor of the Atlantic Coast Conference.
It's the #1 selling truck in the world, and it just keeps getting better. The 94 Ford F-150, now equipped with a standard driver's side airbag. And during Ford Truck Month, get up to $1,200 in savings. Plus, every 94 F-Series comes with preferred care, which includes 24-hour roadside assistance. See your Carolina Ford dealer today, the Truck Authority.
Bad to the bone. Back here again, Reddick in from 3 yards out. Morton's kick. It's 10-3 South Carolina. But the Gamecocks pushed the Tigers off the line of scrimmage in that drive. 84 yards in 14 plays. It took 5:10 off the clock. And so Travis Harrison will prepare to kick off to the Tigers. On the Dixie Crystal scoreboard, Cincinnati leading East Carolina 10-0 in the first. Florida now 24-0 over Vanderbilt in the second. Michigan 14, Ohio State 0 in the second. Purdue 7, Indiana 3 in the first. All right, awaiting the kick now. Greg Hood is back deep along with Andre Humphrey. High end over end. It's going to be Hood gathering in at 11. 15, starts to the right side. 20, 25, 30. Gets loose out across the 40 to the 41-yard line. Greg Hood showing that speed of his. Returns the kickoff out to the 41 where he is brought down by Ron Neely. And so the Tigers have some excellent field position from which to operate now. Checking some other scores. Temple leading Pitt 10-7. That's in the second quarter. Furman and UT Chattanooga scoreless in the first. Wake Forest 17, Maryland 0 in the first. And Virginia Tech still leading Virginia 17-3 in the second. Greg Hood remains in the game at running back. They'll go with the I. Chris Franklin will be the fullback. 2 wideouts to the left, 1 to the right side. Dexter McLeon up under center, takes it out. Going to give it off to Hood. Trying to get outside right, slips off a tackle. Did his knee go down? No, he got up to the 41 again, and that's all. Mike Landry, inside linebacker, chased him down. Greg trying to cut back in after going wide right, slipped. And I thought for a moment his knee is touched down at the 40, but it did not. And now Blunt and Witherspoon are getting back in. So they'll once more revert to the wishbone here with Franklin at fullback.
Greg Hood trying to do the same thing that we saw Reddick do for the Gamecocks. He felt the interior clogged up, so he tried to feel his way outside, but the Gamecocks doing a great job of stringing him out and not allowing him anywhere to go.
McLeon up under center, has Smith out to the left side. He's back to throw, looking for Terry, firing to the sidelines. He got it into Gamecock territory and out of bounds at the 32-yard line. Cornerback Frank Adams chased him out there. Oh, what a move Terry Smith made on Adams, though.
Oh, that was, and it's just a great route run by Terry Smith to get himself open on that corner route. And McLeon threw the ball well before Smith made his out cut. So a greatly timed pass there by McLeon also.
Jason Davis going wide to the right side. They'll line up on the wishbone once again. McLeon takes it out. This time puts it on his hip, rolls to his right, looking to throw. Now going to have to run with the football, and he'll get across the 30 and into the 27-yard line. Tony Watkins, the strong safety, brings him down. Dexter had only one wideout he was looking for, and that was Jason Davis. And he stood back there a long time after he hid the ball on his hip. And then made a lot out of nothing, the way I see it, because he looked to be cornered over there around the line of scrimmage and then was able to fight into the 27-yard line for a pickup of about 5 on the play.
Yeah, he made a great individual effort to get those yardage. It looked like he got up a little bit limping off that play.
Hinton started out wide to the left and looked to the bench, and apparently along the bench they had asked for a timeout. So the Tigers called a timeout here, stopping the clock with 2:50 remaining in the half.
I think the officials saw McLeon limping and now are asking him if he's okay to play.
Well, he is limping as he moves toward the sidelines, and that's what Hinton was referring to when he went down over there in that stack. He apparently suffered a little bit of a leg injury, and so we'll check him out here. Meanwhile, we can remind you again that the score is 10-3 South Carolina. And now, after Greg Hood returned a kickoff out to the 41, the Tigers have moved into Gamecock territory and are driving with the football.
They have 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in this first half, and we'd like to see the Tigers get 7 points back on the scoreboard to tie it up before they go in at halftime. Just remember, they're moving against that wind or into that wind. McLeon today already has rushed the ball 5 times for 15 yards, and he has thrown the ball 5 times. He's completed 4 for a total of 45 yards. So McLeon still picking up where he left off last week against Virginia, doing a good job of running and throwing the football.
Well, it looks like he's going to stay in there, too. He's headed back out now as they've conversed along the sidelines. The football is the 27-yard line of the Gamecocks, where it is 2nd down and 5 for the Tigers. Franklin, Witherspoon, and Blunt will be the bone backs. And now Guest comes out as a wide to the left. Dexter McLeon up under center. Takes out. This time giving it off to Witherspoon, trying to get outside right, loses yardage. Back to the 28. Jerry Inman, the free safety, came up on run support, got into the backfield, and threw Witherspoon for a loss to the 28.
That was a good open field tackle by Inman, as Witherspoon had him one-on-one and cut inside, then went outside, but Inman didn't go with the fake and brought him down for a loss on the play.
And Hood gets back in now. They'll run out of the I. They'll bring Terry Smith wide to the left. Jason Davis will slot to the left side. Back to throw, Dexter McLeon looking, firing, incomplete for Davis. He was pressured that time. Jason saw the pass sail by him as Rumpf had good pressure on that time. And so now it becomes 4th down for the Tigers, and out comes Nelson Welch. So again, an offensive drive by the Tigers bogs down. 2:13 remaining in the half. 10-3 South Carolina. Welch will attempt a field goal this time of 45 yards. So P from the hash mark left. That's where he's had problems all year. Spot and the kick. The kick has the distance. The kick is no good. Hit the upright and bounce back into the field of play. Mike, I'm going to tell you something, though, about that wind. That ball started out, and the breeze caught it, and it just seemed to start climbing, and that gave it more distance. But the unfortunate aspect of it all is that it also turned it some, and it hit the upright. So the Gamecocks have held, and they took over the football now with possession at their 28-yard line, 1st and 10.
And first off, I didn't think Welch had a chance of attempting that or hitting that long of a field goal with that stiff wind in his face, but he got all of that ball. As you said, the wind held it up some and then turned it toward that left goalpost.
Harris going out to the left side. Bennett back in along with DeBoer. Bennett goes out as a wing on the left side, and Tannehill's back to throw on 1st down, rolling right. Looks over the middle, fires this one complete to DeBoer, and he is knocked down up around the 31-yard line. As he tried to move forward, Tim Jones wrapped him up.
The Gamecocks are going to the 2-minute offense here with 1:50 left in the game, or excuse me, in the first half. They have one. Clemson has 1 timeout remaining. The Gamecocks have 2 remaining.
2nd down, a long 7. Tannehill back to throw again. Fires to the right side. This one's complete over here. And knocked down up around the 39-yard line with the football is Pritchett. No, take that back. That's 89. So that would be Maynard Caldwell. That should be enough for a first down. Let's see. They take a look across at the sticks over there. And I think they'll call for them to come out again. As they bring them out, we will go back to our CarQuest close-ups. Tim Jones in on a lot of hits this afternoon. Asked Tim what his thoughts were on last week's game against Virginia.
The offense played well, and also, you know, that's what we feed off, you know, the fans and how well the offense plays. You know, we went out and did what we wanted to do to win the football game.
Stretching that chain out, the Gamecocks have a first down at the 39. Not much doubt about that. It was a football plus beyond the sticks when they placed them down. So at the 39-yard line of South Carolina, the Gamecocks in possession of the football send Alford to the left side. They put Means in the slot left. They bring Harris wide to the right. They line up with DeBoer as the lone running back in behind as Bennett comes out to the right side. Tannehill gives to DeBoer on the draw over the 40, 45, midfield, into the 45, and finally bounced out of bounds down around the 40-yard line of the Tigers. Peter Ford pushed him out of bounds. But there again, DeBoer running to the hole, bounced off a tackle, stepped outside, got a little room, and was able to carry for big yardage. They've marked it at the Clemson 39.
It was a gutsy call by the Gamecocks as they caught Clemson thinking pass. They ran the draw play, and DeBoer made big yardage out of the play as he bounced off of a couple tackles.
Alford and Robinson go to the left side. And back to throw Tannehill. Looking right. Firing complete over here to Bennett. Brandon at the 30, at the 25. Brandon Bennett down to the 20-yard line. Brian Dawkins, the rover back, finally brings him down. And we've got an injured Tiger out here at the 30-yard line. That's Leamont Evans. So the Gamecocks, who had been running the ball well, then come back through the air, and they strike again, and then Bennett carrying in to the 20-yard line for another first down Gamecocks with 1:04 left in the half.
Boy, Evans really got popped as he was trailing Bennett right on his backside. As somebody peeled back from downfield, Evans never saw him coming at him. A black jersey hit him up high. It was a good, clean hit. But he knocked him straight back on his back, and that's where he's laid ever since. The doctors are out there now attending to Evans on the field.
I think they're working on his right leg. He appears to be in considerable pain out there. Let's go back to the Dixie Crystal scoreboard while we have a moment. Furman and UT Chattanooga scoreless in the first quarter of play. Wake Forest over Maryland 17-0 in the first quarter of play. Some other big games on tap today. UCLA at Southern Cal. Miami at West Virginia. Those are both coming up at later times. But both are very big as far as the coalition goes. They're going to call for a litter now to go out and get Evans to bring him off the field. The way he's writhing around out there, I'm not going to speculate from up here. Too far away, but when you have considerable pain like that, you have to think beyond ligaments or something of that nature, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
It must be the way he came down on that leg, if it is a knee injury. But it was a good, clean hit. It was just a very hard block, as Evans never saw the block coming at him.
Well, it's a very physical game. Football is not a game that is one you go into expecting to just walk around all day. You're going to run into opposition at every step.
Well, especially in this type of rivalry, because there's a lot of headhunters out there on both sides of the football and not wanting to do anything dirty. They're just good, strong, hard-hitting players trying to get at one another.
So South Carolina driving with the football. They're at the 20-yard line of the Tigers here. They're still putting Evans on that litter cart. Now they bring him off. So it's 1st and 10 for South Carolina at the Tiger 20-yard line with 1 minute and 4 seconds remaining in the first half, and the Gamecocks leading it by a score of 10-3. They'll send Alford wide to the left side. They'll bring Cates to the near side. Brandon Bennett will line up straight in behind, and they'll send DeBoer out a little flank towards the left side in that backfield as Tannehill moves up under center. Tannehill takes it out, gives it to Bennett. Did they run the reverse to Cates again? They did. Cates at the 20 to the 15, down the sidelines. And let's see. Out of bounds. Going down that sidelines around the 7-yard line. Second time they've run that reverse here this afternoon. They faked it one other time.
You're right, and both times going to Cates. Once going to the right side, this going back to the left side. In both plays on the reverse, they've been very smart calls. They've caught the Clemson defense sleeping, and they've been very effective in getting the ball downfield for the Gamecock offense.
They mark it at the 5-yard line. First and goal for the Gamecocks. Tannehill up under center. 45 seconds left in the half. He'll give it off this time to Bennett, who goes straight ahead, and nothing there. He got hit as he got back to the line of scrimmage. And now timeout, I believe called by South Carolina. With 42 seconds remaining in the half, they want to make sure that they get everything wired straight down here. It'll be second down and goal for the Gamecocks from the 5-yard line of the Tigers. So a football game that in this first half has seen South Carolina with a majority of the offensive success without question. They're leading 10-3, and they're threatening to put more points on the board just prior to the end of the first half. And as we have a moment, let's pause briefly for station identification. This is the Clemson Football Network.
Clemson Tiger football, heard every Saturday on Oldies 103.
Oldies 103, WOMG, FM and AM, Columbia.
Well, obviously, score of any type, be it 7 points, 6 points, or 3 points for the Gamecocks, not only would give them an increased lead, but give them tremendous momentum going into the locker room.
It really would, Jim. You have to think that Clemson has somewhat of an edge coming in the second half, beginning because they get the ball first. They defer. They won the toss at the beginning of the ball game and defer to the second half. But you're right. Any kind of score right now, putting points on the scoreboard would be a huge momentum, setting the tone toward the Gamecock sidelines.
Tigers again, though, have experienced problems in that red zone this afternoon. Wide left, they'll send Harris. They bring Means to the right side. Second down and goal as Tannehill has DeBoer set in behind him. Bennett comes out as a slot on the right side. He will give to Rob DeBoer, and he'll get one to the 4, and that'll be it. And Tannehill quickly getting his lineman in position up there at the line of scrimmage now as he's called 2 plays during that timeout. Clock down to 27 seconds. It is third down and goal. Tannehill once again up under center. Takes it out and drops to throw. Now going to run with it. Now fires over the middle. It is incomplete. Incomplete pass. And he was looking for DeBoer that time. That stops the clock with 17 seconds. Now Foster was also there. He may have been the intended receiver.
It looked like Andre Carter actually stripped the ball from the intended receiver that time. Just a good defensive play as he was all over him.
Fourth down and goal, and they're going to bring Reed Morton on to attempt a field goal. Holding will be Derwin Jeffcoat. This will be an effort of 26 yards from the left hash mark. Snap in the spot and the kick. And it is good. So Reed Morton hits a field goal with 13 seconds left in the half, and now the Gamecocks go up by 10. It's South Carolina leading the Tigers 13-3, and we go back to the Dixie Crystal scoreboard for some updates. Michigan at halftime has now jumped on Ohio State 21-0. Indiana leading Purdue 10-7 in the second quarter. Virginia Tech and Virginia, the Cavaliers have scored. It's now 17-10 Virginia Tech in the, well, that's at halftime. Cincinnati leading East Carolina 17-0 in the second. Florida still 24-0 over Vanderbilt. That's in the second quarter of play. And here it's 13-3 South Carolina with about 13 seconds left in the half.
Michigan 21, Ohio State.
It was a nice defensive or goal line stand defensively for the Tigers as the Gamecocks moved the ball freely all the way down to about the 5-yard line, and Clemson stood tall and kept them out of the end zone. But still, the Gamecocks come away with a big field goal to go up by 10 points as we'll close out here the first half.
Second quarter.
Humphrey and Hood back to receive. That scoring drive, 9 plays, 68 yards, a minute 54 off the clock. Morton from 21 yards with the field goal. Now ready to kick off for the Gamecocks is Travis Harrison. Hood to the near side. Humphrey to the far side. It's a short kick. It's going to be fielded by Hood at the 12. Up over the 15, 20. Cuts up the middle, 30. Out to the 35, 36-yard line, and down he goes. And now, but 5 seconds on the clock in this first half, and in all likelihood, the Tigers will just settle for being down 10 and get into the locker room and get to the drawing board and see what they can put together for the second half of action. But you never know. They might throw a bomb here, huh? Going to come with 3 wideouts. Hood's going to remain in there. Hinton will come to the near side. Smith and Davis will go to the far side. They'll be in the I formation. Dexter going to give it off to Hood. Comes over left tackle, out to the 40, and that'll do it. First half has come to an end. And here at Williams-Brice Stadium, in this 91st battle between these two, at halftime, the score is South Carolina 13 and Clemson 3.
Good to see you, baby. In a while. Ooh, you look so good tonight. I've been waiting for this moment. My heart in my hands. Now being together just feels so right. So, baby, won't you stay with me? It's gonna be a special night, yeah. The good times never done with a nice cold natural light.
For good times with good friends, it's only natural. Natural light beer.
We share a cold, warm Christmas beer. Natural light is the beer. Ice cold natural light.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
Bad to the bone.
Ben Satcher Ford has over 200 1993 and 1994 Ford F-150 trucks in stock. A price starting at $10,262. That's $10,262 for the best selection of Ford trucks in the Midlands and an excellent price. See Ben Satcher Ford in Lexington on the corner of Highway 1 and 378. All rebates the dealer, plus South Carolina tax and tags.
When it comes to hard work, we get the job done at Ace Glass Company.
If Ace Glass Company could put sound to their billboard, it just might remind you of a video game character. And just like that little guy, Ace Glass Company munches up the competition. Don't chase ghosts. Choose the professionals at Ace Glass for residential, business, and automotive glass.
Doing it right is always job one. Ace Glass Company.
Goody Bird Sports Grill and Bar, West Columbia. With 6 TVs, 3 widescreens, cable, and 2 satellites. We've got the sports and we've got the beer. Coors Light and Bud Light, a 6-pack of 7-ounce bottles, $4. Plus specials on Mick Light and Corona. Goody Bird Sports Grill and Bar.
You've seen the rest. Now come shoot with the best. Shooter's Choice Indoor Shooting Range in West Columbia. At Shooter's Choice, you'll not only find the largest indoor shooting range, you'll also find a full line of guns, hunting accessories, and ammunition and clothing. We have professionals at our range that will sight your scope and answer any of your questions. Even free range time for the ladies on Wednesdays. So if you want some practice before you get out in the field, come on over to Shooter's Choice. Shooter's Choice Indoor Range, Sunset Boulevard in West Columbia. We want to help you bag the big one at Shooter's Choice.
Here's a question some folks have been asking lately. Can I buy a home owned by the VA and use their financing if I'm not a veteran? The answer to that question is yes. Homes owned by the VA are available to all buyers. The VA is an equal opportunity seller lender.
You're listening to Clemson Tiger football action on Oldies 103.
Stadium in Columbia, where the South Carolina Gamecocks lead the Clemson Tigers 13-3. Hi again, everyone. Mike Gallagher here, along with Mike Epley, as our halftime show gets underway. And Mike, kind of a flat offensive performance by the Clemson Tigers during this first half with 3 points on the scoreboard, but not some of the disastrous mistakes we've seen off and on this season. Still, the Tigers very much in this football game, it seems.
Well, they are. It's still a long way before this one's over, Mike, but the Tigers have to find a way to get things going offensively. I still believe that the Gamecocks are going to make them throw the football to be successful. They have really got good penetration on the interior line, and all of the running attempts that Clemson has had, or most of the running attempts, and they've really devastated that backfield. They've wreaked havoc back there by getting that penetration, and until the Clemson loosens that defense up by throwing the football, I think it's going to be a long second half.
Dexter McLeon has walked onto the quarterback position this season last week. Not necessarily walk on. He came to Clemson originally as a quarterback, but stepped into the quarterback role. How do you view his performance during the first half of this game compared with his winning performance against the Virginia Cavaliers last week?
Well, you can certainly tell that he was a little bit jittery at the beginning of the game. I think he tended to settle down a bit as he threw the ball more confidently as the first half progressed. But he was a little jittery there. I think he was a little anxious, and this is a tough place to play for even an experienced quarterback. And I can imagine what's going through his mind sitting in halftime. He's got to come back out here at the beginning of the second half and set the tone, because the Tigers will get the ball offensively first, and he'll need to move the ball downfield and hopefully get some points on the scoreboard for the Tigers.
Well, we'll see what happens. The Tigers trailing 13-3 at the half. When we come back, we'll go around the country and check scores with our Yates Davis. Also look at the game highlights, the scoring plays, and our Clemson guest as the halftime show continues live from Williams-Brice Stadium in Columbia on the Clemson Sports Network.
Dixie Crystals would like to make one thing crystal clear regarding the sugar bowls. Not that sugar bowl, this sugar bowl. Now, did you know that Dixie Crystals cost only about a penny more per bowlful than ordinary sugar? Just a penny. Yet nothing stirs up, cooks up, or bakes up better than Dixie Crystals, or is more preferred. So why take chances with ordinary sugar when the Dixie Crystals difference is crystal clear?
The rules have changed about the way pickups are designed and equipped. Introducing the new Dodge Ram pickup at your local Carolina Dodge dealer. It's been completely redesigned, so it's the only full size with available anti-lock brakes at all four wheels. Plus, it has a standard driver's airbag that's fully effective when your seatbelt is worn. A choice of bag dimensions, and styling like no other pickup on the planet. See the truck that changed the rules. The new Ram pickup, only at your Carolina Dodge dealer.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
Little Mexico, the finest in Mexican gourmet on St. Andrews Road across from Seven Oaks Shopping Center. Treat yourself to Little Mexico's Fiesta Lunch Buffet, only $4.75, and the dinner buffet, just $5.99. Or if you prefer, order from Little Mexico's sensational Mexican menu. Don't miss happy hour with margaritas, only $1.95. Little Mexico, the finest in Mexican gourmet. St. Andrews Road across from Seven Oaks Shopping Center. Little Mexico.
Bad to the bone.
Ben Satcher Ford has over 200 1993 and 1994 Ford F-150 trucks in stock. A price starting at $10,262. That's $10,262 for the best selection of Ford trucks in the Midlands and an excellent price. See Ben Satcher Ford in Lexington on the corner of Highway 1 and 378. All rebates to dealer, plus South Carolina tax and tag.
Couldn't help but cry the other night when my husband Melvin started complaining about my bird legs, because I remembered I hadn't bought no bird seed to feed them poor little cold birds outside. Wonder where I can find some.
Gold Kist, your in-town year-round lawn, garden, and pet supply store. Wayne Street in the Congaree Vista.
When you hit the woods this season, make sure you have all the necessary items to help make your hunting successful. The first hunt should be at the Ballistic Center to buy the right gun, the right ammo, and the right hunting supplies. The Ballistic Center, one of South Carolina's largest indoor ranges and gun shops, near the intersection of Broad River and St. Andrews Road.
Welcome back to the halftime show as the Clemson Tiger Marching Band playing Tiger Rag and entertaining the fans here at Williams-Brice Stadium as the Gamecocks lead the Tigers 13-3.
Before we visit with our Clemson guest and take a look at some scoring highlights, let's take a look at our Dixie Crystals halftime scoreboard report, brought to you by Dixie Crystal Sugar. Why settle for ordinary sugar when Dixie Crystal's difference is crystal clear? Back to Clemson Control we go, where the fifth quarter's Yates Davis is standing by to bring us up to date on scores from around the country. Hello, Yates.
Hi, Mike. Thanks a lot. Let's take a look at some scores that involve ACC teams. Right now, we've got Wake Forest all over Maryland. In the second quarter, it's 23-0 in favor of the Demon Deacons. Also, an ACC game of note, Virginia is playing Virginia Tech, and Tech is leading 17-10 at halftime. Around the country, we see Michigan over Ohio State at the half, 21-0. It's Florida, 21-0 over Vanderbilt. That's late in the second quarter. Cincinnati defeating East Carolina 17-0 late in the second quarter. Alabama Birmingham 44-6 at halftime over Prairie View. It's Indiana 10, Purdue 7. That's in the first quarter. Also James Madison over Boston University 14-7 at the end of the first, and Marshall is falling to Western Carolina 7-3 in the second quarter. Furman and UT Chattanooga are tied up. It's the beginning of the second quarter. It's 7-7. Stay with us for all the scores and the highlights after the game. It's the fifth quarter show right here on the Clemson Sports Network. Mike, is this perfect college football weather? Mike Gallagher, back to you.
All right, thanks, Yates, and we'll check with you after the game on the fifth quarter on many of these Clemson Sports Network affiliates. Let's take a look at the halftime highlights, the scoring replays, brought to you by BC Headache Powder. No matter where you're hurting, nothing works faster. BC Headache Powder. Well, it was the Gamecocks who were on the scoreboard first. Clemson won the toss to start the game and deferred to the second half, and the Gamecocks went on the scoreboard with a 37-yard field goal with with 12:55 left to play in the first quarter.
Awaiting the snap back. He's kicking into that good, strong breeze right now. The spot and the kick up, and the kick is good.
The scoring drive just took 5 plays, 37 yards, and 2:05 off the clock. South Carolina 3, Clemson nothing. But the Tigers would get into the act with a field goal of their own, this time a Nelson Welch field goal, a 32-yarder, still coming in the first quarter.
Awaiting the snap. This could tie it. Spot, kick up. And the kick is good.
And that's the way the first quarter ended. South Carolina 3, Clemson 3. But the Gamecocks would put more points on the scoreboard with the first touchdown of the ballgame, and so far the only touchdown of the game. It came on a Steve Tannehill engineered drive that put the Gamecocks over the goal line in the second quarter.
Once more, they'll bring Bridgers to the right side. And they'll ride it off this time for Reddick over the right side, and he's in for a touchdown.
That made the score 10-3, South Carolina over Clemson. And then the Gamecocks would tack on 3 more points as the first half drew to a close. It came on yet another Gamecock field goal.
Snap in the spot and the kick. And it is good.
And that's where we are at the half. South Carolina leads Clemson 13-3. When we come back, we're going to talk about a day in the life of a student athlete here at Clemson University. Bill DeAndre will join us from Vickery Hall as the halftime show continues live from Williams-Brice Stadium in Columbia on the Clemson Sports Network.
Power, BC Power. When your job puts you in a world of hurt, you need the power of BC. Power, BC Power.
Here in the steel plant, aches and pains come with the territory.
BC Power in the powder. The power of BC.
Everything's weighed in tons, not pounds. And nothing I pick up light either. So I'm always getting backaches.
BC Power in the powder. The power of BC.
My back hurts like the whole factory's resting on my shoulders. But BC stops the hurting fast.
You need something to see you through. Something strong so you'll feel like new.
BC's always been there when I needed it. I can't imagine going to work without a pack of BC powder.
BC Power in the powder. The power of BC. For strong pain relief, BC powder stops pain fast. The power of BC. Use as directed.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
You've seen the rest. Now come shoot with the best. Shooter's Choice Indoor Shooting Range in West Columbia. At Shooter's Choice, you'll not only find the largest indoor shooting range, you'll also find a full line of guns, hunting accessories, and ammunition and clothing. We have professionals at our range that will sight your scope and answer any of your questions. Even free range time for the ladies on Wednesdays. So if you want some practice before you get out in the field, come on over to Shooter's Choice. Shooter's Choice Indoor Range, Sunset Boulevard in West Columbia. We want to help you bag the big one at Shooter's Choice.
Don't run all around the countryside in search of quality TVs, VCRs, and state-of-the-art satellite systems. You can find them all, including the brand new line of Toshiba televisions at Sheely Satellite Systems. Complete home theater systems, Toshiba televisions, and VCRs. Sheely's can sell, install, and service all of your home entertainment needs. Check out Sheely Satellite Systems for sales, service, installation, and the new televisions from Toshiba. Augusta Highway in Lexington, 3 miles past Ben Satcher Motors, near Lexington High. Call 359-8737.
For your next tailgate, order that party tray from Tiffany's Bakery and Eatery on Two Notch Road, Northeast Columbia. Your friends will be impressed. The difference? The freshness. For any special occasion, birthday, anniversary, a get-together, to watch or go to a game, choose party trays and cakes from Tiffany's, Two Notch Road, Northeast Columbia.
Keep your cool. Get help for your car's air conditioner from Irmo Quality Auto Sales. Now with the new ozone-safe refrigerant, OZ12, which replaces the Freon in your car with no retrofit requirements. Irmo Quality Auto Sales and Service, Woodrow Street, Irmo.
Welcome back to the halftime show here at the University of South Carolina's Williams-Brice Stadium. Hi again, everyone. Mike Gallagher here with you as Carolina leads Clemson 13-3 at the half. You know, we get wrapped up in football and basketball and baseball or whatever sport we may like, and we forget that the primary purpose of these young men and women is to get an education. And we're happy to welcome as our halftime guest Bill DeAndre from Vickery Hall. Our Clemson segment is brought to you by Bilo. Bilo, the name fits. Bill, you visited with us earlier this year. We've talked about Vickery Hall. We've talked about the Tiger Letterman. You wear a number of hats at Clemson University. But, you know, you and I enjoy talking about the role of the student athlete and how academics is such an important part of a student athlete's life at Clemson University. Can you talk a little bit about what typically is a day in the life of a student athlete, and talk and share with our audience a little bit of some of the demands placed on a student athlete and how their schedule might be a little different from the typical student at a major university?
Well, I think, Mike, that there's a lot of people that don't realize exactly what kind of time demands, practice demands, the meeting time that goes into the preparation, some of the anxiety and pressure that's really put on performing at the college level. And certainly the mission of the university and universities across this country are to get those student athletes an education and to balance both of those rigorous schedules of being an athlete and being a full-time student. Sure. Is really difficult. And I think that if you take the sports of swimming and track and wrestling, football and basketball, there would really be there is really a significant amount of time that's put into these programs and that these kids put in to be successful and to support and represent Clemson University. Just for example, I'll talk about swimming. These swimmers get up at 5:30 in the morning and may do 5,000 yards of swimming, come back in the afternoon and do some dry land work, which is a weight room, and then possibly swim another 2,000 or 3,000 yards. And that's a day in itself right there. We're talking about football players going to a meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, getting practice over around 6 o'clock, eating, going to study hall. It really is a full day, and it's a compact day, and I think there's a lot of people that really don't understand exactly what it means to be a student athlete.
It really is important, though, to keep on track, isn't it? I mean, it's important from the university's perspective to always remember that these are student athletes, not athlete students.
Yeah, I think sometimes student athlete may be a loosely used term. However, I think that the mission of the university certainly is to get an education, and they do have university requirements. They have NCAA requirements. They have to pass 24 hours in a calendar year. So it's tough, Mike. It really is. And we salute all our student athletes at Clemson and those that participate in athletics, because we think that it really is an education in itself.
Well, we've talked before about Vickery Hall, but let's briefly remind everybody what the function of Vickery Hall is at Clemson University.
Well, basically Basically, Mike, Vickery Hall is a standalone facility, and we're very proud of it, that it's IPTA's the financial responsibility to support our student athletes and supplement the student athletes' academic assistance, and we feel that we're headed in the right direction. We're going to see improvements in grade point averages and graduation rates.
Well, congratulations, as always, on such a terrific job with Vickery Hall and with the whole student-athlete enrichment at Clemson University. And, Bill, it's always good to see you, and I have a feeling I'll be visiting with you over the holidays.
Okay, Mike, I hope so, too.
Yes, sir. Bill DeAndre joining us, our Clemson halftime guest, brought to you by Bilo. Well, Carolina leads Clemson 13-3. When we come back, Jim Phillips and Mike Epley with all the action of the second half, here live from Williams-Brice Stadium on the Clemson Sports Network.
When it comes to great food for every Clemson football game, nobody tailgates with the Tigers better than Bilo. Because Bilo has just what you need for those game day parties. Delicious fried chicken and fresh salads from the deli. Fresh bread, cakes, pies, and cookies from the bakery. Plenty of soft drinks, beer, and snacks. And best of all, when it comes to low prices, Bilo is the only game in town. So for game day and every day, shop Bilo, your Tiger tailgating headquarters. Bilo. The name fits.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
Goody Bird Sports Grill and Bar, Westland Shopping Center, Highway 378, West Columbia. We boggle the mind and gratify the senses and are truly a fun and fascinating place for lunch, dinner, or evening rendezvous. Goody Bird Sports Grill and Bar, Highway 378, West Columbia.
Bad to the bone.
Ben Satcher Ford has over 200 1993 and 1994 Ford F-150 trucks in stock. A price starting at $10,262. That's $10,262 for the best selection of Ford trucks in the Midlands and an excellent price. See Ben Satcher Ford in Lexington on the corner of Highway 1 and 378. All rebates to dealer, plus South Carolina tax and tag.
Don't run all around the countryside in search of quality TVs, VCRs, and state-of-the-art satellite systems. You can find them all, including the brand new line of Toshiba televisions at Sheely Satellite Systems. Complete home theater systems, Toshiba televisions, and VCRs. Sheely's can sell, install, and service all of your home entertainment needs. Check out Sheely Satellite Systems for sales, service, installation, and the new televisions from Toshiba. Augusta Highway in Lexington, 3 miles past Ben Satcher Motors, near Lexington High. Call 359-8737.
Now, I've been going to Gold Kiss quite regular these days, thanks to old Melvin sending me to buy this and that. Well, this time I sent him to buy a new doghouse for old Rover. At least he thinks it's for old Rover. What he don't know won't hurt him.
Gold Kist, your in-town year-round lawn, garden, and pet supply store. Wayne Street in the Congaree Vista.
Columbia's connection for Clemson Tiger football. Oldies 103.
Stadium about ready to get underway with second half play. The Tigers trailing South Carolina 13-3. Travis Harrison will be kicking off. Andre Humphrey and Greg Hood back deep to receive for Clemson. So the action continues here at Williams-Brice. Don't forget tomorrow, 2 o'clock at Clemson. South Carolina and Clemson, second round of the NCAA soccer tournament. Harrison ready now to approach the football. This second half kickoff brought to you by your Carolina Dodge dealer. And here's the boot. High, end over end. It's going to be Humphrey, 2 yards into the end zone. Brings it out to the 5, 10, 15. Cuts up the middle. Up to the 20 and knocked down as he gets out to the 24-yard line. And that's where the Tigers will start. Terry Cousin made the tackle for South Carolina. Smith, Blunt, Witherspoon, the bone backs. Dexter McLeon will be the quarterback. Football resting at the 24-yard line of the Tigers, 1st and 10. Terry Smith goes wide to the right side. And out they come, ready to go. McLeon this time, giving it off to Emery Smith. He'll bust straight ahead, cross the 25 to the 26-yard line. Hit there by Ernest Dixon, an outside linebacker for the Gamecocks. So South Carolina getting out to a 10-point lead in this game. And now it's up to the Tigers to see what they can do in their first possession here of the third quarter. Game was 2 on the play. It'll be second down and 8 as Jason Davis goes wide to the right side. Blunt and Witherspoon line up behind Emery Smith in the wishbone, and Dexter McLeon back to throw off play action. Firing upfield. This is going to be overthrown, intended that time for Derek Witherspoon coming out of the backfield. Jerry Inman back on coverage, but the pass thrown a little too long and out of bounds.
But what the Tigers are trying to do on that play is get Witherspoon one-on-one with the linebacker, but the Gamecocks sitting back in zone coverage had him well covered. The linebacker had the middle of the field, the cornerback had the outside, and Witherspoon could not get behind the cornerback, so McLeon threw the ball away.
Smith right, Jason Davis a slot right. Hinton comes left. Greg Hood is in now as they go to the I. And Dexter keeping, running on the option, pitching out on the corner to Hood. Hood gets enough for a first down as he cracks up over the 35-yard line. Chris Rumpf, the outside linebacker, knocking him down. Terry Smith out there as a wideout threw a good block for Hood, and Greg getting to the corner in good shape. And that time, Dexter McLeon with a well-timed pitch to his trailback.
That was a nice play by McLeon. He had the lead option to the right side, pitched the ball back. You're right, Jim, at the right time to Hood, who actually ran over somebody at the end of the play to get good yardage.
And this time they'll give to Witherspoon. He'll crack straight ahead, get about 3 yards as he moves out near the 39-yard line before he's knocked off his feet. Eric Sullivan, the nose guard, up defensively for the Gamecocks. So the Tigers came out of the hole with that good run by Greg Hood, and now have it second down and 7 from their 39-yard line, trailing 13-3 in the game. Terry Smith will come wide to the left side. Blunt, Witherspoon line up behind Emery Smith, the fullback, in the wishbone. Dexter McLeon at quarterback takes it out, off play action again, looking to throw. Once more going for Terry Smith. He's got it inside the 40. He dropped the ball. Is it going to be complete or incomplete? Oh, they're going to rule he was down. They'll rule he was down when the ball popped out. Frank Adams, the cornerback, hit him. But they have ruled it a completed pass to the 39-yard line.
That was a good call. I think the ground did cause that fumble. You've got Terry Smith going one-on-one with Frank Adams. Frank Adams is only 5'8". Terry Smith is listed at 6'1", so there's quite a bit of size difference there. There's a corner route thrown, so McLeon threw the ball up for Smith toward the outside. He just went up high over Adams and brought the ball down.
So it's at the 39-yard line of the Gamecocks. First and 10 for the Tigers. You hear a few hoots and boos coming from the Gamecock fans. Hinton goes wide to the right side. And again, the Tigers line up on the wishbone. This is where they have started to have problems here today about this spot on the field. And now they give it off to Emery Smith, who goes straight ahead, and he'll carry in to about the 37-yard line. Eric Brown, the inside linebacker, wraps him up. They'll give him forward progress to the 36-yard line, a pickup of 3 on the play, second down and 7. Just underway in the third quarter with the Gamecocks leading at 13-3.
We would love to see the Tigers continue this drive downfield and get 6 points or 7 points on the scoreboard.
Smith and Jason Davis go to the right. Hinton comes left. They'll be in the I formation now. Witherspoon at the tailback behind Emery Smith, and now Gamecocks asking for a timeout. Looks like they'll get some defensive changes in there.
It looked like Eric Brown lined up at his linebacker position, saw something that he did not like in the defensive stance, and called that timeout for the Gamecocks.
And we have an official timeout. 12:35 remains third quarter. Gamecocks 13, Tigers 3.
Well, what does it take to be a mountain man, man? Do you need to be a gambler holding aces in your hand? Do you have to be an alcohol that the people fear? Well, the simple truth is you just gotta have the beer. Bush beer, Bush Light. Well, a mountain man lives by his own set of rules. He's king of the wild, he's nobody's fool. Just hit for the mountains, live a mountain man's life. Drinking full Bush beer, he's a drinking boy, that's right.
Cool as a mountain stream. Smooth
as the beer he calls his own, Busch Beer, and easy drinking Busch Light. Have you got what it takes to be a mountain man?
Just head for the mountains, live a mountain man's life, drinking full Busch beer, easy drinking Busch Light.
Busch and Busch Light, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Your local Carolina Dodge dealer proudly presents the Dodge Dakotas for '94. America's only true midsize. Dakota features a choice of powerful Magnum engines, including a V8 that enables a Dodge Dakota 4x2 regular cab to out-tow and out-haul, just plain outwork, any Ford, Chevy, or import compact. But whether you pick a Dakota Sport, Club, 4x4, or 4x2, each includes a standard driver's airbag. Remember to always wear your seatbelt. Dodge Dakota at your nearest Carolina Dodge dealer.
Back here at Williams-Brice Stadium, this broadcast authorized under broadcast rights granted by Clemson University solely for the entertainment of a listening audience. Any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the description and accounts of this game without the express written consent of Clemson and the Clemson Sports Network prohibited. The announcers for the broadcast, employees of the Clemson Sports Network, selected with the approval of Clemson University. Smith and Witherspoon in the eye now. 2nd down and 7 for the Tigers. Here is McLeon off play action, rolling to his right now. He's hemmed in and knocked down for a loss on the play, back at the 38-yard line. Chris Rump tried a little naked reverse off of that play action, but Rump was right there and was able to drag him down back at the 38. So now it is 3rd and 9.
Jim, I think that was a busted play by the Tigers. Either McLeon went the wrong way or Witherspoon went the wrong way. It looked like McLeon may have turned to try to hand the ball off, saw nothing was there, so went ahead and tried to get some positive yards by running the ball himself. But a busted play certainly hurts you in that situation, because now you've got 3rd and long down in Gamecock territory.
And now the Tigers are going to exercise their option to call a timeout here, as they are faced with that 3rd and long, and it has just been a day very similar to a lot of days we have seen this year, Mike, where Clemson moves with the ball well until they cross the 50-yard line, and then they seem to bog down offensively.
You're right, Jim. That's happened so many times in the last actually the last couple of years. We've noticed that a good bit, because a lot of the defenses are trying to blitz the Tigers in that position, and they're stopping them.
Well, we've got a timeout. 11:51 remains in the 3rd quarter. It's Carolina 13, the Tigers 3.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
Little Mexico, the finest in Mexican gourmet on St. Andrews Road across from Seven Oaks Shopping Center. Treat yourself to Little Mexico's Fiesta Lunch Buffet, only $4.75, and the dinner buffet, just $5.99. Or if you prefer, order from Little Mexico's sensational Mexican menu. Don't miss happy hour with margaritas, only $1.95. Little Mexico, the finest in Mexican gourmet. St. Andrews Road across from Seven Oaks Shopping Center. Little Mexico.
When it comes to hard work, we get the job done at Ace Glass Company. We install glass that's plain to see. Ace Glass Company. Ace Glass Company. It's crystal clear. Doing it right is always job one. Ace Glass Company.
Couldn't help but cry the other night when my husband Melvin started complaining about my bird legs, because I remembered I hadn't bought no bird seed to feed them poor little cold birds outside. Wonder where I can find some.
Gold Kist, your in-town year-round lawn, garden, and pet supply store. Wayne Street in the Congaree Vista.
There's a smart place to buy that next car or truck. Irmo Quality Auto Sales, Woodrow Street in Irmo. Irmo Quality Auto Sales, where you can buy in-house or get bank financing. Our full-service center will inspect and pressure check your pressing car's air conditioning, only $19.95. Irmo Quality Auto Sales, the smart place to buy. In Columbia, you won't find any better bakery and eatery than Tiffany's on Two Notch Road. Their special attention to freshness is the difference. All breads and cakes are baked fresh daily. You just can't butter a better bagel than the one from Tiffany's, Two Notch Road, Northeast Columbia. Tiffany's will wholesale to restaurants.
There's nothing more satisfying to a hunter than to shop where gun value and gun quality is the top concern.
The Ballistic Center is just such a store, the ideal place to buy your gun and other hunting supplies. The Ballistic Center, near the intersection of Broad River Road and St. Andrews Road.
Clemson Tiger football, heard every Saturday on Oldies 103.
3rd down and 9 at the 39 of the Gamecocks. And they ride it straight ahead up the middle and get into the 35, and that's it. And so now the Tigers, unable again to move with the football when they got down deep in South Carolina territory, have it at the 35 where it is 4th down and 6. And they're sending in Blunt and Hinton. So maybe they're going to gamble here, Mike.
It looks that way, unless they're going to try to draw them off the sides, which 5 yards still wouldn't help them at this point.
Jerry Smith to the left, Hinton to the right side. McLeon takes it out. Ball almost fell down. He regained his balance. Looking deep for Terry Smith. Incomplete. He threw it out of bounds. Dexter McLeon stumbled as he started to retreat back to throw. Almost went down back around the 40. And then seemed to panic a little bit and threw off balance. He wasn't facing a strong rush at that point. So the Gamecocks take over now at their 36-yard line.
And he was zeroed in on Terry Smith the whole way. Well, he was well covered downfield, had 2 men on him running again that corner route. But why would you run the ball on 3rd down and have to throw the ball on 4th down? I just can't quite understand that move.
DeBoer Bennett in the eye behind Tannehill now. And back to throw. Tannehill, he's going for the bomb. And Cates is overthrown. Toby Cates was out there behind. He had beaten Andre Humphrey, but the ball overthrown by about 10 yards.
Cates is a speedster. Was running the post route downfield. He was breaking loose from the Clemson coverage.
That was when Tannehill needed to hang up a little more.
Yeah, he didn't put enough air under that. He just laid it on the line out there, and Cates could not run under it.
Cates, Harris goes left, and Means comes right. Again, they're in the eye. 2nd and 10 from the 36 of South Carolina. This time it is Bennett. Bennett running right, cutting back left, and getting up to the 40-yard line. A flag goes down. So we'll see what this flag's all about as the football is out near the 40-yard line. It was Brenson Buckner who was there defensively for the Tigers. It's going to be a holding call against the Gamecocks. So from the point of the infraction, it will cost them 10 yards, and it'll be 2nd down over again. .54 remaining, 3rd quarter. 91st renewal of this rivalry between the Gamecocks and the Tigers. And South Carolina with the edge, 13-3 here in the 3rd quarter. Yeah, the Tigers finally have decided they want to take the penalty. So it'll be stepped off 10 yards. We'll move it back inside to 30 to the 27-yard line. And it will be 2nd down and 18 yards to go for South Carolina. So again, Steve Tannehill brings his team out, sending Harris to the left side, bringing Means to the right side, and putting Reddick out in the slot left now. They run with Troop as the lone running back in behind. And back to throw off play action. Tannehill dumps a screen over the middle, incomplete. In fact, he threw in to a lineman's back over there. It looked like Troop was the intended receiver, but he threw over him and into the back of one of his linemen.
Well, it was well set up by the Gamecocks. The only thing that upset the play was Brenton Buckner putting that heated pressure on Tannehill, made him throw the ball before the running back at that time breaking open, or had a chance to break open. But if they complete that pass on that screen, they've got a lot of running room because the play was well set up on that left sideline.
Now it's 3rd down and 18. They'll send Means to the left side. They'll bring Harris right. And they will work with Reddick and DeBoer in that backfield. DeBoer is the deep back, and back to throw again, Tannehill. Screen for DeBoer. He's got it up to the 30. He's going to be wrestled down at the 30-yard line by Wardell Rouse. And so the Gamecocks will have to punt the football. Over to the Dixie Crystal scoreboard. Auburn leads Alabama 3-0 in the first. Michigan now 28-0 over Ohio State in the third. Boston College 10. Notre Dame nothing in the second. GT Chattanooga 17. Furman 14. That's in the second. And Jeffcoat the punt. Just got it out of there. And it's hitting at the Clemson 40 and rolling in, touched at about the 36-yard line.
That was almost blocked by Clemson.
It sure was. Looked like it was Cedar Ford, I think. Almost got to it in there.
It was a heck of a rush. It looked like the Gamecocks tried to snap the ball early to catch Clemson off guard. But Clemson came with the 10-man rush to try to block it and almost got to it.
So the Tigers take over 1st and 10 at their 36-yard line. Terry Smith goes wide to the right. Smith and Blunt, the I-backs now. Hinton comes out left, and they'll slot Jason Davis on the right side. Dexter McLeon up under center. This time is riding it off. The Blunt finds some running room, comes out to the 44-yard line before he's knocked off his feet. Eric Brown, the inside linebacker, got to him. More scores. Florida leads Vanderbilt 31-0 in the third. Wake Forest 23, Maryland 6 in the third. Virginia Tech 17, Virginia 10 in the third. Penn State leads Northwestern 7-0 in the first. Second down, about 3. Terry Smith goes wide to the right. They'll be in the wishbone now. And this time, McLeon gives it off to his fullback. And here goes Emory Smith away to the 30, the 20, and down to the 14-yard line. Norman Green and Tony Watkins finally caught him from behind. And once more, Emory Smith at 240 pounds, just as he did last week. If he gets a little gap, he can run.
You're right. We saw him do it last week against Virginia. A 42-yard run there as Emory Smith got the ball on the triple option to the left side and broke loose from that line of scrimmage, and no one touched him until he got 42 yards down the field.
At the 14-yard line of the Gamecocks now. 1st and 10 for the Tigers, I formation. McLeon sets them down, takes it out, gives it off to Blunt. Straight ahead, gets to the 10, flag down. Probably got a holding call here. That came from the umpire's position. Well, I'll tell you, the Tigers have found more ways to mess up opportunities here today, and it looks like they have found another one with a holding call here. Yep.
We can look at the penalty in the first half, Jim, that personal foul penalty, just when the Gamecocks had gotten a first down.
Yeah, big
and
one.
that really upset the Tigers' momentum there as the Gamecocks took the ball on downfield and put the 7 points on the board. And now here a holding call is going to set the Tigers back 10 yards to make it 1st and 20.
And move it back to the 22-yard line. It's going to be 1st and 18 from the 22. 13-3, South Carolina leads. Terry Smith wide to the right side. Jason Davis to the slot. Hinton comes left. I formation. Emory Smith and Rodney Blunt. And McLeon on the option. Going to the right side. Pitches out on the corner to Blunt. Blunt down the sidelines. Out of bounds. In at about the 17-yard line. Chris Rump forcing him out of bounds there.
The Gamecocks have done a good job this afternoon of not letting Clemson really hurt them bad on the corners. They've used good pursuit angles to string the play out. That time Blunt ran as far as he could to the sidelines, and they just pushed him out of bounds.
Witherspoon gets in now. Stephon Wynn also checking in. Terry Smith will come to the left side. Wishbone attack. It is 2nd down. 14 yards to go from the 18. And the pitch now to Smith on a reverse. Terry to the right side. Gets into about the 11-yard line. And down he goes there. Just a direct pitch on that reverse. Smith was split to the left side and came back around, and Dexter McLeon hit him with the pitch, and he carries into the 11-yard line.
Well, those are the kind of plays you love to see when you can get the ball in Terry Smith's hands, whether it be throwing the football downfield or, in this case, running the reverse off the pitch on the triple option. You just love to see Terry Smith with the football.
3rd and 7. Hinton goes wide right. Smith and Davis come left. They're in the eye. McLeon back to throw. Pressure on him. Going for the end zone for Jason. Can't get it. Overthrow. Well, a good hard rush that time by South Carolina. They had Eric Brown coming along with Chris Rump. And they forced Dexter to throw a little off balance. And so once again, a Tiger drive stalls. This time at the 11-yard line of the Gamecocks. And so they'll call once again on Nelson Welch. He will attempt a field goal from 27 yards. 28 yards make it. Spot kick. Kick up, and the kick good. So Welch hits the field goal with 7:46 left on the clock here in the third quarter of play, and the Tigers are within 7. It's South Carolina 13 and Clemson 6.
I come to these woods just to enjoy the peace and quiet. That's my brother-in-law, Charlie, dumb as a post, buys an expensive pickup and doesn't even take care of it. One of these days, I got to tell him about top-quality CarQuest batteries. Professional technicians know that CarQuest batteries perform each and every time. For sure starting power, CarQuest batteries won't let you down. Yeah, I need to tell old Charlie about CarQuest real soon. There are over 2,600 CarQuest stores nationwide. Call 1-800-492-PART for the CarQuest store in your neck of the woods.
Betsy Havens frames art to preserve it for centuries. So when a merger swallowed her old bank and house cleaning swept away all her contacts, she went looking for a new long-term partner, not a quick fix. She called Carolina First.
I like the fact that my deposits stay in the state, and the bank is committed to my business. When I call my banker at 7:30 in the morning, he's at his desk. And when I need a decision, I get it.
If you'd like a banking relationship that lasts, come to Carolina First, the bank that puts South Carolina first. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When it comes to great food for every Clemson football game, nobody tailgates with the Tigers better than Bilo. Because Bilo has just what you need for those game day parties. Delicious fried chicken and fresh salads from the deli. Fresh bread, cakes, pies, and cookies from the bakery. Plenty of soft drinks, beer, and snacks. And best of all, when it comes to low prices, Bilo is the only game in town. So for game day and every day, shop Bilo, your Tiger tailgating headquarters. Bilo. The name fits.
Imagine the smooth acceleration, the quick response, the high performance of 93-octane Exxon Supreme gasoline. Move up to Exxon Supreme and turn the Tiger loose. For high performance, rely on Exxon 93 Supreme.
7 plays, 53 yards, 2:14 off the clock. It's now 13-6 as Nelson Welch hit a 28-yard field goal. And Welch will be kicking off to the Gamecocks as they send Frank Adams and Brandon Bennett back deep to receive. 7:46 remaining in the third quarter of this game. Then it's up to the defense to see if they can halt the Gamecocks and get it back into the offense hands. Everybody's ready now as Welch comes forward, boots the football, high end over end into that wind. It's going to be Adams grabbing it off at the 2. 5, 10, cuts to the right side, 15, 20, 25, and out to the 30 and up to the 33-yard line before he's knocked off his feet. And finally there to get him for the Tigers was James Hemphill.
We've seen some fine run backs today by both teams. Brandon Bennett and this time Adams getting the ball past the 30-yard line just about on every possession of the Gamecocks from their kickoff return team.
Tannehill will work with Bennett and DeBoer as the running backs as they take over now. 1st and 10 at their 32-yard line. Wide left, they send Corey Bridges. To the near side, it's Toby Cates. And Tannehill, off play action, looking to throw, steps up in the pocket, goes over the middle, picked off, intercepted by Peter Ford, who carries into the 44-yard line. So the Tigers have the football. And we had a holding call against South Carolina, but you can bet that'll be declined.
I would say so.
Once again, Tannehill throwing into traffic, Mike.
He threw it very high again. Same thing, same way he started out the first half. It took him a while to settle down. Really didn't get settled throwing the football with confidence until the end of the first half. But he starts out the same way here in the second half, throwing the ball, releasing it high, and Clemson there for the interception.
I think he may have had Buckner in his face, too, a little bit that time. But Peter Ford from nearby Sumter, I'm sure, has a big following here today and picked that one off. Now Terry Smith wide to the right side. Davis goes to the slot right. Hinton will come left. Smith and Blunt are the I-backs. So once again, Dexter McLeon and company out there. It's a 13-6 game, but the Tigers with a great opportunity here now at the 44-yard line of the Gamecocks. McLeon takes out, gives to Blunt. Rodney tries to squirt back over the right side, gets into about the 41-yard line, and is knocked down there after a pickup of 2, perhaps 3. Eric Brown, defensive linebacker for South Carolina, made the tackle.
We've not seen that much productivity from the tailback position today for the Tigers. The one big run, of course, was from Emery Smith from the fullback position.
Davis right, Smith comes left. They split the backs, and back to throws Dexter. Looking right side, he overthrew Jason. Jason was open on that slant back over the middle, but you talk about throwing one high. That cleared his head by 10 feet.
Wasn't even close. Jason Davis started to jump, but then once he saw how high the ball was over his head, he just came back down.
So it'll return to the 41, where it will be third down. A long 7 for the Tigers.
One thing that the Tigers did last week against Virginia is they made Virginia pay for the mistakes late in the ball game. They need to do the same thing here against the Gamecocks.
Back to the wishbone now. Hinton goes wide to the right side. Off play action. Rolling right is McLeon. Now going to run with the football and gets into the 39. That's all. Ernest Dixon got him along with Chris Rump, some outside linebackers. On the CarQuest close-up, talked to Dexter earlier this week, asked if he was ready for this big rivalry game.
Yep. The rematch from last year, we owe them a big one, and, it's going to be tough going on that plan, but I think, if we play hard, then, good things happen.
Mike, once again, we have the Tigers with a 4th down and 5, and once more, it looks like they're going to go for it. So they're apparently putting a lot of stock in their defensive team right now. And Dexter rolling out to his left, looking to throw, lofts one up. Jason Davis with a great catch at the 14-yard line. He beat Tony Watkins, and how did he beat him? He timed his jump to perfection.
Well, that was just a great individual effort by Davis as he was running another corner route. McLeon just laid the ball up. I thought it was going to be well overthrown, but somehow Jason Davis got in between Tony Watkins and Frank Adams and just out-jumped him for the football.
At the 14, it's 1st and 10 for the Tigers. Terry Smith wide to the right side as they come out on the wishbone. McLeon takes it out. This time is riding it to his fullback, Emery Smith, who pushes straight ahead and gets into the 13-yard line, where Jamal Pettiford, the defensive end, wraps him up. Well, you see that kind of plays in these kind of games, though. Jason looked like a pass for a second time to him had been overthrown, but boy, he just timed the jump perfect and went up and got it.
He just seemed to hang in the air, too.
Yes.
Came down with it.
Kind of like a basketball player up there on the iron. It's at the 13-yard line. Takes it out. McLeon looking to pitch. Now going to run. He's at the 10. He is loose to the 6-yard line before he finally pulled down. And now Dexter showing some of that dance step that he used last week against Virginia. Looked to be cornered a couple of times. Ernest Dixon finally dragged him down at the 6-yard line, where it'll be 3rd down and 2 for the Tigers.
Well, that's what McLeon can do. We talked about it before the game, Jim. He misread the option that time, but he has quick enough feet that he got around his read man and cut the ball back up inside and danced around for some good yardage, got down close to the 1st down marker.
Hinton goes wide to the right side. They'll work out of the wishbone. McLeon brings them up. This time is giving it off to Emery Smith. He didn't get it. Stopped around the 5 by Ernest Dixon. And that's Chris Franklin. I beg your pardon. Franklin had checked in at fullback. So it's at the 5-yard line. It's 4th down on the yard for the Tigers.
Big play by Ernest Dixon that time, filling in at the linebacker position. He just filled the hole up, and he just muffed Chris Franklin right there at the line of scrimmage, put him on his back, did not allow any forward progress.
Ed Glenn, a tight end, gets in. If you gamble on 4th down out around the 36, you surely gamble here. Now the officials are stopping the clock. And they're going to respot the football. Yeah, they had marked it out at the 6. Or it had been moved out to the 6 inadvertently by someone, or perhaps even the wind.
I was getting ready to say, is the wind that strong to move it back a full yard?
Now, how about the play clock? It shows 0. Now they'll get a full play clock now. That's a big break because that play clock was running out on them. Dexter up under center. They're in the wishbone with 2 tight ends. It's 4th down in the yard at the 5-yard line of the Gamecocks. McLeon up under center. This time on the option, going to keep. Pitch on the corner. Witherspoon. Touchdown! no doubt about it. They committed to McLeon that time, and that left Witherspoon wide open, and Dexter laid the pitch in his belly.
They really fooled the Gamecock defense. The Gamecocks had everything pulled up and plugged up inside, and Clemson just sealed them off on the inside, allowed McLeon to use his speed to get on the corner. He made the pitch at the last second for the touchdown.
Welch with Harvey to hold. They'll try to tie it right here. The kick up is good. So the Tigers are right back in it. And with 3:41 remaining in the third quarter, they've ripped off 10 straight points. And now it's a 13-13 football game here at Williams-Brice Stadium in Columbia. So here in the third quarter, Mike, a combination of strong defense and an offense that time took full advantage of it and got 7 after the field goal on the earlier opportunity. And this game's all knotted up.
And the defense has played so hard and got the ball back into good field position for the offense. And the key there is to make the Gamecocks pay for their mistake. And so many times we've seen the Tigers bog themselves down inside the 30-yard line, have to settle for a field goal attempt. This time they put the finishing touches on and get the full 7 points out of that Gamecock interception.
8 plays, 43 yards, 3:49 off the clock. Witherspoon from 5 out. Welch with the kick, and the Tigers have tied it at 13 all. And again, Adams and Bennett go back to receive the kickoff from Nelson Welch. Boy, a key pass and catch there on 4th down, too. Jason Davis made that grab down at the 14-yard line.
Well, that's no question. It looked like the Tigers were really gambling there, taking a big risk, and just threw the ball up for grabs, it looked like, in the air. And then Jason Davis just somehow comes down with a great athletic play for the big first down.
You know, that, well, I'll put this kickoff, and I'm going to tell you something else special about that drive. Welch approaches the football, boots it high end over end, and it's going to be grabbed off by Adams in the end zone. He'll touch it down. It'll come out to the 20. Boy, Nelson all of a sudden has got a leg into that wind, hasn't he? You know what was unique about that whole set there? The fact that Peter Ford out of Sumter, South Carolina, picked off the football that got the Tigers the great field position, and Derek Witherspoon out of Sumter, South Carolina, scored the touchdown that tied it up.
And they scored going into the end zone where all the Clemson fans are, too. So big thrill there for those fans to be able to witness that.
Wide left goes Corey Bridges. Tannehill will have Bennett and DeBoer behind him now in the I formation. Cates comes out wide to the right side. This time they give it off, and that is going to be Bennett. Brandon over the 30, up to the 35-yard line before he is knocked down. He came to his right, found a hole, and slanted back into the middle, and quickly gets about 15 yards on the first play of scrimmage on this series. Brian Dawkins dragging him down. And at 14 yards, they spotted at the 34.
And we've seen the Gamecock runners do that throughout this afternoon. The play there looked like it was designed to go right off the right guard, but Bennett saw something open to the outside. It was clogged up in the middle, so he bounced outside, and that's where he picked up the yardage.
Bridges left, Cates to the right. This time Rob DeBoer over left tackle across the 40 to the 42-yard line. The South Carolina offense has had some time to sit over there and think a little bit. Mike Barber made the tackle for the Tigers. Now we've got an injured Clemson player out there. Well, South Carolina now moving with the football.
I guess Barber.
Well, Barber, who made the hit on the play, is injured.
But the Gamecocks try to take back that momentum factor. Just as we see the Tigers put 10 straight points on the board to tie this ball game up at 13. With 3 minutes and 7 seconds left here in the third quarter, the Gamecocks take the things back in their own hands and start moving the ball offensively with 2 big running plays.
It's tied 13-13 with 3:07 left in the third quarter. And let's pause briefly for station identification on the Clemson Football Network.
Oldies 103, WOMG, FM and AM, Columbia.
Barber all right. He came off the field under his own power. Now Corey Bridges goes wide to the left side. Cates comes right. DeBoer and Bennett are the running backs, and this time it's going to be Bennett trying to get outside left. Big hit. Got him up around the 43 or 4-yard line, and that was Darren Calhoun who stuck a shoulder into him, and I don't know if he got enough yardage for the first down or not. We'll wait on the spot here.
It was a big hit by Calhoun. And it looked like Bennett was getting ready to cut off his block and cut upfield. Calhoun came out of nowhere from the inside and just nailed him right there.
Yards shy of the first down. They send Cates to the left side, Bridges to the right side, and line up for the eye now as DeBoer and Bennett are behind Tannehill. Steve Tannehill at quarterback takes it out, gives it to Brendan Bennett, and he'll get the first down as he moves out to the 45-yard line. He had to stretch to get it. He was hit back around the 33, but he was able to lean and get out to the 45. Brenson Buckner had him wrapped up. So a first down for the Gamecocks at their 45-yard line. 13-13 ball game. 2:21 remaining in the third quarter. Out they come again in the eye. Cates left and Bridges to the right. DeBoer and Bennett again, the eye backs behind Tannehill, who takes it out and gives it off to, fakes to Bennett, throws over the middle, complete. Cates drops the ball. Cates wide open at the 40-yard line of the Tigers. Could not hang on. Andre Humphrey was there, but he had nothing to do with the fact that Cates didn't hang on to the football.
Well, to show you how wide open Cates was, the ball came to him, hit his shoulder pads, bounced up, came down to him again, bounced one more time, and by that time the Tigers had gotten to him, but it bounced off his chest and his hands twice before any Tigers could get to him. He was wide open on the play.
Second down and 10 now. Cates will go wide to the left side. Bridges will come right, and they'll slot on the right side now with Reddick. And Tannehill, this time giving it to DeBoer. Big hole, 50, and fighting his way forward in about the 47-yard line of the Tigers before he's knocked off his feet by Andre Humphrey. Rob DeBoer, again, just a little slant outside of left tackle, and he found some running room.
That draw play has worked effectively with DeBoer running it today. Had one big gainer in the first half with it. Now in the second half, get the Gamecocks into a third and short situation.
So at the 48, they'll need 3. It's third down and 3 now as, again, Tannehill brings them up. Bridges comes wide right. Cates goes to the left side. Back to throw. All over the middle, right side over. Shoots his intended receiver. That was Bridges. Now we've got a flag on the play.
And again, Tannehill threw that pass way high.
Holding South Carolina is the call.
As Bridges was open on the outcut on the right sideline, Tannehill stepped into the throw and just released it high. It went sailing out of bounds. If Clemson denies this penalty here, it's going to be fourth down.
4th and 3, and the Tigers have gambled a lot on first down today. They may be thinking South Carolina would want to gamble on fourth down, so I don't know. Let's see.
Looks like they're going
to the kicking team.
They're going to bring the kicking team out.
It looks like they denied turned down the penalty. Erwin Jeffcoat will kick. Andre Humphrey will go back to receive for the Tigers. On 4th and 3, the football at the 47-yard line of Clemson. Jeffcoat awaiting the snap back now. Has it. And gets the kick out of there. Oh, that one's really sailing with that wind. Humphrey gathers it in at the 6. Up to the 10. Coming to the left side at the 15, 20, 25, 30. Out to the 35, 40. Up the sidelines to midfield and fights his way loose into the 40-yard line. And there again is Andre Humphrey. 53 yards on the return. Chris Alford finally caught him. But Andre has come so close to breaking so many punts this year. Look, for a minute like that might be it.
Well, he really has. And he almost broke a cardinal rule there. Well, he did break a cardinal rule. The ball was fielded inside the 10-yard line. Most of the times you tell your returner to let the ball go there. But luckily for the Tigers, he caught the ball, fielded it nicely, cleanly, and turned it into a big punt return to get the ball back into Gamecock territory.
It's at the 40-yard line of the Gamecocks. Wishbone now, Smith, Blunt, Witherspoon. And this time they give it off to Witherspoon, who tries the right side and gets into about the 39. He stopped there. But the Tigers now with an opportunity to take the lead in this game. It's tied at 13-13 with 49 seconds left in the third quarter of play. Quickly on the Dixie Crystal scoreboard, Florida now leads Vanderbilt 38-0 in the third. Michigan 28-0 over Ohio State in the fourth. Boston College 17-7 over Notre Dame. That's in the second. Wake Forest 23-6 over Maryland in the third. Henry Guess has checked in as a wide out to the left side. Terry Smith goes to the right. Second down and 8 for the Tigers. This time, it is given off to Emery Smith. He's got a first down and more as he rambles to the 25-yard line. Finally caught by the strong safety, Tony Watkins. And Emery gave a little salute that time to the fans in the end zone, straight ahead of the Tigers. They're predominantly Clemson fans. He must have seen that orange and decided he'd run to it.
He was running right for it on the triple option again, giving the ball to the first read to the fullback. And the Gamecocks had the blitz on, so once Emery Smith broke past that initial line of scrimmage, there was nobody to touch him. He got into the secondary of the Gamecocks.
And now Dexter's coming to the sidelines. That's going to be the end of the third quarter. And after 3 quarters of play here at Williams-Brice Stadium, the score now is Clemson 13 and South Carolina 13.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
For your next tailgate, order that party tray from Tiffany's Bakery and Eatery on 2 Notch Road, Northeast Columbia. Your friends will be impressed. The difference? The freshness. For any special occasion, birthday, anniversary, a get-together, to watch or go to a game, choose party trays and cakes from Tiffany's, 2 Notch Road, Northeast Columbia.
Did you know the Department of Veterans Affairs has homes available throughout South Carolina for sale with low down payments, no closing costs, and current interest rates? So you're not a veteran? These homes are available to veterans, no vets, and investors. The VA is an equal opportunity seller lender.
Don't run all around the countryside in search of quality TVs, VCRs, and state-of-the-art satellite systems. You can find them all, including the brand new line of Toshiba televisions at Sheely Satellite Systems. Complete home theater systems, Toshiba televisions, and VCRs. Sheely's can sell, install, and service all of your home entertainment needs. Check out Sheely Satellite Systems for sales, service, installation, and the new televisions from Toshiba. Augusta Highway in Lexington, 3 miles past Ben Satcher Motors, near Lexington High. Call 359-8737.
The excitement and thrills of the season are here. Your favorite football team has returned to the gridiron. The hunting season's back, and the Carolina's largest Suzuki dealer, Columbia Yamaha Suzuki, is in their new state-of-the-art facility on 2 Notch Road, 7 blocks from Columbia Mall. Come in soon to our new showroom and see the choice of Suzuki ATVs. And remember, whatever the occasion, in the dirt, in the woods, or on the road, you can break away from the pack and head for all these thrills on Suzuki. A Suzuki from Columbia Yamaha Suzuki.
Bad to the bone.
Ben Satcher Ford has over 200 1993 and 1994 Ford F-150 trucks in stock. A price starting at $10,262. That's $10,262 for the best selection of Ford trucks in the Midlands and an excellent price. See Ben Satcher Ford in Lexington on the corner of Highway 1 and 378. All rebates to dealer, plus South Carolina tax and tag.
Columbia's connection for Clemson Tiger football. Oldies 103.
Back here again, Williams-Brice Stadium, looking to our Dixie Crystal scoreboard at halftime up in Chattanooga. UT Chattanooga leads Furman 24-14 this afternoon. Here it's the Tigers and the Gamecocks tied at 13, but the Tigers have it 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line of South Carolina. Third quarter, Clemson 162 net yards, South Carolina only 36. McLeon has them in the I now with Smith and Blunt, the I-backs. Dexter takes it out, rolls to his left on the option, pitches on the corner to Blunt. Rodney gets across the 20 and gets down to about the 17-yard line before Chris Rump can run him down. That's a pickup of about 8 yards on the play.
And that's a good, solid first down play to come off of. The lead option to the left. McLeon strings it out as far as he can and then pitches the ball. Just a good first down execution by the Tiger offense.
Dexter really seems to have settled down. He seemed to be extremely nervous in the first half running the option.
He was, you could tell.
Terry Smith comes wide to the right side. Again, they're in the wishbone now. Second down and a couple. Emery Smith straight ahead up the middle. In around the 15, perhaps across the 15-yard line. He'll be in the vicinity of first down territory there as they unstack him. Again, from here, we can't actually see whether or not he has it. In fact, they can't tell from down there. They're going to bring the sticks in to see whether or not Emery Smith got first down yardage. So the chains come on from the far sideline. Now the shadows here in late November beginning to stretch out across the playing surface. It is a first down for the Tigers with the football at the 15-yard line of the Gamecocks. 1st and 10, Clemson. Jason Davis and Marcus Hinton check in.
You feel like
Jim,
if the Tigers can get 7 points out of this drive, that they really have total domination thus far in the second half and really could put the Gamecocks in a big hole.
I formation.
Dexter McLeon up under center. Takes it out. This time gives to Emery Smith again, and straight ahead he goes, and he's only going to get a yard or two before he is wrapped up by Stacy Evans and Eric Sullivan. So they've gone back to that first read off the option here now a couple of times, with the fullback getting it. And got it into the 14. It'll be second down and 9. 13-13 score. Fourth quarter now. With 13:28 remaining, Antoine Wyatt checks in. He'll go left side. Terry Smith and Jason Davis come out to the right side as Jason is the slot, and they're in the I. Emery Smith and Rodney Blunt, the I backs, and this time on the option. There is Dexter McLeon down to the 10-yard line, wrapped up there. And now they're going to be faced with a big third down as Jamal Pettiford made the tackle for South Carolina.
And again, McLeon gets up limping out of that pileup. He's limping badly this time.
And he's having to come to the sidelines here. It doesn't look like he'll be able to continue. And here comes Patrick Sapp off the bench.
Looks like McLeon's favoring that right leg, either the knee or the ankle.
He is headed straight for a seat. Fred Hoover with him. Oh, it's going to be Moncrief. Richard Moncrief checking in. Well, it's good to see that Richard is able to operate out there. That hip injury of his has been a real problem. Terry Smith goes wide to the left side as Moncrief moves up under center out of the wishbone. Moncrief barking out the signals, takes it, rides it off to Witherspoon. He's going to lose yardage. Back to the 15. Stacy Evans wrapped him up. They went on a direct handoff to Spoon, and Evans had it read, and he was able to get there and wrap him up. And here comes Nelson Welch now in an attempt to give the Tigers the lead.
That was just a good play by Evans as he broke containment there and got past his blocker into the backfield and brought down Witherspoon. He had no chance to get any yardage on that play.
This will be a 31-yard effort from the hash mark right as Welch with Harvey to hold. Awaits the snap. Here's the spot and the kick. The kick up, and the kick is good. So for the first time this afternoon, the Tigers lead in this football game. And with 11:53 remaining in the fourth quarter, it's now Clemson 16, South Carolina 13.
Any company that relies on fast, efficient communication should consider Teledyne America for its long-distance service. The Clemson Sports Network switched to Teledyne America, and so did this company.
We're in the trucking business. We have trucks running throughout the 48 states. When drivers need to get a hold of us, they don't need an outage or a problem. So reliability is very, very critical.
And reliability is just one of the pluses when you switch to Teledyne America. Call 1-800-200-2020.
If you're shopping for a minivan, you need to see a specialist. The specialist at the minivan store, your nearest Carolina Dodge dealer. That's where you'll find Caravan, America's best seller. And because they've sold so many, Carolina Dodge dealers are experts at matching the right minivan to the right family. From the budget-pleasing base Caravan to the incredible all-wheel drive Grand Caravan. Which one is right for you? The specialist knows, and there's only one place to find a minivan specialist. The minivan store at your local Carolina Dodge dealer.
I come to these woods just to enjoy the peace and quiet. That's my brother-in-law, Charlie, dumb as a post, buys an expensive pickup and doesn't even take care of it. One of these days, I got to tell him about dependable CarQuest filters. High-efficiency filters keep your engine running clean and smooth. That's why professionals choose CarQuest filters, superior by design. Yeah, I need to tell old Charlie about CarQuest real soon. There are over 2,600 CarQuest stores nationwide. Call 1-800-492-PART for the CarQuest store in your neck of the woods.
Carolina Pride is proud to support the Clemson Tigers. It takes pride and determination to build a great team just as it does to make great Carolina Pride meat products. Clemson fans love Carolina Pride hot dogs so much we serve them at the Clemson home games. We've put over 70 years into making great-tasting hot dogs, luncheon meat, bacon, and sausage. When you serve Carolina Pride in your home, you know that your family's getting the highest quality. We make them with pride so you can serve them with pride. Carolina Pride.
26 yards in 8 plays, 4:09 off the clock. Welch a 31-yard field goal, and the Tigers lead this game now by a score of 16-13 as Nelson Welch prepares to kick off to Bennett and Adams, who have backed up deep for the Gamecocks. Bennett is to the near side. Adams goes to the far side. And Welch with it placed on the tee, ready to boot it now. Fourth quarter, 11:53 remains. Clemson's lead is 3. Tigers have outscored the Gamecocks 13-0 here in the second half. There's Welch kick. Boots another one deep. It's going to be Adams at the goal line. Out to the 5, the 10. Starts to his left, 15, 20. Finds a hole. And finally caught and knocked down as he got to the 35-yard line. Boy, he was well on his way when he was grabbed by Andy McCrory. So the Gamecocks get some good starting position. They'll have it at their 34-yard line. Tannehill will have Bennett and DeBoer as the running backs. He'll bring Harris to the left side, sending Means out to the right. They're in the I. Steve Tannehill, the quarterback, taking it out. Handing it off to Bennett. Brandon comes up over the 35 to the 36 and is knocked down there. I'm sure that in that last drive, Stacy Seegers was doing some blocking. On a CarQuest close-up, we asked Seegers earlier in the week, was the fact that the Gamecocks were having an off year take anything away from the game?
Not really. When you look at the game, you can't really worry about the other team, you know. We don't have no control over them, and they don't have no control over us. We got to worry about our own self, you know, and let things take care of themselves.
Harris to the left side. Means goes right, and Reddick jumps into the slot right now, and they'll work with DeBoer as the running back. Bennett comes out as a wing left. And back to throw, Tannehill. Oh, he's bumped down. Actually, Lamarick Simpson's going to get credit for a sack, and what he did was bounce one of Tannehill's teammates into him, and it knocked him off balance, and down he went.
He did. He pushed Corey Lousley right back into Tannehill.
And it was Buckner.
Tannehill was looking downfield, and we've seen Buckner so many times this year overpower people and just push them back into the quarterback to feel that pressure. This time, he uses him as a tackler and puts Tannehill on the turf.
32-yard line. Third down, 12. Tannehill up under center. Takes out. This time, while play action, looking to throw to the sidelines. It's complete over here, but not for much. Up to the 35. Mike Barber making the tackle of Brandon Bennett. And here comes the Carolina kicking team out again. As Clemson, so far in the second half, has really put its game together.
They really have. They've executed both offensively and defensively. The defense just giving nothing to that Gamecock offense this time. Giving the pass completion to the Gamecocks, but it was well short of the first down, about 9 yards short.
Andre Humphrey back to receive a Jeffcoat punt.
The offense should get the ball back into good field position.
Jeffcoat kicking into a pretty stiff breeze here, too. So we await the snap back to him now. He's got it, and here's his kick. Boy, McCrory almost got in for a block. Humphrey's going to gather it in at the 30. Goes left, trying to get around the outside corner. No, down he goes at the 30-yard line. He was tracked down over there as he tried to get to the corner by Chris Alford. But the Tigers have the football back, and they have it at their 30-yard line. Moncrief will come in as quarterback.
And Cleon is still being attended to by the trainers. They retaped his ankle, and he's trying to walk. He's walking a little better on the sidelines, but he's still limping.
Franklin's in at fullback now, along with Blunt at tailback, as they send Hinton to the left side, bringing Smith and Jason Davis to the right side. They're in the I. Richard Moncrief up under center. Moncrief now taking it out. This time handing it off to Franklin, and he'll get up over the 30 to the 32, where Randy Wheeler, the defensive end, makes the hit on him. 16-13, Tigers lead with 9:20 remaining in the game here at Williams-Brice Stadium. See McCleon now doing some sprints up and down the sidelines in front of us here. He's running a little better.
Going straight ahead is one thing, but when you have to get out on the field and start cutting, total different ball game.
Emery Smith returns at fullback, along with Blunt at tailback. Hinton goes wide left. Smith and Davis come right. Richard Moncrief once more up under center. And he'll take it out, and he'll work the option to the right side. Now going to run with it, and he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all. He was wrapped up in the arms of Eric Brown that time. And now it's going to be 3rd down and 8 for the Tigers. Now they've got McCleon doing some right and left push-off steps down here. The trainer right there at his side, checking him. All right, big 3rd down play here now. 3rd and 8 Tigers at their 32-yard line. Terry Smith wide left, Jason Davis slot left. Antoine Wyatt comes to the right side as they're in the I. Richard Moncrief up under center. Moncrief takes it out, gives it off to Blunt. Straight ahead to the 34. That's all. The Tigers will have to punt the football. Jamal Pettiford made the tackle for South Carolina. And on comes the kicking team for the Tigers. Look for the Gamecocks to come with a 10-man rush here.
I think you're right. I think they will. Knowing that McAnally had one blocked 2 weeks ago in Chapel Hill, only punted the ball one time last week against Virginia, you can bet the Gamecocks still think they can block a punt.
Darrell Harris goes back to receive the punt. McAnally dancing around a little bit out there. You can tell that he's a little bit nervous. He almost had one blocked in his first punt effort this afternoon, and he got it out of there and is going to hit in at the 35 and then take a good Gamecock bounce and come out to about the 36-yard line. And that's where South Carolina will take over, 1st and 10 with the football. We have a timeout. 7:21 remains here at Williams-Brice Stadium with the score, Clemson 16, South Carolina 13.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
Little Mexico, the finest in Mexican gourmet on St. Andrews Road across from Seven Oaks Shopping Center. Treat yourself to Little Mexico's Fiesta Lunch Buffet, only $4.75, and the dinner buffet, just $5.99. Or if you prefer, order from Little Mexico's sensational Mexican menu. Don't miss happy hour with margaritas, only $1.95. Little Mexico, the finest in Mexican gourmet. St. Andrews Road across from Seven Oaks Shopping Center. Little Mexico.
The excitement and thrills of the season are here. Your favorite football team has returned to the gridiron. The hunting season's back, and the Carolina's largest Suzuki dealer, Columbia Yamaha Suzuki, is in their new state-of-the-art facility on 2 Notch Road, 7 blocks from Columbia Mall. Come in soon to our new showroom and see the choice of Suzuki ATVs. And remember, whatever the occasion, in the dirt, in the woods, or on the road, you can break away from the pack and head for all these thrills on Suzuki. A Suzuki from Columbia Yamaha Suzuki.
When it comes to hard work, we get the job done at Ace Glass Company.
If Ace Glass Company could put sound to their billboard, it just might remind you of a video game character. And just like that little guy, Ace Glass Company munches up the competition. Don't chase ghosts. Choose the professionals at Ace Glass for residential, business, and automotive glass.
Doing it right is always job one. Ace Glass Company.
Bird Sports Grill and Bar, West Columbia. With 6 TVs, 3 widescreens, cable, and 2 satellites. We've got the sports and we've got the beer. Coors Light and Bud Light, a 6-pack of 7-ounce bottles, $4. Plus specials on Mick Light and Corona. Goonie Bird Sports Grill and Bar.
Now, I've been going to Gold Kiss quite regular these days, thanks to old Melvin sending me to buy this and that. Well, this time I sent him to buy a new doghouse for old Rover. At least he thinks it's for old Rover. What he don't know won't hurt him.
Gold Kist, your in-town year-round lawn, garden, and pet supply store. Wayne Street in the Congaree Vista.
Clemson Tiger football, heard every Saturday on Oldies 103.
Williams-Brice Stadium, Gamecocks with the football at their 36-yard line, 1st and 10. Tannehill has them in the eye now with Lepore and Bennett. Wideouts right and left. He'll give it to Bennett. Brandon Bennett over the right side, comes out over the 40 to the 44-yard line. Finally wrapped up by Pierre Wilson. But about 8 yards on 1st down that time for South Carolina.
A good hold to the right side as Bennett took the ball from Tannehill. Again, he just felt his way through the hole and ends up 8 yards downfield.
Wide to the right now. Kurt Frederick out there. High formation again, this time to Bohr. 1st down and more as he cracks out to the 49-yard line before he's knocked down. And so the Gamecocks, trailing by 3, starting at their 36, have a 1st down as they've moved out near midfield with the football. You don't count this one over till a gun sounds, I'll tell you that. Football at the 49 of the Gamecocks. Wide right, they send Frederick again. Tannehill has them in the eye. This time goes to Bennett once more. Slants back in over the right side. Crosses the 50 to the 45-yard line of the Tigers. Now we're playing meat and potatoes football. Just grab that ball and run. Michael Barber and Tyrone Simpson made the tackle for the Tigers. It's at the 45-yard line of Clemson. 2nd down and 4 for the Gamecocks.
Clemson coaches seeing what the Gamecocks have done the last 3 running plays. They put Brinson Buckner back in the ball game to clog up that middle.
Bridges comes left. This time they give it off to Bennett, trying to get outside. Can't. Gets back to the line of scrimmage. That's all. Grabbed from behind by Rouse that time, who wrapped him up with help from Pierre Wilson.
And the Gamecocks went right at Preston Buckner. Even though Buckner did not make the tackle, he stood things up in there, so Bennett had nowhere to go.
3rd down and 4 for the Gamecocks. This time Toby Cates comes wide to the left. Corey Bridges goes out to the right side. They'll slot on the right side with Frederick. Tannehill, the quarterback, from the eye, gives it off once more to Bennett. He didn't get the first down. He's knocked down at about the 43-yard line. And Lamar Simpson was in there defensively for the Tigers. They will unstack them. It's at the 43, and now is Sparky Woods going to gamble? The Tigers have done it several times today.
He's got to here.
Clock down to 5 minutes, 10 seconds. They bring in Boomer Foster, a tight end with a play from the sidelines.
We saw Virginia last week. See him do the same thing in this type of situation.
4th down and 2. Bridges goes to the right. Cates comes left. They split the backs. Tannehill takes it out, pitches to Bennett, going wide right, getting outside, first down. And he is finally wrestled down as he gets to the 31-yard line.
The Gamecocks made that one look easy as Bennett took the pitch out from Tannehill, went with a sweep to the right side, and they sealed off nicely. All that Clemson pursuit allowed Bennett to get on the corner and get the first down yardage.
It's at the 31-yard line. Cates goes wide to the right side. Bridges comes left. High formation again. And again it's Bennett. Bennett coming left. Met there and knocked down. Tim Jones is in on the tackle for the Tigers. He got it in to about the 28-yard line, however, before he went down. A gain of 3 on the play. It's 16-13 Clemson. And the clock ticking down to 4 minutes and 12 seconds remaining. Well, a Gamecock score here really gives them some momentum now over the final minutes of this game, Mike.
You're right, Jim, it does.
Tannehill up under center. Takes it out. Once more giving to Bennett. Now the reverse to Cates. Caught in the backfield, and down he goes. Hiram Pringle read it. And Pringle wrapped up Cates back around the 37-yard line.
Well, we've seen the Gamecocks go to that play 3 times today. And Cates, the first 2 times, was very successful at big yardage for the Gamecocks. This time, Clemson is there to make the stop. Good read in the backfield by the Tigers.
They have marked it at the 35-yard line. 3rd down. About 13 yards to go for the Gamecocks. Clock down to 3:15 as Tannehill brings his team up. Drops back to throw. Pressure on him. Gets outside right, fires over the middle. It's complete for a first down to Mike Reddick. And we've got a flag. We have got a flag on the play. Reddick carried it in to the 19-yard line, and now the flag. Let's see what it's all about. Holding South Carolina.
Ooh, talk about a big penalty. That's going to push the Gamecocks back, definitely out of field goal range.
And it's going to make it about 3rd and about 23 or 24 yards to go, depending on where they mark the penalty from. Boy, Reddick made a big catch there. I grant you it's nullified, but...
Well, he did, and Tannehill made a nice throw as he was scrambling to get away from the pressure. Reddick somehow got wide open in the secondary of Clemson, and Tannehill delivered the ball to him.
So they will march the football back 10 yards from the spot of the infraction. On the Dixie Crystal scoreboard, Alabama leads Auburn 14-5 at the half today. Virginia within 3 of Virginia Tech in the 4th with a minute and a half left. 20-17 Virginia Tech. The football now at the 45-yard line of Clemson. South Carolina on 4th down. 23 yards to go. They'll bring 2 wideouts left, 1 to the right side. Tannehill will work with 1 back in behind. Flips a little screen out to Reddick. Reddick gets up to the 40. Down he goes at the 39-yard line. And Carlos Curry, the middle guard, got to him. And the Tigers stopped them well short of a first down. And now it is 4th down and 17 yards to go for the Gamecocks.
Yeah, the Tigers were sitting back in zone coverage, just making sure that nobody in the black jersey got behind them. They gave the Gamecocks the short pass, but then adjusted to it, reacted to it well, and stopped them well short of the first down marker.
But here comes South Carolina on a 4th down play. DeBoris, the lone running back, as Tannehill set to throw. Going deep, and it is incomplete. Intended for Reddick, but thrown too long. And so the Tigers will take over the football with 2:09 remaining.
And Andre Humphrey on the coverage.
They had him covered all the way, too.
He really did. Great coverage as the Gamecocks tried to beat Humphrey deep. Reddick was trying to get behind him on the fly route, and Humphreys was staying right with him step for step. The ball had to be thrown out of bounds.
We've got a timeout, 2:09 remaining. Clemson 16, South Carolina 13.
Hey, sports fans, Exxon has a promotion you shouldn't pass up. With every fill-up of Exxon 93 Supreme gasoline, you'll get a great deal on a mini football, complete with Atlantic Coast Conference school logos. And this 8-inch Exxon football is a lot of fun. It's small enough so that anyone can throw a great pass. And with all the ACC school logos, it's a real eye-catcher as well. Best of all, a portion of the proceeds will go to the Exxon ACC Kids in College program. It's a program that helps area middle school students set higher goals for education. Football supplies are limited, so be sure to stop by your local participating Exxon station soon. And fill up with Exxon 93 Supreme, the gasoline formulated for quick response and smooth acceleration. For high performance, move up to Exxon 93 Supreme and pick up a great deal on a mini football. Exxon is a proud sponsor of the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Back here again at Williams-Brice Stadium, 16-13 Clemson with 2:09 remaining. On the Dixie Crystal scoreboard, some finals. Michigan has shut out Ohio State 28-0. Pitt 28, Temple 18 a final. And Virginia Tech beats Virginia 20-17. Dexter McLeon's back in at quarterback. It's the wishbone offense for the Tigers. He'll give it off to Emery Smith. Big hole. He busts out across the 45 to the 47. Eric Brown wrapped him up there. And quickly, South Carolina asking for a timeout. Each team has 2 timeouts remaining in this game. It was good to see Emery get that big 8 yards on that first down, though, Mike.
It was. A nice hole opened up as Emery Smith took the ball from McLeon and got good 8 yards on the play. You could feel that the Tigers would just certainly want to run the clock out, keep the ball on the ground, and control that clock and control the ball also. The Gamecocks, with that timeout taken there, are down to just 1 timeout remaining. And they can stop the clock one more time, but if Clemson gets a first down here, the game could be just about over.
You're right. They had that timeout up there a little long after they had called the timeout, and I misread it as 2 left for the Gamecocks, but it is down to 1 for them. If the Tigers get a first down here, the clock will stop until they respot the yard markers. I would imagine South Carolina would not use that timeout in that instance. But if they fail to get a first down, I'm sure they'll step in and stop it for a final time here. 16-13, Clemson leads with 2 minutes and 3 seconds left in this game. And in the second half, the Tigers have outscored the Gamecocks 13-0. And they have played some strong defense and had enough offense to get the points on the board. They go back to the wishbone now as McLeon moves up under center. Dexter takes it out, Rise it off this time to Witherspoon. Nothing there. He's knocked down for a yard loss on the play, as Eric Sullivan jumps up in there from his nose guard position to make the hit on him. They don't stop the clock here. It continues to run and is now down to 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. The Tigers will be very patient here, but they do need a first down, Mike.
They do.
In about 2.5.
They do. They need a big play here to get that first down, keep the clock running and keep it in their favor.
Jason Davis goes wide to the left side. Wishbone attack again for Clemson. And on the option, the pitch out on the corner to Witherspoon. Did he stay in bounds? Yes, it's a first down, Tigers. He got across the 50 into South Carolina territory. And Norman Green finally got him from his safety position. But boy, what a big run there by Derek Witherspoon. It wasn't the number of yards that he raced. It was that he raced for the number of yards needed.
That's right. And Witherspoon, you could tell as soon as he got the ball, the pitch from McLeon on the option, he knew exactly where the first down marker was, and he made a beeline exit right toward that yard marker and dove right at the last minute or last second there to stretch his body across the first down marker.
At the 48-yard line of the Gamecocks. McLeon up under center. Takes it out. Gives it to Emery Smith. He'll go straight ahead. Got a yard or two before he's knocked off his feet by Eric Brown, the linebacker. And now South Carolina will stop the clock to the final time, using their last timeout here. And with 1:16 remaining, the Tigers can run out the clock here.
They can. I'm sure we will see the Tigers do that.
As they have 3 downs. And so, with timeout, 1:16 left. Clemson 16, South Carolina 13.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
Little Mexico, the finest in Mexican gourmet on St. Andrews Road across from Seven Oaks Shopping Center. Treat yourself to Little Mexico's Fiesta Lunch Buffet, only $4.75, and the dinner buffet, just $5.99. Or if you prefer, order from Little Mexico's sensational Mexican menu. Don't miss happy hour with margaritas, only $1.95. Little Mexico, the finest in Mexican gourmet. St. Andrews Road across from Seven Oaks Shopping Center. Little Mexico.
You've seen the rest. Now come shoot with the best. Shooter's Choice Indoor Shooting Range in West Columbia. At Shooter's Choice, you'll not only find the largest indoor shooting range, you'll also find a full line of guns, hunting accessories, and ammunition and clothing. We have professionals at our range that will sight your scope and answer any of your questions. Even free range time for the ladies on Wednesdays. So if you want some practice before you get out in the field, come on over to Shooter's Choice. Shooter's Choice Indoor Range, Sunset Boulevard in West Columbia. We want to help you bag the big one at Shooter's Choice. The excitement and thrills of the season are here. Your favorite football team has returned to the gridiron. The hunting season's back. And the Carolina's largest Suzuki dealer, Columbia Yamaha Suzuki, is in their new state-of-the-art facility on 2 Road, 7 blocks from Columbia Mall. Come in soon to our new showroom and see the choice of Suzuki ATVs. And remember, whatever the occasion, in the dirt, in the woods, or on the road, you can break away from the pack and head for all these thrills on Suzuki. A Suzuki from Columbia Yamaha Suzuki.
The following clips of the Madonna concert were too explicit to show on TV, but due to the limitations of radio, we can now show them in their entirety.
Bad to the bone.
Ben Satcher Ford has over 200 1993 and 1994 Ford F-150 trucks in stock. A price starting at $10,262. That's $10,262 for the best selection of Ford trucks in the Midlands and an excellent price. See Ben Satcher Ford in Lexington on the corner of Highway 1 and 378. All rebates to dealer, plus South Carolina tax and tag.
And 8. They have it in at the 48-yard line of South Carolina. Here's Witherspoon coming outside, and ooh, did he get tackled out of bounds? There's a flag going down. May have been a face mask tackle. If that's the case.
Holding against the Tigers.
Maybe we'll have offsetting penalties here. Maybe we won't. We'll wait and see now.
As Witherspoon was hit in the field of play, he kept his legs churning, and he ended up going out of bounds.
Stops the clock. Of course, it stopped anyhow on the flag, but well, they're still talking it over down here. They have not yet given an indication as to what the flag is all about. Holding Clemson. And obviously, South Carolina will decline. So that makes it now 3rd down. And still 1 minute and 8 seconds left on that clock.
And they can run almost 25, 28 seconds off right here.
Yeah, the clock's running now. And the play clock running as well, so they can just let that play clock tick down to 1 or 2 seconds and then snap it and fall on it. And I would leave about 39 seconds. So McLeon moves up under center and is going to give it to Blunt. The flag goes down again, and that's going to stop the clock again. And this time, Zach Bagley says South Carolina was offsides. We'll see if his eyes were good on that play. Huh? They carried in to about the 44-yard line. Clock is stopped at 40.
It was offside.
It was offside. Sack doing a little dance over here.
At least somebody up here in this booth knows what they're talking about.
Well, he said it immediately. He didn't hesitate. So it wasn't a guess, I don't believe. So that'll help because it'll be 3rd down all over again, and 5 yards plus. We'll move it down now to the 42-yard line. And now they can run it out. McLeon's been over to the sidelines discussing the situation here, and I'm quite sure that it'll let that clock tick down to about 1 or 2 seconds on the play clock. And that's going to leave about 15 seconds in the game if he does that. Now we give it to Blunt again, and Rodney is knocked down right around the 40-41. So the clock is going to run off, and the Tigers are going to come away victorious. And they are going to do it after coming back from a 13-3 halftime deficit here this afternoon to outscore the Gamecocks in the second half 13-0. The final score in this 91st renewal of this great rivalry between South Carolina and Clemson. And now, before I go to the break, I just want to indicate that both teams are meeting out at midfield, Mike. There's been a lot of frustration surrounding both camps this year. The Tigers, even though they finish at 8-3 to the Gamecocks 4-7, both teams have heard a lot of noise from the fans about the respective coaches of the two teams, and a lot of times that frustration can get to you, and a case like this, bring out the best in you as they meet at midfield. And now the Tigers break from that pack and head down to their fans in this north end zone to let them know how much they appreciated them this afternoon. Again, that final score, Clemson 16 and South Carolina 13.
When it comes to great food for every Clemson football game, nobody tailgates with the Tigers better than Bilo. Because Bilo has just what you need for those game day parties. Delicious fried chicken and fresh salads from the deli. Fresh bread, cakes, pies, and cookies from the bakery. Plenty of soft drinks, beer, and snacks. And best of all, when it comes to low prices, Bilo is the only game in town. So for game day and every day, shop Bilo, your Tiger tailgating headquarters. Bilo. The name fits.
Take it from the Truck Authority. It's the baddest compact pickup around. The 94 Ford Ranger. For the past 6 years straight, it's been America's #1 selling compact pickup. And during Ford Truck Month, save up to $1,900 on the all-new Ford Ranger. These deals are so good, they're bad. See your Carolina Ford dealer today. The Truck Authority.
Bad to the bone.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
Don't run all around the countryside in search of quality TVs, VCRs, and state-of-the-art satellite systems. You can find them all, including the brand new line of Toshiba televisions at Sheely Satellite Systems. Complete home theater systems, Toshiba televisions, and VCRs. Sheely's can sell, install, and service all of your home entertainment needs. Check out Sheely Satellite Systems for sales, service, installation, and the new televisions from Toshiba. Augusta Highway in Lexington, 3 miles past Ben Satcher Motors, near Lexington High. Call 359-8737.
Here's a question some folks have been asking lately. Can I buy a home owned by the VA and use their financing if I'm not a veteran? The answer to that question is yes. Homes owned by the VA are available to all buyers. The VA is an equal opportunity seller lender.
When you hit the woods this season, make sure you have all the necessary items to help make your hunting successful. The first hunt should be at the Ballistic Center to buy the right gun, the right ammo, and the right hunting supplies. The Ballistic Center, one of South Carolina's largest indoor ranges and gun shops, near the intersection of Broad River and St. Andrews Road.
Keep your cool. Get help for your car's air conditioner from Irmo Quality Auto Sales. Now with the new ozone-safe refrigerant OZ12, which replaces the Freon in your car with no retrofit requirements. Irmo Quality Auto Sales and Service, Woodrow Street, Irmo. Gooney Bird Sports Grill and Bar, Westland Shopping Center, Highway 378, West Columbia. We boggle the mind and gratify the senses and are truly a fun and fascinating place for lunch, dinner, or evening rendezvous. Gooney Bird Sports Grill and Bar, Highway 378, West Columbia.
Bad to the bone.
Ben Satcher Ford has over 200 1993 and 1994 Ford F-150 trucks in stock. A price starting at $10,262. That's $10,262 for the best selection of Ford trucks in the Midlands and an excellent price. See Ben Satcher Ford in Lexington on the corner of Highway 1 and 378. All rebates to dealer, plus South Carolina tax and tags.
Williams-Brice Stadium, 16-13, the final score as the Tigers come back in the second half. Each team had a 13-point half. South Carolina had 13 points in the first half, the Tigers 13 in the second half. The difference, however, was that in that first half, as South Carolina got 13 points, the Tigers also put up 3. And they came out and played a solid second half of football, dominating much as did South Carolina in the first half, perhaps more so, because they really never allowed South Carolina, with the exception of one time, penetrate much into Clemson territory in the second half.
You're right, Jim. There was not much threat for the Gamecocks scoring any points in the second half because of domination by the Tigers, both offensively and defensively. They looked much crisper in the second half than they did in the first half. You have to wonder if they just made some adjustments at halftime or if they just settled down. I know that McCleon looked a little jittery beginning the ball game, but as the game progressed, he certainly calmed down and started running the offense more effectively.
He certainly ran the option more effectively in the second half.
He did. I think that was a big play. The fullback for the second week straight turns out to be a big position for the Tigers, a big productivity position. And Emery Smith made a key run there to sustain an offensive drive by the Tigers and get some points on the board. But McCleon, again, running the option, both from reading it and also running the ball. And he made some key pitches there at the end also. Did a good job, I thought.
All right, let's review the scoring in the game. In the first quarter, with 12:55 remaining, Morton hit a 37-yard field goal, and the Gamecocks went on top in this game 3-0. But with 6:04 left in the quarter, Nelson Welch hit a 32-yard field goal, and it was tied at 3-3. That came after Rouse had intercepted a pass and returned it 31 yards. In the second quarter, Reddick went in from 3 yards out. Morton's kick was good, and South Carolina led it 10-3. And then Morton hit a 21-yard field goal with 13 seconds remaining in the half, and it made it a 13-3 football game going to halftime, South Carolina leading by 10. But the Tigers came out and had a strong third quarter for a second week in a row. Welch hit a 28-yard field goal with 7:46 left in the third to make it 13-6 South Carolina. Then Witherspoon went in from 5 yards out off an option pitch. Welch kick made it 13-13 with 3:41 remaining. Then Nelson booted a 31-yard field goal good from with 11:53 remaining, putting Clemson on top 16-13. The Tiger defense did its job, held, and they win it by a final score of 16-13 here this afternoon over the Gamecocks of South Carolina. So the Tigers go 8-3. That's quite a turnaround from a season ago, Mike, when they were 5-6.
It really is, Jim. I think the Tigers played much more loosely as the season progressed. And really after last week, after they clinched the bowl, I thought they would come in here definitely playing their game and be extremely loose with all the pressure off of them having to qualify for a bowl game. I think they showed that as the game settled down. You know, early it was not a pretty sight for the Tigers as the Gamecocks seemed to dominate the game in the first half. But as they settled down and took the crowd out of the ball game, they really seemed to gel together as a team.
I think, too, Dexter McCleon having that successful first start at quarterback against Virginia last week
Heard a lot of raves this week. He read a lot. If he reads the papers, he read a lot about himself. If he watches television, he saw pictures of himself leading the Tigers to victory. And I'm sure that fans allowed him to know that they were behind him and that they felt that he then would be the difference in this game. And that little bit may have been what made him somewhat off his game in the first half of play.
Well, I think a lot has to do with confidence, and of course I'm sure he does watch the TV and he does read the papers and he knows what's being said, but McLeon seems to have a level head on him, and I hope he does not let that go to his head too much, but you have to wonder for stars born here at the quarterback position for Clemson, just a freshman. He is definitely in an early career, in just 2 starts, has proven that he can lead the Tigers to victory.
All right, again, that final score here this afternoon saw the Tigers win over the Gamecocks of South Carolina by a final of 16-13. And we'll be back with more on our postgame show following this.
What does it take to be a mountain man? Man, do you need a big horse? Do you need a deep tent? Do you have to rope cattle? Do you have to herd steer? Well, the simple truth is, you just gotta have the beer. Bush beer and Bush Light. The mountain man lives by his own set of rules. In the heat of the night, you know he even sweats cool. Just head for the mountains, live a mountain man's life, drinking slow Bush beer, easy drinking Bush Light.
Cool as a mountain stream, smooth as the beer he calls his own. Bush beer and easy drinking Bush Light. Have you got what it takes to be a mountain man?
What does it take to live a mountain man's life? Get smooth Bush beer, easy drinking Bush Light.
Bush and Bush Light, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is the Clemson Sports Network.
Bad to the bone. Ben Satcher Ford has over 200 1993 and 1994 Ford F-150 trucks in stock. A price starting at $10,262. That's $10,262 for the best selection of Ford trucks in the Midlands and an excellent price. See Ben Satcher Ford in Lexington on the corner of Highway 1 and 378. All rebates to dealer, plus South Carolina tax and tag.
The excitement and thrills of the season are here. Your favorite football team has returned to the gridiron. The hunting season's back, and the Carolina's largest Suzuki dealer, Columbia Yamaha Suzuki, is in their new state-of-the-art facility on 2 Notch Road, 7 blocks from Columbia Mall. Come in soon to our new showroom and see the choice of Suzuki ATVs. And remember, whatever the occasion, in the dirt, in the woods, or on the road, you can break away from the pack and head for all these thrills on Suzuki. A Suzuki from Columbia Yamaha Suzuki.
Don't run all around the countryside in search of quality TVs, VCRs, and state-of-the-art satellite systems. You can find them all, including the brand new line of Toshiba televisions at Sheely Satellite Systems. Complete home theater systems, Toshiba televisions, and VCRs. Sheely's can sell, install, and service all of your home entertainment needs. Check out Sheely Satellite Systems for sales, service, installation, and the new televisions from Toshiba. Augusta Highway in Lexington, 3 miles past Ben Satcher Motors, near Lexington High. Call 359-8737.
Oldies 103, WOMG, FM and AM, Columbia.
Back again, Williams-Brice Stadium in Columbia, where the Tigers have garnered their 8th victory of the season here this afternoon, beating the Gamecocks of South Carolina by a final score of 16-13. Mike, we talked about how well the Tigers played in the second half. We just get word now that in that second half of play, Clemson's defense held South Carolina to only 71 total yards.
I'll tell you, it seems like ever since the second half of the UNC game in Chapel Hill, the defense has really played extraordinary. One of the top defensive teams, I think, the way they play together in the nation. And they certainly showed it here this afternoon as they stopped South Carolina from doing anything at all as far as productivity goes in the second half.
First downs, 15 Clemson, 17 South Carolina. The Tigers on the day rushed for 196 net yards. South Carolina for 186 through the air. Clemson 91 yards. South Carolina 108. Total yardage, the Gamecocks 294 yards. The Tigers 287. The Tigers this afternoon completed 6 of 12 passes for their 91 yards on the passing side, and South Carolina 11 of 24 for their 108 yards.
Fumbles today. The Tigers fumbled twice, lost it once. Gamecocks fumbled once, did not lose it. 5 penalties for 40 yards, Clemson. 6 for 55, South Carolina. 3 interceptions by the Tigers out here, though, this afternoon. 46 yards in returns. And over the last couple of weeks now, that adds up to 7 interceptions for this Clemson defense, and that's a good sign for that secondary of the future.
It is, and the turnover ratio that the Tigers have that they brought into this game was one of the leading ones in the nation. I'm sure it's going to be even higher after this ball game because they had a plus turnover margin.
Tigers possessed the ball for 32 minutes, 51 seconds. South Carolina for 27 minutes and 9 seconds in this game this afternoon. Let's check now to some of the individual statistics brought to you by BC Headache Powder. No matter where you're hurting, nothing works faster than BC. For the Tigers, they were paced in rushing by Emery Smith, who carried 16 times for 85 yards. That's back-to-back strong games for Emery now. Blunt carried 11 times for 41 yards. McLeon 9 carries for 26 yards. Witherspoon 9 for 15. Terry Smith had 1 carry for 7 yards, and Chris Franklin 2 carries for 3 yards. McLeon 6 of 12 through the air for 91 yards. The long play being 27 yards. On the receiving end, Terry Smith, playing his last game here at Carolina, caught 3 for 56 yards. Hinton 1 for 14. Davis, boy, what a big one that was. Jason caught in that fourth quarter for 24 yards. And Witherspoon caught 1 for -3 yards. McAnally punted 3 times for 79 yards, a 26-3 average. And Welch 3 of 4 field goal attempts, the long one being 32 yards. For South Carolina, their leading rusher on the afternoon was Brandon Bennett, 19 carries, 74 yards. DeBoer, 9 carries, 42 yards. Toby Cates, 3 carries on that reverse for 36 yards. Reddick, 5 for 27. Pritchard, 4 for 12. Tannehill, 11 of 24 through the air, had 3 intercepted, 108 total yards, 27 yards on the longest play. He was sacked 1 time in the game for 5 yards lost. On the receiving side, Reddick had 2 catches for 19, DeBoer 2 for 5, Bennett 2 for 27. Harris, Cates, Means, Cummings, and Robinson all made 1 catch each for the Gamecocks this afternoon. Jeffcoat punted 3 times for 111 yards, 37-yard average. And Morton hit 2 of 3 field goal attempts on the afternoon. So that's the BC Headache Powder wrap-up on the post-game stats. Remember, no matter where you're hurting, nothing works faster than BC. 16-13, the Tigers win, and we'll be back after this.
It's the #1 selling truck in the world.